for taking your time out and joining us this morning. We'll start off with the first presentation, and we're extremely happy and honored to have in the midst of us a moderator for the first session, which will be a presentation on iHub Foundation for Cobotics, and I would request Mr. Narendra Gaur, VP Operations of IHFC, which is the Technology Innovation Hub of IIT Delhi, to please join us on stage. Well, he, with an experience of 26 years of experience, he has worked in telecom network, GIS, supply chain, startup incubation, and techno-commercial experience, developed medical cobotics center, and working on drone technology park facility soon. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a brief presentation. I kindly request all of you to please keep your eyes glued onto the giant screen and at the podium as well. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a resounding applause and welcome Mr. Narendra Gaur, who would be taking us with the presentation on iHub Foundation for Cobotics. Can we have a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. Good morning, sir.
So good morning all. My name is Narendra Gaur and I am working for IHFC. This is Technology Innovation Hub of IIT Delhi. So just initially I'll just run through with some videos of IHFC and some of the facilities which we have developed.
See, everything is going to change. Whatever you look around yourself, I think everything will change. All these technologies, they are going to be very, very significant in our life.
We envision that we are going to use robotics and humans and the human-robotic interface for improvement of society.
That our focus should be human-robot interactions. Human-robot interaction means that human intelligence with robot's precision. We are called cobotics. Cobotics means collaborative robotics, where human beings and robot work together.
We work on technologies of the future. We look at ways in which these technologies will actually get deployed. We provide leadership in this. We work with industry.
So we have chosen four major thrust areas, we may call it. One is called the medical robotics. The second is the defense robotics. Third is the agriculture robotics. And fourth is the industry 4.0 or industry 5.0.
We are trying to build an ecosystem here. When we talk about ecosystem, it starts from the kind of research capabilities that we are able to build. How is that we are able to instill the sense of commercialization in all those activities. We should talk about how is that research getting translated into products. So I think we want to be that ecosystem, we want to be that enabler, which is making that possible.
We've also got a large number of research projects and technology development. We are also creating some common infrastructure, for instance in the area of medical simulation, in the area of drones, which can be used by a whole group, so that we are trying to create an innovation ecosystem in the field of cobotics.
Some of the research, for example, prosthetic hands, done by Tezpur University, the professor tells that it is undergoing field trials with the doctors. So that's a kind of a positive that it is reaching towards the markets. Coming to the startup funding, we are very happy that one of the startup companies from IIT Delhi, Botlab Dynamics, whom we funded last year, they could show 1,000 drone swarming on 29th of January last year, which made the country fourth in the world. So that's a pride on us because we have been contributing to that part.
What an industry can offer, an academia can't. What an academia can offer, industry can't. If we all come together, that's the real value proposition for a startup. So I think that is what we are trying to build through a collaboration.
The mission of IHFC and the mission of IIT Delhi, there's a lot of synergy. And so we are treating IHFC as an extension of the things that we anyway want to do. So we've been supportive in terms of our students, our researchers, our admin and our infrastructure. We also have our faculty members writing proposals, and so some of the projects done by IHFC are actually implemented in our institute.
So we would like to see it as a global company. And when I say a global company, it's a research aggregator, the way we have structured ourselves.
When we talk about DTP or MCC or RADI program, these are some of the initiatives, when we are talking about students who have an intention to work in the domain of research and development, they need to be supported. They have still not made up their mind as to, if they are going to start a job, they are going to start a startup, they are going to work a little bit more in terms of, whatever they are passionate about. We want to give them a platform, and that is what RADI is all about.
Then we are creating 2 specialized centers, which we call Medical Cobotics Center. It will be done in collaboration with IIIT Delhi. The second one is the Drone Technology Park.
And the reason we have selected Sonipat is that it is away from this red zone. So it's an easy place to test. It's an easy place to, bring everyone together. So we want to create an ecosystem for testing, manufacturing, research and development, startups, incubation, training, all these put together in that space.
The first goal of success would be creating an impact in society through some value add in terms of technologies and ideas.
I would definitely want IHFC to make an impact, an impact wherein we see our ecosystem coming together to see that we as an entity, we as a country, we as an ecosystem are able to build products on our own. And that is what we want to do as a part of IHFC.
So this is about IHFC, and I think this is our director from IIT and project director and our CEO, who was briefing you about the IHFC and how we are building the ecosystem. Now we will run through 2 of the facilities. One is the Drone Technology Park and the Medical Cobotics Center, which we talked about in our PPT also and in this video also. So let's have a Drone Technology Park video. Akshay. association with Nectar also has created another facility in Guwahati, and the similar kind of facility at Sonipat and Guwahati, actually giving more leverage to the students to get the drone training, workshops, participation. So all these facilities like Guwahati and Sonipat has been created to give more facilitation to the students who are interested into this drone technology development, the component level development, or drone flying competitions. All these things can be arranged. So recently, I think Nectar has started conducting some workshops last year in association with IHFC. So that is how this event has also been organized along with the IHFC by the Nectar. So for more and more participation of using these facilities which has been created till now. Now we are taking you to another facility which IHFC has created, which is Medical Robotics Center. So let's run through the video. Thank you, Akshay. Thank you so much. So this Medical Robotics Center has been created, has been made in partnership with the IIIT Delhi, and this facility is available at Okhla in New Delhi. So I'll tell you more about these two facilities apart from IHFC introduction in my presentation. Yeah. So as clear that IHFC Foundation is working towards collaborative robotics, which we call as cobotics, and it is housed at IIT Delhi in Hauskas. We are Technology Innovation Hub of IIT Delhi. We are working under a mission. Mission is NMI-CPS, which is a DST mission, Department of Science and Technology. This is National Mission on Interdisciplinary Cyber Physical System. And you see multiple devices like drone, for example. It is multidisciplinary device. So all these devices and technologies on which these all TIHs, there are 25 such TIHs, and IHFC is one of them. So all these TIHs are working in different multidisciplinary domains like IoTs, cyber physical system, then collaborative robotics, IoTs, and cyber securities, then autonomous system, then autonomous vehicles. So all these technologies are coming together, and all are working under a mission. So our domain is collaborative robotics. And the total outlay of this mission is around 4,000 crores. And it has been 3 years as of now in full operations. And maybe, next 3 years we will be working more towards development and incubation of more startups in these technology domains. So as clear, we are housed at IIT Delhi, and we are actually working on 4 verticals. 4 verticals are medical, under which Medical Cobotics Center has been developed. We are working on agriculture, industry, and defense. Similarly, there are 4 mandates on which we are working. One is the research and development, entrepreneurship and startup development, skills and training, and international collaboration. So this is our working model and engagement model. Like government has the the power, the processes, rules, regulation. Similarly, the research academia has the research, but they do not have the commercial experience. Industry has the commercial and mass production experience, but they don't have the new technology and similarly the lack of funds. So we are falling in between, and we are engaging these 3 entities together, and we are taking their issues together so that we make a collaborative approach between industry, between government and the academia. So the research and the new innovation can be passed on to the industry for the mass production and commercialization by taking funds from the government, like in this NMI CPS mission. So government is funding, academia is researching, and industry is development. So all these things putting together, and we are in the center, taking their issues, we are resolving their things, we are resolving the issues of startups also who are into development of new technology, and taking them to industry so that industry has more and more innovation, and they can not only develop indigenous technologies, but they can export their product outside India and abroad also. So this is the basic engagement model of all the TIHs apart from IHFC also. So the first domain is research and development, and in this there are around 33 projects wherein we have worked with all IITs, series, Pilani, BITS Pilani, and triple ITs. So all across IIT Guwahati also we are working with some of the projects, and there are many more institutes, reputed institutes with whom we are working with their professors who have the domain expertise, maybe in healthcare domain, maybe in intelligent sensing or communication domain, or maybe in drone domain. This is a geographical spread of our IHFC 33 research projects, and these are the fast track projects. I mean, out of the all 33 projects, we have identified these 7, 8 projects which can be fast tracked. Fast track means, as the engagement model which I have shown you earlier, I mean how the research done from academia can be fast tracked and given to the industry. So that is the idea of taking these projects on a fast lane, and we are not leaving any stone unturned in making it commercialization, making it patent filing, making it patent commercialization, so tech transfers. Then all these things are happening from academia to industry through our help. So we are actually facilitating if some PIs or institutes are working on opening up the startup on the research and development. Suppose some PI is working on any project which is healthcare sensing, and he wants to develop a startup also. So we are very well, managing all these operations and, things, so that we facilitate and we motivate these people to open up their startup. And once they are ready with their prototype and the market viable product, then of course we give it to industry. We ask them to do certain workshops so that they can take feedback also from these industry, and finally fine tune their prototype and research, which is finally acceptable to the customers. Because we have seen from our experiences that research are happening sometimes in silos. Industry is working in silos and government is also working in silos. So this silo approach we are avoiding, and we are putting all together. We are collaborating these parties so that each and everyone is heard by the another, and improvise their processes and their commercial acumens. So the first project, which is from Nayan Kokoti from Tejpur University, I think you have seen in the video also how he is developing the enrich prosthetic hand, and we are fully geared up to make it commercialized, making it transformational, physical transformation of this enriched model, so that it is very well accepted by the people or the patient who have the amputated hand. So we are working and talking to Tata LXI, we are talking to Nasdaq Lab also, we are talking to GPP in Ghaziabad. So there are many such industries which are in our discussion, so that this particular enriched hand model can be finally developed in terms of cosmetic changes, maybe in terms of IoT or sensor changes, maybe the fitment of that prosthetic hand on the hand, because amputation can happen from the shoulder side, from the elbow side. So how this prosthetic hand can be fit in by the various with the various patients. So that is also a, one of the challenges. And similarly, how for how much time that prosthetic hand can be worn by these patients, whether it is 24 hours, whether it is only 4 hours, what is the weight of the enriched model, whether it is 2 kg, 4 kg or 8 kg. So how we can, customize based on the customer acceptance. That is the basically putting the models on the fast track, and how we can improvise it further by putting more, adding more features, adding more characteristics into it. So those are the policies and our processes to put them on the fast track. Then Dr. Spandan Roy is working in IIT Hyderabad, who is working on pollination technique, how the pollination of the crop can happen through drones. Then Dr. Padmanabhan, then Professor Dhiman Malik is working on the sensor, foot sensor, so that how the the heart attack patient, after there can be paralytic attacks also. So how these people are walking properly or not, so those sensing mechanism can be developed, and whether they are improvising or not, those can be recorded and measured. Then we have Professor Pathak, who is working on open cast mining, calculation of ores. There are big heaps which is coming from the iron ore or other mines. So those calculations can also happen through through various drones characteristics, and there are many more cameras, laser cameras and other cameras through which the calculation can happen. So they are making some algorithm to calculate all these heaps, whether how much is the ore weight and other things, so that it can be transported and calculated in the commercial sense. So Dr. Kaushal Kishore is working on disease of the plantation, identification of that, and whether this disease has been spread out in how much land, so that the calculation of by the insurance company can be given, can be taken, and the compensation to the farmers can be given accordingly. Then there is a Professor Vineet Vashishta, Amol Chaudhary. Amol Chaudhary is working on the photonic radar system, so that the low flying drones, enemy drones, can be identified through this photonic technology and photonic radar system. Not even identify the object, but the size of the object also. So I mean, out of these 3 videos which we have shown you, there are all these 8 videos of each project is also available. So in case someone is interested to to work in this, so out of the audience, so he can connect me separately if he is interested to know more about it. Our second mandate is startup and entrepreneurship. I think you all are aware, we have circulated a call for proposal, and yesterday it was a evaluation also along with Nectar to see what kind of technologies are being developed in the Northeast, and how Northeast can get benefited out of this technology, in case IHFC can also push some of these startups through their fundings, to their mentorship, through space giving, or their connecting with their industry network. So that is the idea of proposing this call for proposal. There were 25 startups which we have got the participation, and yesterday it was around 17 or 18 which were evaluated from their, I mean, they put their expressed their pitch, and we worked on how, whether the pitch is actually really technical, innovative, or how they can work more on their technology and how they can collaborate more on making their product successful. So we discussed, I think the whole day we were there, and out of some of the people might have seen. So we identified some of these startups and we'll definitely take to the next level with the Nectar. So Nectar and IHFC both are funding these startups to, to leverage more on their production, more on their prototype to MVP and to more commercialization. Currently, these are few of our startups, but we have more numbers. We are around having 25 number of startups. Like for example, Arca Space is working on drones and they are working on rather defense technologies more. Toto is a autonomous robot which works on the, which has various applications. Kaidoko is as EdTech. BotLab Dynamics, you have seen the drones on the entertainment business, and Rancho Lab is also in the EdTech. Siren AI is artificial intelligence solution for the industry 4.0, and True is working on the autonomous system. So I mean, these are the small, a few of them, but there are 25 such startups we have done as of now, and they are working fine and working towards more indigenous technology development. They are actually part of IHFC ecosystem and housed at IIT, but there are many startups who are actually working remotely, and some are in Noida, some are working Hyderabad, some are in Himachal, like Simatel, it is in IIT Mandi. So I mean, the location doesn't matter a lot, but the how they are working and how they are working towards their milestones, that is more important. I have already talked about Medical Cobotics Center. So Medical Cobotics Center is one of the facility which we created for engineers as well as doctors. So doctors have various problems while working, especially the surgeon and treating with the trauma cases. So these doctors, how they will be able to express their issues and problems to the engineer. So this is a platform which we have built in where both of them can talk. Engineers can solve their problems and doctor can express whether whatever they are developing, whether this will be acceptable by the medical sciences or not. And in case there are certain improvisation, those things are being given as a feedback to the engineers and they are further working on it. So this is an ideal platform, and the simulators which you have seen, this is the start of the Medical Cobotics Center, because in India, even simulators are not being made in India. Everything is coming imported. I mean, simulator is nothing but a doll kind of a thing which is having some actuators and IoT sensors and some softwares also. So those mannequins are being used by the doctor to tackle the various scenarios like landmine blast, landslides, then there are building collapses, then accidental cases. There are various type of patient. There are children, there are pregnant women, then old age patient. So how we built up certain various scenarios in this Medical Cobotics Center, and we these doctors, after creating this scenario, the doctors actually react how these patients are to be treated, who needs to be addressed to this ICU, who needs to be taken to the operation theater, who needs a general ward, what kind of medication needs to be given. So the first aid, I would say, how these patients and based on the scenario, those are being taken care of in this Medical Cobotics Center. So the All India Medical Sciences AIMS, then Maulana Azad Medical College, and there are like VASA, which is in Bangalore. So we have tied up and collaborated with various hospitals also, and we are conducting various workshop of the doctors in Medical Cobotics Center. This is not the last end, but even the manufacturers also who are actually in development of medical devices, they can also join our this medical center, and they can test whether the medical device which they are making is actually good enough for acceptance by the medical sciences or by the hospitals or not, through working on these mannequins. Because we have imported one of the finest and most advanced simulator in Medical Cobotics Center, which is HPS, Human Patient Simulator, and this is I would say most advanced. As of now, there is no much more advanced than HPS, which is from CAE Canada. But we thought that such kind of, it's very expensive. So we thought that even simulators are not affordable by the people who are actually like nurses, for example, paramedical staff, then NDRF staff. how they will be working to work on these scenarios and how they will practice that, because these simulators are very, very costly. So that the idea is how we can make affordable simulators in India through this MCC. That is the very basic step. But working on the various other technologies, intubation, then working on trauma cases. So those medical devices needs to be needs to come up through the startup or through researcher or through innovators, people like you. So those are being given as a we are expressing our MCC center as to be used by these startups and by these innovators, so that more indigenization technologies can come up, and we can make it ourselves Atmanirbhar kind of a thing. These are the few glimpses of that simulation center I've shown you in video. And Drone Technology Park is another facility which we have developed at Sonipat. Why Sonipat? Because our Hoskas IIT Delhi is falling in the red zone. We cannot fly drone for more than, let's say, 50 meters or 100 meters and above. So that is why we have taken this facility, which is 50 kilometers from Hoskas at Sonipat. So this is a green area where we are developing indoor as well as outdoor testing facility. We would like to have your suggestions in case any. The next we are starting a panel discussion how we should build up Drone Technology Park so that it can be used more by this ecosystem of startup as well as industry, by the component manufacturers, by the regulators. So all these thoughts, processes, and their ideas we would like to hear and imbibe while development of this facility, because this is a 4-acre facility. Currently it is open land as of now, but the video which you have shown is around 3,000 square feet indoor facility, wherein we have built up some startup incubation spaces, and some workshops are being conducted. Few ready startups also are working on their small projects. But as far as the bigger facility is concerned, we are yet to come up, and it is going to be one of the landmark in north, wherein all the Punjab, Haryana, Himachal, Rajasthan, UP, all these MP, so all these regions are going to utilize this one of its kind of facility. So we would like to hear something from you also, and more participation. I think expression of interest we have already floated, and the closing last date of expression of interest is 31st of March. So in case anyone is interested in participating in this expression of interest, this is basically the design, how should we design this facility, and later on we will build up, so the execution will also happen. So in case anyone interested, he can participate into it. So this is a upskilling kind of skill and development program which we have done for border security forces last year. So we conducted around 10 days program for them, because there are some border threats. The drones were coming from Pakistan and Nepal and other Bangladesh. So how to tap these drones collectively, and how we understand whether the drone which is actually being fallen off on the ground, so how we can make use of it by our own forces, and how to identify that whether it is coming from, whether it is a spy drone or it's a monitoring drone or surveillance drone. So all these things are being taught to BSF forces and their candidates in 10 days program. So we are conducting Robocon, DD Robocon, it's sponsored by Doordarshan. Every year we are conducting this program in Tyagaraja Stadium in New Delhi, and more than 40 or 50 engineering colleges all across India are participating. And it's a very beautiful event. More than around 3,000 to 4,000 students are participating into it, and we identify, we shortlist. There are certain ideas being given. Let's say हमारे यहाँ पिट्ठू कहते हैं उसको. So पिट्ठू वाला गेम है, या रोबोटिक्स का एक परफॉर्मेंस है, उसके ऊपर कोई गेम है. तो एक थीम के बेसिस पे we give this kind of idea, and every students or team is actually working on it. And the idea is not the individual performance. Idea is how students can collaborate with each other and execute one of the desired tasks, and how beautifully they work. You can showcase some of the videos on YouTube as well as on these links on IHFC, and you can see how these teams are participating and students are collaborating. So we are not sticking to ourselves to the adults training or this thing. We are starting from, class 9, 10, 11, 12 also. We conducted some skill development courses for robotic and artificial intelligence for central board and for Delhi government SOSC schools also. We are starting with coding courses and robotic and automation courses. We conducted a drone robotic league also, and in this, I think this is a picture, very beautiful picture. I think it was an event of its own. I think more than 300 schools of Delhi, participated into it. Out of that, I think some 180 have been shortlisted, and this is an event where you can see students in the storm kind of situation. I mean, everywhere there were students. So I think you can see how the students are filled up the whole stadium, and I mean how diligently they are working on their object, how the robot is picking up the ball, and you can see the Chief Minister from Delhi also in this, our professor from IIT Delhi, our project director also. So they facilitated these teams before participation, how this needs to be done, how the task needs to be performed, what are the rules and regulations. So more than 180 schools participated into it, and we invited the finalists also in IHFC as well as IIT Delhi for giving them a walkthrough of IIT facilities and our labs and these medical robotics center, and I mean they are given walkthrough of all these facilities. In international collaboration, we work with some of the projects with National Science and Foundation. We went to Japan along with our startup for their more and more participation, so that our technology can also be sold outside India. So we participated with our 3 or 4 startups. We went to Fukushima also to get an idea how drone testing facility should be developed in India on certain grounds which are important for these regulators and for the manufacturers and component manufacturers. Yeah, so this is the, overall IHFC, and I talked about MCC, I talked about DTP. So thank you so much for this session and attending it. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you so very much, sir, for the presentation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have an elaborate panel discussion of the very subject, which is by iHub Foundation for Cobotics. And to also moderate the session, may I please invite on stage Mr. Ashutosh Dutt Sharma. Well, he is the Chief Executive Officer, CEO of IHFC, which is a Technology Innovation Hub of IIT Delhi. He has been entrusted with defining and creation of an ecosystem for development of collaborative robotics in India in line with the vision of DST, Ministry of Science and Technology, Government of India. He is moderating the session. A very good morning to you, sir. Well, I would also like to welcome on stage our first panelist, ladies and gentlemen, with a huge round of applause. Please welcome Dr. Sohan Suvarna. He is the Vice President R&D at Airbotics Technology. He obtained his PhD jointly in Aerospace Engineering from the Indian Institute of Technology, Bombay, India, and Monash University, Australia, in the design and development of autonomous airships. He has worked on unmanned aerial vehicles since 2009. His research interests include system dynamics, modeling, design optimization, control architecture, design and path planning for unmanned systems. He has published several peer-reviewed research articles in both international and national conferences and journals. He has also delivered several talks and lectures in both international and national events. A hearty welcome and good morning to you. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Well, now I would like to welcome on stage Sri Rajendra Jaina with a huge round of applause. Please welcome, sir, on stage. Mr. Rajendra Jaina, sir, is the Chief Geomatics Officer, Nectar DST, Government of India, with an experience of 15 years working as a surveyor, automated cartographer in Military Survey Directorate of India. and digital mapping, remote sensing, image processing, and database management course from Survey of India, Hyderabad, with 3 months field survey training as well. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome sir on stage with a huge round of applause. Good morning and welcome, sir. I once again request Mr. Narendra Gaur, sir, to please join us on stage. I also request Professor P.K. Das, sir, to please join us on stage. He's the Head Center for Drone Technology and Processor of CSA Department, IIT Guwahati. I also request Professor Santosh Dwivedi, sir, to please join us on stage. Okay, I request you, sir, to please join us on stage. Mr. Narendra Gaur, sir, I kindly request you as well to moderate the session. Well, it is an humble request, Narendra Gaur, sir. I kindly request you to please felicitate all our guests this morning with a Gamusa, a pride of Assam. I kindly request you, sir, to please felicitate all our panelists with us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, our first panel discussion for the day by iHub Foundation for Cobotics.
Hello, yeah. So as I said that we are building one facility which is Drone Technology Park at Sonipat. So our panel discussion is regarding how should we develop this facility, what should be the components we should inbuild, and how this ecosystem is going to help the larger ecosystem of manufacturers as well as the component manufacturer, and how this technology, which is drone technology, can take a different kind of shape in next 3 years or 5 years to come. So I would like to start my question from Dr. Sohan. So Dr. Sohan, I mean, this kind of facility is, we could not see as on date in India, the drone technology park, and with that aim which we are developing. So how this facility should come up, and what should be the focus area we should take into consideration while building this facility?
Thank you, sir, for the question. So you have already mentioned that there would be a flying area which is away from the red zone, which is one of the very critical points that we face. Flying, because most of the startups, most of the companies that work on drones and other sectors, they have this difficulty wherein there is no place for them to fly in a green zone. So there are different zones for the audience. A green zone is where you can fly, red being not a good space for flying as per the civil regulations, civil aviation regulations. So that is one of the key points that is required. So that is a very good initiative, I would say, providing that green zone area for flying drones. Apart from that, one other thing is also in terms of how do we reach that facility? Because most companies, most startups, they are more centrally located. It could be maybe in Delhi, Gurgaon, or it could be in Bangalore, or places like that. So doing a trial, it's kind of like a week-long or sometimes even months-long experience or trials. So during that scenario, it would also be beneficial to have some kind of a staying space for people, which can also be in a paper day model. But that gives the, some kind of flexibility for the people who are doing trials there. So they can come with their setup, they can stay overnight, they can stay for as long as it is required. Apart from that, one other thing is also in terms of the storage spaces, because most drones, sometimes they are smaller, they can be accommodated in a room, but sometimes they are much larger depending on what is the end use case. It could be very large as well. So if you have seen the kind of drones that we work on, it's usually large. So in terms of storage also, it is something which is required. So maybe something like an open shed, which is also gated, is also one very important thing. Apart from that, the usual, which is prototyping resources like laser cutting machines or 3D printing machines, and some high-end equipment which could be in a shared model between entrepreneurs or researchers who want to do research, is something that can add a lot of value to this. So that's my opinion on it, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. Any comments on setting up the runway apart from this green zone? Though the facility in green zone is good, but do you have any idea how should we build up some runways on this runway for bigger drones or VTOLs or non-VTOLs? So how, I mean, what should be the configuration of those runways, whether it is important or not?
So when we talk about runways, it is mostly important when we are talking about fixed wing kind of drones, because that's where, or VTOL, or VTOL is also fine. So fixed wing kind of a plane is where you would require that kind of a runway, which is at a long stretch. Now that depends on entirely on the size of the drone that is available. So what I would suggest is to have a runway to maximizing the area or the length of that runway, because that way you will be able to accommodate as many bigger drones as possible. So that is one way we can look at runway. But when we talk about multi-rotors or VTOL or even airships for that matter, they don't usually require the runway facility. So it is the target research group that has to be looked at before deciding what should be the length of the runway.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Yeah, my next question is to Professor Das.
Yes, please.
Sir, I think recently IIT Guwahati got the license for RPTO, and they are building some, trainings on licensing these pilots. So how do you see this facility is going to can be utilized by the people in Northeast, number one, and second is if you can throw some ideas that these are the facilities which you are not developing, which can be developed in DTP in Sonipat, so that they can complement each other rather than duplication. So just give your ideas on that.
Thank you. The first part of the question is that I would just like to put forth that we have recently been given the authorization to fly drones in the red zone area. After a lot of working out, it took almost 14 months to get all the papers in order. And we have now an RPTO housed inside the IIT Guwahati campus. And we are authorized to fly simultaneously 9 drones. So a lot of space has been appropriately allocated within playfields and outside also, safely flying drones in those areas. So with that, we will be in a position to train pilots, like budding pilots, drone pilots, fly the medium category drones, which are up to 50 kilos. So the small category is up to 25 kilos. So 50 kilos drones, mainly meant for agriculture use. So this is where the start part of it is there. And this is partnered with a private firm called EduRaid. They are helping and they are actually doing most of the trainings. We are facilitating the place actually. So this is the first part of the question. Now, this will help to develop an ecosystem where drone flying will reach masses. People will know the regulations. Students will know how to safely fly drones, use the drones in an appropriate manner, as we just pointed out, red zone, yellow zone, and green zone, and the height, how much they can fly, and things like that. Apart from that, what I see here is that the use cases. Just flying drones is not enough. So when you actually have to fly in certain demanding situations or situations which are difficult, then specialized training is required. So that may be difficult situations like, high moisture area, or areas where, you need high endurance, where you need to fly a long way, which is beyond the line of sight. So, new regulations come in. So how do you sort of, manage to fly in those kind of situations with the authorities in tow? So things like that, these are the things that we will be focusing on subsequently. So one part is the training of pilots, the other part is the specialized training for specific situations.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Das. Now, I'll come back to your long endurance part, which I will address to Dr. Sohn later. But I'll just bring to my next question to Dr. Jaina. Dr. Jaina, I think we have the facility where we are also, giving skills training in drones. And the RPTO is also close by in IIT Guwahati. So how do you see that, the students or the people who are actually going to get the training, they are, it can be finally stitched from training to employment. This is a very big challenge for the people who will be learning those roles. So they will definitely want to stitch this with their employment or with some engagements. So how do you see this? And in case some efforts are required, what kind of efforts which are important to be put in?
Thank you, Dr. Gaur. Yeah, this requirement of drones not only restricted to flying and opening RPTOs, but we have to create applications. So Nectar is working towards the creation of applications. For example, collection of drone images and processing them in a photogrammetry way to having different kind of products. That should be also taught to the students, the aspirants, and that should be outreached basically, how these drones can be used, not only the traditional way of thinking that they should be used only for surveillance or any kind of video capture, but there are a lot of applications in the mapping sector that we can utilize, or we can plan for training in different institutions, not only Nectar, in collaboration with other institutions. So these applications should be realized by the students. Then they will realize that, yeah, nearby the RPTO is there. Of course, in Guwahati, IIT Delhi, IIT Guwahati is one key point of generating pilots, but Amtron also has one good facility, and they are giving trainings, making pilots, and we are also in the process of same. But yeah, in the same area or proximity, we have institution to get the pilot trained, but we have to create some kind of utilization of these pilots locally so that they can get into the real industry applications. For example, we have covered around 716 villages under Swamipta project. And by taking these projects, we have engaged around 25 resources here in Northeast to process the data. Of course, the collecting the data is one factor, and then process those data into the outputs designed by the Survey of India under Swamipta. And also, this data can also be housed for other different applications. And we are also in the process of getting big projects from Oil India also recently. So Oil India is interested to get the strip map of the pipelines, where whatever laid in the northeastern region. So these are the applications we are supposed to create so that these institutes will always be engaged with students, and they will get the enough candidates, and there will be the capital investment done in this institution should be utilized properly, optimized, and the pilots can also get good amount of industry work or application of drone activity. So in this respect, the government, maybe state government, and other stakeholders, those who are creating industry application projects, that also those also need to be framed or make stake of this activity. And I hope during the course of this, like maybe this conclave is one good platform that this message through different platform will reach to the different departments, so that they can realize that drones is the one of the way that they can do surveying, mapping, and other application areas, specifically looking at the terrain condition in Northeast. So that industry projects and creation and feeling that, yeah, it is the right time that we should use the drone application projects. So that is the basically we have to do, so that it will be a like cascading activities from the institutional level as well as to the industry level. So that's my view. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jaina. And I think rightly said that more application will lead to more revenues of employment and more industry connects with the requirement. So thank you so much, Mr. Jaina. Now my next question to Ashutosh is, I think there are, IHFC is doing good in collaboration, like they have opened a center in Guwahati, then we have good collaboration with IIT Guwahati, and then we are thinking about the drone technology park at Sonipat. So how these touch points and these various center of excellences can be taken advantage by the manufacturer and the startups, because the distance is also a killer. For example, a person in Delhi, how he can utilize the facility of Guwahati. Similarly, the Guwahati person, how he can utilize the facility of New Delhi or Sonipat. So how, what kind of system you are envisaging these center of excellences should be, and how these startups should be able to utilize them efficiently?
Thanks, Naren, for the question. Thanks for the question, Narendra. Before I start answering, I think I would like to share with you the kind of plans that we have. Maybe I'll take a couple of minutes on that. So as of now, when we talk about our drone technology park, the kind of space that we have an already built almost 3,000 square feet space, which is being utilized for training and some indoor testing. We have got close to about 7,000 square feet space, which is allocated in one of the DST projects. So there is a DST project called Sathi, which is targeted towards creating sophisticated and analytical tools. And there is some bit of a, that particular sort of a mandate we are trying to utilize to enrich our drone technology park concept. So I think that particular space, we would have a lot of manufacturing facilities, something that we envisage. Apart from that, we have a 200 meter by 200 meter open space, wherein we were talking about building that airstrip, Soham, you talked about that, and a lot of other facilities which you can't put in-house. So I think this is the kind of facility which we want to build. But a larger question that comes to us is, what is there in it for all the people in the ecosystem around us? And maybe Narendra, once I finish my answer, maybe we should try and involve our audience as well. I'm sure there are a lot of drone enthusiasts sitting in our audience. They would have certain ideas of how a facility should be, how is a facility that can help realize their vision. I think maybe as a next round, if all the panelists allow, we can allow our audience to also participate here as a part of that. So when we talk about collaboration, I think Professor Das is here, who heads the Center for Drone Technology in IIT Guwahati. I was talking to him on the sidelines. They have an RPTO as well. Now, if we see some of the like-minded institutes, some of the like-minded organizations across the country, we can always build that synergy. For example, I was again discussing with him only that Northeast is one area wherein application of drones is something which can make the maximum impact. Now, if with the facility that we are trying to build in Sonipat, we are able to sort of complement what they are trying to build here as a part of their drone technology center. We are able to complement the R&D work that they are doing as a part of their endeavors here. It'll be an amazing impact for, for example, the Northeast region. And at the same time, since I come from a sales and marketing background, and what I always feel is that the need of the customer is which is supposed to be met first. And that's the reason I feel that the entire audience, the students community, the startup community, the government, the academia, everyone needs to come together. They need to say, that this is what helps them. This is what they look forward to from that entity. And when we are trying to build this, it's going to take time. So we would need that continuous engagement with them. We would need that continuous input to come from them. And I would request all the drone enthusiasts sitting in the audience also to come up today, as well as in the coming course of time, to talk about that and help us align to what will be required for them as an end user to get benefited and make that impact. Because what I feel is that it's not us, as an academy or a technology innovation hub or a department of science and technology who makes an impact on the society. It's the users. It's the organizations who are utilizing that technology. They make an impact. So that's what I would like to say, Narendra. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashutosh. My next question to Professor Das is, since you mentioned that the RPTO, you are involving some third party and basically kind of outsourcing of the RPTO. What do you think that this development of drone ecosystem and how the outsourcing of some of the facility will work out? Whether it is, what kind of contribution this outsourcing is going to give, if in case we also outsource some of the activity in Sonipat Drone Technology Park development. So how the third party involvement is going to benefit you? So please throw some light on that.
Actually, I'll give you a detail of how the Center for Drone Technology came up in the first place. Okay, so this will set the backdrop, and then what things followed after that. So initially we started off thinking about a drone hub in the Northeast, and then we came about an idea of why don't we have an R&D center in the institute itself. So the whole institute supported that, and then we started off with a PhD program in drone technology. So this is already in place. The second cycle of advertisements are already out. So this is how we started, and subsequently we will again take up the MTech program in drone technology. So this part is the skill development in terms of focused approach. Okay, so a PhD program and an MTech program. But then again, once again, the actual requirement is not just the higher education part. You need people to fly drones, solve problems. They lead to more challenges which needs to be solved again. This is how the whole ecosystem works. So taking that in view, we required the basic training for drones, which of course we couldn't do. Let us be very blunt about it. So we sort of contacted the EduRed people, and they were already training people in Amtron. So slowly the whole thing evolved, and we have now RPTO inside IIT Guwahati. Now that is very useful for us. The basic education part, the understanding, the rules and regulations, these are taken up in the RPTO. And then we can take up research problems of the data analysis, path planning, the optimization parts and things like that, that we can take up separately. We have a team of 10 people, 10 faculty members from diverse departments, and we form a team which is the center now. So any problems with sensors, any problems with algorithms, I'm from computer science side, so data structures, optimization, all these things are taken up by different people. Even humanities people are involved in this. So that is how it works out. It's a synergy. I normally take this as an example in a classroom, that when you look at a watch, every gear is important. So we might be the spring sometimes, but all gears are important. So everything has to perform. So every aspect of it, the third party, the outside party, sometimes more costs are involved. We have to absorb that. And then
good input, and I think wherever you think that some of the data points which are required by your R&D center, and in case RPTO and the third party can help you accumulating those data points so that researchers can focus on their research rather than, collection of the data. And they can get some clear data kind of thing so that algorithm and all these validation can also be done properly. I think good input. So coming back to my old question on the long endurance. So Dr. Sohan, you are part of the industry or startup, I would say. How do you see that? I mean, there are many more things. Long endurance means the battery management system, then testing of propeller, or I think your model of drones for the long endurance is different. But coming to the context of drone technology park, there are various components on which we should focus upon. Like battery management system is one, then testing of propeller, then component manufacturing, then design and development of the frames, then your payloads kind of thing, then flight controller. So there are various components. So which are the things we should come up with first? I mean, must have kind of a thing in our drone technology park. We should start from the beginning. I mean, the first investment should go into that direction so that more and more people can participate and more people can use them. So what are those facilities from the industry point of view? Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for the question. So I think the primary requirement that is needed would be, as I mentioned, a manufacturing unit, kind of like a workshop, a basic workshop, which people can do metal working. Maybe if they're making aluminium drones, drones which have the frame from aluminium, so that kind of drones can be made in a workshop as well. You would need 3D printers, laser cutting machines. Apart from that, very often you also require to do carbon machining, carbon fiber machining, because typically whenever you have to make a drone, the first cut you would never cast out of a carbon fiber model. It is usually outsourced to some place wherein they would make these carbon fiber frames and give it to you. So that is one thing that could be incorporated, but perhaps that could also be incorporated in a later stage, because there are many third-party vendors who could support you in this. The next important thing would be the measuring the thrust. So because this is a very important, crucial part, because every gram matters. So identifying the right motors, the right combination of what motor to use with what propeller, that is another thing. So thrust stand is not a very expensive setup, but it's a very essential setup. So you need to have a kind of range wherein you can also work on nano drones, which are sub 250, and you can also have a thrust stand which is going up towards 50 kgs of load as well. So that kind of a setup is also required. And most importantly, which you have already covered, is the testing facility, because more often than not, we are usually on the ground, because testing is where we identify, okay, there is a problem here, there's going to be an issue here. So all of these realization comes when we are doing actual trials. Many multiple runs, we identify, okay, there is a bug in the code, and that's the kind of infrastructure that would be required. And not very expensive, not very exhaustive, but the primary would be basic these things that I mentioned.
So the basic facilities are sometimes, common facilities with like 3D printer and all these basic facilities, which are still part of our, IIT labs and any educational system has. So is there any unique facility which is not available, any one or two facility which is not available and can be utilized in a more optimal manner, which is not very high capex intensive also? What are the one or two those facilities we should, focus upon?
Okay, so one of the things that I usually see that are not there present, because of the cost factor, is an oscilloscope. It's a very simple tool. People usually use multimeters and they identify, okay, this is where there is a connectivity, or there is a short in the circuit and so forth. But more often than not, oscilloscopes, very high-end oscilloscopes. These kind of oscilloscopes are required because when when you have to see what signals is your flight controller giving out, to analyze that particular thing, oscilloscope would tell you, okay, I am getting the right kind of signal here. It's a way to visualize for me, because it makes my life easier as a drone testing person to see, okay, the code that I have written is generating this particular signal. So most startups or most industry, they usually do not go for this, because rather they would go with the brute force method, testing, okay, whether I'm getting the correct response or not. which can also be, in a way that sometimes the drone crashes if you have not tested it very well. So that can be avoided. So that is one facility I think would be essential. Apart from that, I think you can also have a closed area testing setup. A covered setup, yes. Yes.
That I feel is mandatory.
Yes, yes, I agree with you.
The weather doesn't always allow you to test. So
Yes.
in a place like Assam, most of the time it rains. So you cannot really fly outside. So you require a sort of a garage, as I would call it, with a high ceiling, hanger kind of thing, where you can fly your drones actually, and then test them.
Yeah.
We tie them up and test them actually. Okay.
So I remember when I was doing my PhD, I had to test some small drones as well. So what we used to do is this was in Monash, Melbourne. So we used to hire these containers, and on one side we had a net, and inside that, we were trying to simulate how you could, navigate a drone in a constrained environment, which is like a tunnel. So how do you simulate that? So that kind of a setup where you have a net, a safety net, even if the drone crashes, it doesn't go outside the boundary. So that kind of a setup can also be thought of.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'll put one question to the audience. Kritika is there. So one question I would like to put, she can think of, and I'll go to her maybe after this question. She can think about the simulation contribution. I mean simulators, flying simulators. How, currently I see all these simulators are imported ones as of now. So what can be the Indian contribution in development of those simulators, and why drone simulators are important? I mean, should it be indigenous or should it not be indigenous, and what kind of level it should be done? So one question, I mean, if you can revert.
Yes, thank you, sir. So basically, simulator is very important for the pilots to get trained, because if a person is directly getting trained on the drone, they have high probability of crashing the drone. So if you see, even according to DGCA regulation, a person must be trained in simulator first for certain hours, and then only he can go for the direct flying. So that's how simulator is basically important. And even during the process of getting a certificate as drone pilot, they should perform certain tests in this simulator. Only if they qualify that, they can go for the direct flying test. So that's make the simulator very important, and it also gives everyone the right to fly a drone instead of facing some legal issues or complexity. When you go for a physical drone, we have to know about the zones properly, like your green zone, red zone, and yellow zone. But if it is a simulator, inside an indoor environment, anybody can learn drone flying very easily. And to the question why it is mostly imported or being outsourced from anywhere else.
Should it be developed in-house like DTP, some facility?
Definitely.
So what kind of facilities are required for any startup to to develop these simulations?
So as
tools?
of now, there are certain simulators which helps in understanding assembly of drone, which is made in India. But we don't have any flying simulators which is in India. In fact, not even, you have only totally 10 simulators around the world. You don't even have more than 10 simulators for drone. Some are for FPV drones, some are for fixed wing UAVs, some are for your autonomous drones and all that. So it should be developed by, it can be developed by any app developer who works on this website creation and all that. IT people can definitely work on it. It's like animation, but you have to control the object which is there in the screen using a controller.
So you are saying the current simulators which are available from outside, let's not focus upon that. We can think about some new simulation which can be more indigenous and can bring more ease to the pilots to fly their drones, and maybe some other some other kind of simulations exercises which can be done for the component manufacturer or something like that, because they have to test their equipment time to time.
Yes.
So those testing simulators can also be built in.
Yes.
Okay. So in DTP, what kind of people who would be in who will be developing, only the software developers or some
so they require
category?
the inputs from, of course, some drone engineers and pilots. Apart from that, it is purely related to software development. It's like developing a game to be.
Okay. So my next question to Mr. Jaina and Ashutosh, that since we have, yeah, and you talked about the applications. So we have, during our discussion and brainstorming session, one of the requirement came in that why, not why, and we are thinking about flying drones, why not underwater drones also? So do you think that underwater drone facility is also one of the key facilities which should be part of the drone technology park, or the similar kind of facility which can be built in maybe in Northeast in Nectar, in one of the facility? So, and how these underwater drone facility can be useful for creating a one of its kind facility which can contribute and complement the DTP itself. So the first, I think Ashutosh, you can revert.
Thank you. So as I mentioned earlier, Narendra, that maybe this answer needs to come from all the drone enthusiasts. So maybe this question, I'll take to the entire audience here. How many of you are interested in drones, or I should consider you as a drone enthusiast? Any one of you? You may raise your hand. Okay, few of you. What, according to you, is an idea of a facility which can help you realize your dream? So I think this is something that we would like to hear from you. So Narendra talked about underground facility for drones, but I think this is underwater facility from drones. But there are many such examples. I think the team visited the Fukushima Robotics Test Center. There were different facilities. But I think if we know this is what is useful for our society, this is something which we can help build for betterment of the society, that is the most useful thing. And that's the reason some drone enthusiasts, some drone startups, I'm sure Professor Das, he interacts with a lot of students who want to build drone startups. Soham himself is a part of drone startup. I think these guys are the ones who should come out with these requirements. So anyone, would you one of you would like to share your thoughts as to what will help you realize your dream, if there is some facility around drone development, drone technology that has to be built by a technology innovation hub? Sir, can I share the mic?
Yeah, mic please.
I'm Professor Ganesan from Vellore Institute of Technology, Vellore. My question is, or my thought is, now people are talking about, autonomous vehicle, limited way. When you consider the challenges in an autonomous vehicle, especially driving in a country like in India, where there is a load and road is a problem. Whereas in a drone, when you make it, autonomous, right? There are a lot of industrial application you can make it, especially for logistics. Instead of going into a critical application where you are talking of training pilots, people, and so on, if you focus more on, like non-critical applications where things like, logistics, supply chain management, and inside the industry when you want to move the materials, etc., and so on, using autonomous technology, I think with the kind of, the blockage that you have, for drones, it is not as much as you have on road. So because you are flying on the, air, so I'm not seeing, chaotic, animal or human crossing and so on. So I think with the kind of technology that is available, if you focus more on logistic-based applications for autonomous, it may be easy. That is my understanding.
Thank you so much. I think this is, one of the answers, I think.
Hello. Yeah, rightly said that we should always get the interest from the user segment, basically. One example I can say, in Sohora, there are a lot of villages having their residence in the valley, deep valley. When you go to the Sohora in Cherrapunji area, you can see the villagers commute their items, they themselves climb to the up and traveling towards Shillong and all. So there is a huge kind of efforts. Himself, they come. But they also carry bay leaves. There are a lot of potential zones are there in that area. They carry a huge bag of bay leaves because they're supposed to market them in the upland. So there should be some kind of development that they should use some kind of drones so that it can have some capacity of payload to carry the bay leaf packets. So that will give a huge benefit to that community. because that difficulty level, if you reduce from the users or from the applications, then that will be helpful basically. So of course, logistic, the one of the application that it's greatly the drone community is working, the startup is working. They have developed lot of logistic developments. And coming to the underwater, that yeah, that is far distance. I mean, far. It is not right that we should think underwater, but the surface to surface basically has a lot of application to work. And coming to the like request from your side, I know you will be very hard to make a proposal. If you make a proposal, good proposal, startup proposal, or maybe research proposal, or maybe kind of development proposals from your side, then there are organizations is ready to fund. And the funds, most of the funds are not utilized still. The government has dedicated whatever funds. So what I request to those, you all, the community here, you should write your proposals, not raising hand, not questioning, basically. So how to write a proposal? What are the components, basically techno-financial proposals, basically. What is the technical aspects of the proposal? What are the finance part of the proposal? That is very important from your side, maybe young, as a young student. You start learning that. So that if you write a good proposal, Nectar is ready to fund. IHFC is ready to fund. You have to create or embed applications to that. So that is important. So that's why the user community is very, very important. You have to urge your application, urge your difficulties and solutions also. Of course, there are a lot of experts available in India that they can provide solutions. They are working in institutional level, they are working in different kind of research level. They will help you. But you have to come up with some kind of black and white proposals with all technical and financial details. That will be, I think, enhance and create different domain of applications, and it will be benefit to the society or benefit to the real-time difficulties that drone technology is supposed to solve. So that is my view, basically.
Thank you, Mr. Jaina, for these elevated thoughts, and thank you, Ashutosh. So before closing down this panel discussion, I would like to take 2 or 3 questions from the audience in case anyone has.
Good morning, gentlemen. I am Vinayak Bharadwaj. I'm a CSE undergrad here in Assam. So regarding, recently a question was put regarding the drone simulation technology. And it is very well said that in the physical world, the drone pilots has to know a lot about the red zones, yellow zones, and green zones, of course. And while in simulation, that can be tackled. Whereas the simulation technology is quite expensive and we don't have such technology currently in India. But I think there might be a proposal. It's just that I came up with just very recently. I just thought about it. Why can't we use mixed reality? Because it's an emerging technology. Of course, we know that it can be said as AR, VR. Why can't we use that? Because if we think about that, mixed reality can be a form of simulation as well, because we will be able to simulate all of the technical details of how to fly a drone for training, and while knowing exactly how a drone pilot should be maintaining his drone training in the red zones, yellow zones, and green zones, because a mixed reality headset will give him the physical world applied to his simulation as well. So I think mixed reality could be a future in drone simulation technologies as well. I think it's underdeveloped currently, but we should be focusing on that as well.
Your question, what is your question?
My question, it's instead of being a question, I just had this
views.
Yes,
okay.
I had this view.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a second question.
Sir, hi sir. Hi, my name is Nipu Das. So basically my question is talking about the drones, how efficient if we build a eco-friendly drone that could be recycle as well, and it also be a cost cutting for drones as well for B2B markets or other sector of the industry. So give thoughts on that. How can we build a recyclable drones as well?
Okay. So Dr. Sohan, would you like to take this question?
So when you talk about recyclable drones, do you mean Do you mean plastic drones? Because how do you define recyclable drones?
So, sir, earlier in my school days, I have built a recyclable drone using ice cream sticks. When I mean to say recyclable, it means woodens as well as some eco-friendly materials as well.
So yesterday I met one gentleman. He was with I think doctor Dr. Avinav. Yeah. So he is actually working on bamboo-based drone frames. Okay. So one of the important things that you need to consider is from the point of view of the user or the customer, right? So if you make something, let's say with ice cream sticks or so forth, that drone is something that crashes very often, right? So you have to think about that, like how often is the customer or the user ready to change that frame, because that again is an expense to him, again is a time consuming task for him. So one of the important things that you need to consider is the user's point of view, right? And with that, I think even bamboo, I think Jenna sir would be able to say add much more value about the bamboo-based frame for the drone.
I think it's recycle means there are many components of drones. I think this, especially the battery. So battery recycling is a real challenge for everyone, right? So the frames are very lightweight. It can be of any material, but I think battery is, because those are the critical factors on which the longevity and the endurance is being designed. And the more is the endurance, the more is the heavyweight battery. So how to dispose of, how to recycle those batteries. So I think it's not a question related to drones, but the battery manufacturers also, whether lithium-ion batteries or other batteries, how the recycling needs to be done. So that's its only different question rather than it's a drone related. So yeah, but we can take some comments in case from Mr. Jain or Ashutosh.
I think the idea is great. Keep up with the idea. You are the one who should come out with a solution for this, right? So Narendra talked about the battery. Why not have a solar battery, which is a recyclable panel or a eco-friendly panel, right? So work on that, and as Mr. Jaina also suggested, submit a proposal. But see, the essence of a drone is not only eco-friendly. That's a peripheral, ask that you are looking forward to. If it is able to fulfill its basic requirement of being a drone, and it is eco-friendly, everyone would love it, right? So keep that in mind.
Yeah, I think you have to go for the simple thought, not like everybody is talking about the environment and recycling waste to wealth. But that is way. Some aspects can be taken into that. But for drone, so far as, because lot of electronics and the object is basically to be operated remotely. So there are a lot of trust is required between you as a pilot, remote, and as the aerial object. So that type of trust you have to build through only electronics. Okay. So for that, the concept of recycle is again far out of the box thought. But you just go for the simple, that how you can fulfill the demand of the market basically. Still, there is a lot of gap. The normal application, whatever developed in the R&D and the type of drones, these are not being manufactured, or these are not being processed to the next level. So you just, as a young, maybe as a startup proposal, or maybe as a concept to the Technology Institute, you can share your thoughts. Then only the level will increase, I think. Thank you.
Yeah, we can take last question. Behind you.
So good morning, everyone. This is Prithvish Devnath. So my question is that how far is India from using drone as a tool for last mile delivery?
Mr. Das, would you like to take this question?
Well, you see, India is a very big country.
Yes.
First, accept it. The second part is, where have we reached in terms of without drones? That means, if you look at the medical sector, I'll take an example from here. the last mile we might say is the PHC, the primary health center.
Yes.
Okay. Now beyond that, there are villages, there are places, there may be non-roads also. Okay. Now if you want to bring some services to the remotest part of the in a country where there are hardly any roads around, those are fertile places where drones can be used. Okay. So these are pockets and places where the focus has to be. Okay, so now you cannot just start suddenly, I will do this. So it has to be very systematically taken up, and I believe in the process of bottom-up integration. Start off with the problem at hand and then develop the solution, rather than having all the technology and boiling it into a solution and then bringing it somewhere, where the adjustments have to be very, very high. So if you look at the actual problem, I am a patient, I require these 4 medicines, my blood has to be tested, these are the samples. Now help me. How would you go about it? So this is where the technology has to come in. So you can understand 20 use cases, 20 samples to be brought to the PHC, where if you take a vehicle, it will take 6 hours, the samples would go bad. So what is the possible solution now? Drones. You don't have so now cost is not a factor anymore.
Yes.
You cannot bring the samples in any case. So this is where the target application has to work out. Now point to point, you cannot just have a generic problem. There might be rains on the way. Okay, there may be so many other things. You might be in a border area, 25 kilometers, you cannot fly drones next to the border. So all these regulations have to be taken into account. You have to talk to the army people. You have to get a corridor made where I can fly drones during that time interval. Nobody will object. So all these things put together, you have an ecosystem. So this one point at a time, one problem at a time, we have to take. This is how it will work out. So there is no generic solution for it. For this is a medical case. You might have other logistics issues.
Yes.
Issues of moving medicines to border places once again. So there are lots of issues there. So one thing at a time you have to take up. So that is how it is.
Thank you. So we can take just last question from the back side. Yeah. Okay.
Hello, sir. My question is, you mentioned about this underwater facility. So we are a deep tech startup working underwater vehicles. So do you have any facility, or are you planning any such? Would you like to?
We would like to hear something from you. What kind of facilities you require to test your prototypes or something like that, which can be facilitated or imbibed or can be attached with the facilities like drone technology park.
So when you talk about underwater, a lot of things come into the pressure. Then for deep sea, the geothermal gradient, all those things.
Where are you testing your facility? Are you using any such facility as of
Yeah, we are developing some propulsion systems for underwater. We are currently at IIT Guwahati, but we are developing one test bed for us, but it's a small one. But we would like to have some, like if there is some facility, then it will be helpful for us.
So we would like to have your more ideas and what kind of dimension of those facility, what should be the depth, pressure and all that. So what should be the sensing facility so that the movement of the vehicle throughout the channel can be monitored. So all these things are definitely required, and we would like to hear something from you.
Sure.
That this is what your requirement is, so that we can develop the facility accordingly. So in future, not only you, but the, like other manufacturers or other startups can also use that.
Definitely.
Thank you so much. So in the benefit of time, let's close down this session, and thank you, Professor Das, for giving the importance of the third party and the RPTO this thing. And Professor Sohan, who talked about must-have facilities, initially in the DTP. Thanks, Ashutosh, who has taken more, collaborative oriented approach in development the facility right from audience and from the other people. And thanks, Mr. Jaina, who focused upon the application-based employment, and more application can definitely generate more, employment in drones, and how the two facilities can collaborate with each other, and what is the importance and how they can complement each other. So thank you, and the proposal, of course. So more and more, better proposals in this line will definitely better off development of these facilities also, and give us more ideas to put more and more money and time into it. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Check. Well, a big thank you to the entire lot of panelists we have, I kindly request Narendra Gaur sir to please give away a small token of love and appreciation on behalf of Nectar. I kindly request the volunteers to please usher in. Can we have some applauses, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you. Well, thank you so very much. You may please take your respective seats. Thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, moving on ahead, we will now take you through a presentation on Jet Aerospace. And to take us through the presentation, may I please invite on stage Kritika Arish. She is the CEO of Jet Aerospace Drone Manufacturing Hub. Well, she's pursuing her doctorate degree in drones. She is a DGCA certified drone pilot with an experience of more than 7 years in the industry. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Kritika Aris on stage. Thank you.
So, good morning, everyone. I'm Kritika, CEO, Jet Aerospace Drone Manufacturing Hub. So, I first of all thank Nectar for inviting us to this conclave. It has been so wonderful this past 2 days that we have been experiencing many new technology. Also, I get a lot of contacts and collaborations from here. And I also thank IHFC for being our support and mentor for so long, without whom we would have not reached Northeast. So I'll just start my presentation. This is just a basic presentation on what is a drone, what are the rules and regulations we need to follow when you use a drone in India, and where we are using these drones as applications. So my first slide talks about what is the difference between the two terms UAV and a drone. So UAV is basically, the term is an acronym of Unmanned Aerial Vehicle. So from the term we can understand that any aerial vehicle or aerial object which is flying without human beings can be called as UAV, Unmanned Aerial Vehicle. And in UAV we have a specialized term called drone. So if a UAV is autonomous, intelligent, and it can perform certain operations without human interference, then we can call it a drone. When it is intelligent, it is a drone specifically, otherwise it is an unmanned aerial vehicle. So I have given like 3 pictures of different UAVs. First we have fixed wing UAV, and we have multi-rotor, and we have a hybrid VTOL in picture. So when you take a RC plane or a fixed wing UAV, it is nothing but, it looks like an aircraft and it is controlled by a remote. And when you go for drones, they can be looking like both RC plane as well as looking like a multi-rotor. So we'll have a deep introduction later, and we have a term called UAS, Unmanned Aerial System. So unmanned aerial system means it refers to both the ground control or the remote, any stations that you have for controlling the drone or UAV, as well as the aerial vehicle which is flying in air. So together we call them unmanned aerial system. So before going for flying a drone in India, so we first understand the 3 zones. So we have red zone, yellow zone, and green zone. So these zones we are talking about our sky, our airspace. We have split it into 3 zones. Red zone is area which is very critical or close to your airport, any army, defense base, any high security areas. So the sky or the airspace which is close to these airport or defense area. So you cannot fly a drone there without permission of Airport Authority of India. So that's called red zone. And you have yellow zone, which is an intermediate zone. You can get permission, you can fly for certain critical work or application. And you have green zone, which is free to fly zone. So you don't need anybody's permission, or there is no restriction to fly a drone in this green zone. So we totally have 3 zones. And you classify the drones based on their weight. So you have nano, micro, small, medium, and large. So now you have nano drones which is weighing less than 250 grams of weight is nano drone. And if the drone is weighing between 250 grams to 2 kg, it is micro. And if the drone is weighing more than 2 kg to 25 kg, it is small category. And if it is more than 25, between 150 kg, then it is a medium category drone. Greater than 150 kg, they are large category drones. So you need license for operating small and medium category drones in India. You should have license for the person who's operating, which is drone pilot license. You need permission from DGCA to fly it. And you also need registration of your drone under DGCA, and you get a unique identification number for operating them in India. So these are the airspace which I was talking about, green, red, and yellow zones. So you can get this information from digitalsky.dgca.gov.in. It is the government website, which has all the rules and regulations. We totally have like 55 rules to be followed under Drone Regulation 2021. So now there is something called launching system. I was explaining about fixed wing UAVs. So this fixed wing UAVs are nothing but aircraft-like structures again. So they need some additional systems whenever it is heavy for flying properly. So that is this launching system. So you have pneumatic catapult, where it is like a catapult mechanism actuated by pressurized air as actuator. And you have air launch, where you carry the UAV in an aircraft and launch it in the highest altitude that is possible. And you have jet assisted takeoff, rocket assisted takeoff, which is nothing but during the takeoff of the UAV, you have a small jet engine as a thruster or a rocket engine as a thruster. So that is your jet assisted takeoff and rocket assisted takeoff. You have runway launch. So runway launch is nothing but it launches and takes off just like your normal aircraft. You run on the runway and then you take off with the help of control surfaces and the system present in your UAV. So that is the runway launch. And then you have another type of takeoff which is called vertical takeoff. You see the drones will just take off vertically, land vertically. They don't require any runway space for taking off. They don't make ground run. So that is your vertical takeoff and landing. And you have hand launch. So if the drone is very small, you can just throw them and then you can pilot it with the help of your controller. So that is your hand launch. And you have drone hand launch. You just have to hold the drone and fly the drone from your hand. You don't need to throw it. But it is, since it is doing this vertical takeoff and landing, you don't need any surface. You can hold it in your hand and fly it from your hand. That is your drone hand launch. And you have finally parachute recovery. So parachute recovery is a recovery method, or it is for landing the UAV safely. So whenever you don't find a proper place for landing, you just stop the UAV from working, you eject parachute, you bring the UAV down safely without crashing the UAV. So that is your parachute recovery. So there is something called unique identification number. So when you get a type certificate for your drone, which means DGCA will test your drone, they certify that it is up to the quality which is expected for the industry. And when you register the drone with DGCA, you get a number from them, just like we register our car with your RTO. Similarly, so this UIN is very important. Only a drone which is type certified and which has a UIN number can be used for commercial applications. Apart from that, if you are using for education and research, they don't require this UIN number. But if you are using it for any revenue generating or commercial applications, then you require the UIN number for sure. And I'm just going to throw some light on applications which is recently evolving. So the first application will be deep learning. So you can use drones to analyze if there is any fights or there is any riot or some kind of random movement is happening in a big crowd. So your drone will automatically detect this and let the people know. It can be used for many police surveillance or any outside surveillance basically, for understanding the crowd's mentality and the situation. And again, this is also remote control, but if in this crowd anybody is affected due to some medical issues, that can be detected with the help of drones. That is the second application. And you have face detection drone. So face detection drones can be used in two ways. So normally for identifying any person who's missing, if you want to take attendance in this auditorium with a drone, you know, if a person you want to identify, you can do it. Or let's say if a criminal chase, a police, inspector or somebody from the police department needs to do, they can use. It can be used for multiple sectors, but the idea is understanding the face of a person and identifying the person with the help of drone. So this is a drone imagery based understanding of vehicles. So the red frame refers to heavy vehicles. The green frame is showing you the normal small vehicles. So if anybody wants to know in a large space, like how many heavy vehicles was going and how many small vehicles were operating, you can use this technology for it. There are package handling drones which can bring the package and give it in the warehouse. That can be like taken and ordered or kept in the shelf by robotic arms. There is drone for verifying the barcodes. So let's say if in a logistic a warehouse, you keep all the packages that needs to be dispatched to certain location in one place. So you can verify if the parcels are properly being placed in the appropriate shelves using barcode scanning. And you have fruit picking drone. So a drone can identify fruit based on color and it can pick it for us. So based on size and color both. This is your fruit picking drone. And we have robotic arm drone. So it's a general robotic arm. You can use it for grabbing any object which is present in ground or at some elevation. So that's your robotic arm based drone. And you have gesture mode. So instead of using remote controller or radio controller, you can use your hand gestures for controlling a drone. So that is my gesture control drone. So we use two technology. Either you wear a gloves or a band with all the sensors required for the movement. And you can also do it with bare hand with the help of infrared sensor. So it can capture the thermal image, and according to the movement of thermal image, your drone can be controlled. So this is like gas inspection. So you can do a visual inspection of gas pipelines and see leakages present at different points in your gas pipeline. And if any DNA needs to be collected at a very high altitude trees, then you can use drones for collecting the DNA of this high altitude or high height trees. So you even have nano drones which looks like insects. So this is size of a mosquito. In a high security area, a person who is under a high profile, if you want to take DNA of a person, it is possible with the help of such nano drones. And we have insect drones. Yes. So the insect drones is basically like dragonfly. So they use flapping wing technology, but at a very scalable, small size. And you have HVAC drones, where you use the drones in a cage for moving inside a narrow passage, which is basically like a duct or a pipe, so that if any damages in the wall in the pipe can be identified. And ground penetrating radar. So if you want to identify explosives, landmines, or any minerals that is underground, you can fit this GPRS to your drone and you can identify it. And swarm technology can be used again for two purposes, entertainment as well as defense. So in terms of entertainment, you see these light shows of a more number of drones flying together. In terms of defense, you can use it for mass attacking of any particular target. So that can also be done. So it is like basically 100 or thousands of drones working together for same purpose. That is your swarm technology. And space drones. So instead of using rovers in space environment, so there are some R&D going on to use drones to understand the spatial environment. An ambulance drone. So if a drone is having the medical kit which is required for treatment of any patient along with some audio video devices, it can be helpful as an emergency rescue operation. So they can go to the patient and they can help the patient immediately without any delay. We can save the life very fast. So that is this ambulance drone. So it's not first aid, we are going to deliver the actual remedy which is required for the person. And fire rescue, so whenever there is a fire scenario, you can detect who all are stuck inside fire, what is being damaged with the help of IR camera. Also, you can stop the fire by spraying some extinguishers, and you also have ball extinguishers which can be dropped on the fire. Industrial inspection, so you can inspect any structure as NDVI, non-destructive visual inspection, with the help of cameras fitted to your drones. Also, you can use drones for inspecting or let's say surveying, mapping, everything can be done from the drone in case of industry scenario. So disaster management and damage assessment, that also comes under surveying. So if any particular area is affected, you can measure the area's size as well as the intensity of the damage with the help of drones. Submarine operations. So you will be able to understand the underwater life or underwater scenario in any water bodies. So the drones are completely waterproofed and they can operate underwater. At the same time, this configuration is called coaxial drone or X8 configuration. You can take it off from water and fly it, and when you're flying, you can go inside the water also. It can be used amphibiously. And civil construction inspection site, you use a drone for understanding the construction site progress, whether the construction is going properly. And of course, agriculture crop spraying can be done with the help of your drones. So the drone autonomously sprays any liquid, which is fertilizer, pesticide, etc. over the crop. And seed dropping, so you can drop or sow seeds on your land with the help of drone. So this is actually accurate. You can build a dropping mechanism which can sprout the seeds for you. And gas leakage inspection. So the drones, again, this is with the help of sensor. So earlier we were picturizing it with the help of camera. So this is basically with the help of sensor, you understand what gas is leaking, how much is the gas intensity or percentage the leakage is present at that location. And you have forest research. So in a forest area, you can use IR cameras and identify the species of animal which is present in the area. So when you have a very dense forest, this will be very helpful. Aerially, you can monitor the forest very well. And climate monitoring, so you understand the climatic parameters like pressure, temperature, humidity in an area at different altitude. That is the use of keeping it in drone. So generally you have all the devices in ground, but when you carry it in a drone, you can do it at various altitude and at different places at the same time. And volcano monitoring. So you can monitor a volcano without any fatalities. You can understand whether the volcano is going to erupt or not. And you can create your plans for evacuating the population present near the volcano. Smart farming, you understand the crop's health. You understand the agriculture fields, status with the help of drone. So that is the use of your smart farming drone. And you have traffic accident analysis. So the drone will help you in analyzing the accident scenario, identifying the vehicle which caused the accident. In certain cases, it can be used as a traffic signal light also if it is damaged. You have railway track bed inspection, where a railway track can be inspected with the help of a drone. If any damage is found out, it can be just informed to the person who's piloting the drone, and they in turn can inform to department. You can also do power line inspection, which is checking the power lines. You do order delivery. So order delivery, it can deliver anything, medicine, package, even food can be delivered with the help of drone. So if you have any queries, anybody, you can ask me. Not on this, if you have anything related to drones. No? Okay, if there is no question, then I'll wrap up. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, a big thank you to you, Kritika ji. Well, I kindly request you to please stay back, Kritika ji. And I now request an official from Nectar, please join us on stage and do the honor by honoring Kritika ji for taking us through the aerospace presentation. A big thank you. Thank you so very much. I kindly request Nectar officials or the coordinators to please clear the stage for the next session. prepare the stage instead for the next session. Thank you.
A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can I hear your good morning there? Yeah? Can I feel the energy of the people present here? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so now I can feel the energy. Well, I'm Pragya Paramita, and I extend a warm welcome to all our guests who have joined us now. Well, today we have lined up for all the enthusiasts gathered here for the day 2 of Northeast Startup and Entrepreneur Conclave 2024. Few very insightful panel discussions on innovation, policies, startups, prospects, and sustainability in Northeast India. We also have for you a drone simulation competition, and I'm sure that will be very, very interesting for all of us to watch. And of course, we would wrap up the day with the prize distribution ceremony for the innovation quiz and debate competition that were held yesterday. I mean, the day 1, and finally, the valedictory session, and we would wrap up this conclave. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome you all once again to the day 2 of Northeast Startup and Entrepreneur Conclave 2024. Wonderful. Well, we now have a panel discussion on startup and investment prospects in Northeast region, livelihood and geospatial sector. Well, this session will be moderated by the Special Secretary, Science and Technology Department, Government of Assam, Dr. PLN Rajuji. Well, he has served 33 years in ISRO, Department of Space, Government of India, from 1988 to 2021. He has also served as the Director, Northeastern Space Applications Center for almost 6 years, and at ISRO, Dehradun for 28 years. Well, he is presently appointed as the Special Secretary, Science and Technology and the Climate Change Department, and the Director, Assam State Space Application Center, Government of Assam. He is also entrusted with the additional responsibilities of Chief Executive Officer, Science City, Guwahati. Amidst a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please join me as we welcome Dr. PLN Rajuji. We are elated to have you amidst us, sir. Welcome, sir, and I'd request you to kindly take over and invite our panelists, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, Madam, for introduction. Now I request all the panelists, Dr. Akhilesh Kumar Verma, Dr. Akhilesh, so he is from Cotton University. So he will be talking. There are two type of discussions. One is on livelihood, another is on geospatial technologies. Dr. Akhilesh, please take a seat. So he is from the Cotton University. He will be talking about colored perils production in fresh water. I heard that Dr. Saumen Maiti is not there. So second is from NEEPS on Jaj Pani, the Heritage Liquor Assam experience sharing from NEEPS on Jaj Pani. Who is there? Name is not there. Yeah. What is his name? Akash. What's your good name, sir? Yeah, he is the Uttam Kumar. Yeah, please take your seat. So So next is experience sharing by Fusion Moksha. Are you Jaswant Singh, sir? Please come, sir. My own friend Daipan Degal, Business Head East, ESRI India, industry leaders, how technology can be harnessed for growth and sustainability. Dr. Arunima or Dr. Surat. They are from Garuda UAV Soft Solutions Private Limited. So they'll be talking on application of drone technology in forestry, ample scope for startups in northeastern region. Next, Mr. Pranta Pratim Singha, Chief Manager, NRL. He'll be talking on scopes and opportunities for startups in Northeast from NRL. Last, Mr. Satyam Nectar, scope and utilities, utility in AI, ML in geospatial technology. So the theme of this panel discussion is startup and investment prospects in northeastern region, particularly livelihood and geospatial sector. So there are four are there in livelihood and remaining are from the geospatial sector. So I'll just give a brief
So now I'd request Sri Rajendra Jaina from Nectar to felicitate our moderator and our panelists for this session. Sri Rajendra Jaina from Nectar, felicitating our moderator, respected Dr. P.L.N. Rajaji, Special Secretary, Science and Technology Department, Government of Assam. I'd request you, sir, to felicitate all our panelists. Thank you. So now we are about to begin our next panel discussion on startup and investment prospects in Northeast region, livelihood and geospatial sector. Over to you, sir.
I once again welcome all the panelists. So they're expert in their own field. I'll just give a brief from my own. So I'm basically a civil engineer. I work in geospatial technologies, remote sensing, GIS, GPS, drone technologies, and their applications for in various sectors. If you talk about livelihood options in Northeast, there are many. If you talk about particularly if you talk about agriculture, so there is a lot of scope for the agriculture in Northeast, particularly because there are many modern technologies are available, and then also opportunities for agro-processing industries, and then nowadays there is a lot of demand for the organic farming. So all these technologies are going to help, and then if you see that the agriculture production in terms of the mainland and the Northeast, there they go 2.5 times agriculture. Here only 1 or 1.5 times. So that means there is a lot of scope to expand the activities. So the modern technologies, they will help. And then Vision 2023-26, Honorable CM held a conclave in Kaziranga. So that time he invited Sadhguru, Vasudev Sadhguru from the, and then he specifically mentioned the tourism is the field where you can easily develop. So you don't require a lot of investment. So maybe identifying the locations, and then because we have a lot of cultural heritage in Northeast, and then it can be expanded. And then there are handicrafts, handlooms, and then basically already Nectar is already supporting in many ways, like artisans, and then their skill development and to market their product, and also provide the opportunities. It is already being done, and then there are more scope to do it. And then renewable energy, if you talk about one more, like Northeast is a plenty of resources in terms of hydropower. If you go to Arunachal Pradesh and then all hill areas, a lot of production can be done, even it can be supplied for the whole country. Yes. And then another field is the solar energy and wind energy. So these are all the livelihood sectors where we can have further expansion in those areas. So as a specialization in GIS and the remote sensing sector, so there are many applications if you talk about remote sensing, and then Government of India also promoting use of the remote sensing at various governmental organizations and to implement the schemes, etc. If you talk about the natural resource management, we have a forest, water resources, everything. And then if you wanted to have a proper planning and then implementation of any new schemes, so this geospatial technology plays an important role. And then there is Nectar is there, and then there is NEC, which is the policy making and then funding support, which provides for implementing the various projects. So you talk about urban planning, disaster management, infrastructure development, and then environmental monitoring. So there are, we are prone to a lot of disaster activities, particularly floods, landslides, and then disaster activities. And also like we had a presentation from the drone. So drones also plays very important role in case of the disasters. And then I've seen, because I'm here almost 8 years, more than 8 years. And over the years, when I came to Northeast, and then that time we used to have only very few organizations that are working in a geospatial technology. And then when I joined NESAG, we used to have hardly a few projects. So now more than 200 projects are getting implemented. And then it is done across all the organizations. I also met Arun Kumar Sharmaji when I was there. And then after he took over, I think the expansion is multifold. I think we should give applaud to the Nectar for bringing a lot of transformation. Earlier, I know it used to be operate from the Delhi only, but now they recruited large manpower and everybody is from Northeast and supporting in this one employment for the large number of people who are coming from the Northeast. And then the main importance is Honorable Prime Minister, he is behind the technology. What he talk about a digital technology and Pradhan Mantri Gati Shakti, and if you talk about the smart cities or anything, everything including the geospatial technologies. So you know, BISAC, which organization which is there at Gujarat, so now it has become a national institute. You know how many people are working there? There are more than 1,000 people are working. You know where I am working, we are only 20 people. So that means if you have the vision, if you wanted to use it, the technology, and then there is a lot of scope for implementing it. So for the Northeast, all the states, very limited manpower if you talk about all the state space application centers. There are some states only 1 or 2 people, some states are 20, some states are 30. So there is a lot of scope to expand the activities. And then Amit Shah is being a president of Northeastern Council, is ex officio of Northeastern Space Application Center. And then when he conducted a meeting in 2021, he asked all the states start using the space technology, using the geospatial technology, and then ask to give the proposals. Almost 150 proposals came. So earlier we used to do only 10 or 15 projects, 150 proposals, and all the states submitted and then approved, and then it is being implemented across the states. And then he also specifically said that each state, you talk about a chief minister office, you talk about a science and technology, he specifically mentioned you should make use of the persons who are coming from Indian Space Research Organization so that they can guide you and then expand the activities. So I am the one of the example who joining in Assam state. So that way there is a lot of scope, and then there are startup companies are coming, I have seen that, but still there are some companies who work for the Northeast coming from Hyderabad, coming from Delhi, but there are Diggal also is there, he is from Isri, but they already supporting a lot of organizations in Assam. You talk about a Department of Land Records, Assam State Disaster Management Authority. It is not only a software solutions, he is also providing a value-added services. So that way, it's a huge expansion which is taking place. Recently, Department of Land Records, though they are going to carry out the cadastral mapping for the whole Assam. So it is a huge task. And then they are going, even buying the equipment like GPS rovers, and then carrying out cadastral maps and land records for the whole Assam. This is something like a modernization of land records. It is a huge task. Because many times what happens is these land records are not properly registered and they require to be registered. So, and then they are also outsourcing this to get it done and more accurately. There is a Saumitva project, all this at village level household mapping. So, and then there is a lot of funding coming from that. And that way, I have seen that agriculture department, I have seen disaster management authorities, and the land records they established already, GIS lab, and then Jal Shakti also they are established, and then forest department, and every department are looking for the people who are having the specialization in geospatial technology. So that means the opportunities are there, and then the people are getting, but at the same time, you can also have a startup and come out with innovative solutions so that it will help you to expand in the whole Northeast. So I just wanted to tell one Netra project. It is a network space object tracking and analysis. So it is one of its kind project of ISRO, and they wanted to establish in Assam. So the center is coming up in Chandrapur. Already the land is allotted. It is something like the big antenna, around 30-meter antenna, which tracks the objects in the space having a size of 20 centimeter and above, and any object which is there in the space, and then catalog them, and then continuously monitor their movement, etc. So that helps even our space objects. You talk about our own satellites, and then their movement and their safety of those things can be monitored and continuously. It is one of its kind, and then coming up in Assam, that is also having estimate of the project cost of 1,000 crores. So like that, there are many things are coming. You also know that semiconductor facility is coming in Jagir Road, and then there are a lot of opportunities are coming in other areas also. So this is just a briefing from my side. I now request my panelists, so they just give an idea of how these startup and investment prospects in Northeastern region in terms of livelihood and geospatial technologies. So first I invite Dr. Akhilesh Kumar Verma, because we already crossed the time. I think from organizers the indication that we should not take more time, so maximum 10 minutes each. Yeah, thank you.
Respected all the members present over here, I will be talking about a project that was funded by Nectars, and it is about the innovation in colored pearl production and community mobilization and sensitization for freshwater pearl culture, leading to entrepreneurship development. And in marine pearl, there are variety of colors, but we realized in freshwater pearl, there is no variation in color. So what we did in lab, we tried to induce color. So successfully, now we have produced black pearl, pink pearl, and also golden color pearl. So I'm going to focus a very brief about pearl. So what happened in pearl? Natural pearl, whenever foreign materials enters into the animal body, animal is going to coat that particular materials, and then after 1.5 years, that coated materials transform into a pearl. So this whole technology was utilized by our lab members, and then we successfully produced a pearl. So there are three major types of pearl: round pearl, designer pearl, and rice pearl. So we are focusing more about designer pearl. Round pearl we have started from last year, so it is still under the process. And then why pearl farming? If we see the total import item, then pearl stand at number 4, that is around $31 billion. So we thought there is a very big market, and we started in this area. Then this is one scientist, his name is Ajay Kumar Sonkar. He got Padma Shri in the year 2022. And he developed a biggest size, large size black pearl that was around 22 mm. And this was, the cost of this single pearl was around 24 lakhs, single pearl. And still this particular pearl is kept in the British Museum for showcasing. So now you can see there is a very big entrepreneurs or startup scopes. That is why we started using the local animals from this region for production of pearl farming. So in global market, if you see, China contribute more than 80 to 95% of freshwater pearl farming. And they have a very advanced technology. At the same time, they have a different varieties of animal that can be used in pearl farming. And very important point is that India stands out as a world largest consumer of pearls. So keeping this in mind, we predicted the possibility of pearl farming potential in entire Northeast, as well as with special emphasis to Assam. And here I would like to show the red area in Northeast map as well as Assam is high possible site for pearl farming, whereas the blue color indicate moderate potential site. So overall 95% area of entire Assam, mainly the water bodies, silver white color available. And the objectives that was undertaken in this project was application of multicolor cytological data proposed to develop innovative technology that can be used in pearl farming. And the last one was to create a mass awareness by providing hands-on training workshop to the interested people, including farmers. This is the work plan that we covered in our study. So these are the 4 prominent species that we collected from Assam that quality of pearl can be produced. So these are the set of required for pearl farming, and it was fully funded by NECTA. This is the method or technology that was used for production of nucleus, as well as it can be used in different kind of designer pearl production. These are the very brief surgical method that we developed that actually we used to provide to farmers, very easy, user-friendly photographs. I mean, this photograph is sufficient enough to do a surgery. These are the different tools that was supported by NECTA. We purchased from other country. Gonadal implantation was used for production of round pearl. The methods are shown here. We used to put beads inside a gonadal area, and then finally after maybe around 1.5 years or 2 years, it depends on the water quality, then a round pearl can be harvested. This is for rice pearl, where we need to introduce a mental tissue graft, and then ultimately we can get a rice pearl. The name is because of irregular shape. The name is given rice pearl, and it has lots of pharmaceutical applications. These are mainly used for bone related issue. It enhances bone cell proliferation. Then we modified surface of foreign materials. So what happened when we introduce foreign materials into animal body, that used to react with the tissue system. So to prevent reactivity, we coated nucleus with some chemicals, and we got a very good result in terms of pearl quality. Then after first row, you can see the designer pearl that was with coated nucleus, and lower one is uncoated nucleus. So in coated, we got a very high quality, high grade pearls. These are all designer pearls that can be directly fitted into a locket, that can be done by jewelers, and then ultimately it can be ready for the market. This is our innovation. We have developed this multicolored half round pearl and also golden color. These are first of kind as far we know, as per the available literature. And this project was funded by NECTA. And then second innovation involved, we develop a very small tools that can be used in surgery. So here in extreme left hand side, you can see each working table, they need a table lamp. So what we did, we developed a very small tools fitted with light system. So that can be placed in between two cells, so that we don't need this table lamp. So it can be replaced by a very small tools, and that is going to illuminate the internal part of animals that facilitate a rapid surgical procedure. This is one photograph where my students are doing surgery without using table lamp. And under this project, third objective was to create a mass awareness. So we have conducted multiple trainings, and so far we have trained 431 individuals, including farmers, students, faculty, and scientists. And then these are the photographs of our training at different center. And then to create a mass awareness, we have different write-up in local newspaper. And these are some appreciation messages from Education Minister and some media personnel. And later what we realized, during pearl farming, 25% animal death takes place. So once animals are dead, there was no sort of applications. So what we did, we developed a secondary product that include handicrafts item, designer nuclei, amino acid fertilizers, because the tissue of animal is proteinous, very rich proteins, around 38 to 40%. Then calcium powder, as outer cover of cell is made up of calcium carbonate that can be used in cultivation, mainly agriculture purpose. So these are some of the secondary products. You can see that was prepared by using dead animal cells. This is another value-added product. Educational tools we developed by using outer cell cut, and it was funded by IASST. Then later we got fund from our Cotton University to develop a paperweight, decorative items, and cell buttons, and all these are secondary products. And then, as I said, the outer cell of this animal is made up of calcium carbonate, so we prepared a refined calcium powder that can enhance calcium in soil so that it can help in agriculture practices. And the tissue of animal is protein rich, so we prepared amino acid fertilizer. All these are under a trial. I cannot say these are all ready to market. It needs some time to validate. And these are funding from multiple sources. I got fund. Some are R&D projects, some are startups. So total amount of fund that I got from 11 funding agencies is around 5.5 crore. And these are some IPRs. We got 2 international industrial design patent and 3 national patents. And the main benefit of my whole project is we can create livelihood in this region. We can have a model state for the other. We can create a pearl tourism. We can have a farmer empowerment policy. Then student internship opportunity can be created by doing this pearl farming. Human resource development, economic diversification, as well as environmental stewardship can also be a part of our research. So our long-term goal is community mobilization and sensitization for freshwater pearl farming, and our whole project idea is very well aligned with present government scheme that include Atmanirbhar Bharat, Viksit Bharat, Vocal for Local, and Startup India. So this is all about my proposed idea. Thank you.
Any specific question? Otherwise, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now I invite to talk on experience sharing from NEEPS and Jaj Pani, the heritage maker in Assam. Yeah.
Good afternoon to all and everyone present here, dignitaries and the panelists. Myself Uttam Kumar Chetia, representing Northeast Agro Production Services. So let's start our presentation. So we have been funded by Nectar for the commercial production of heritage liqueur, that is Haz, or is the traditional rice-based wine made by the village households, and we have successfully implemented it in industrial scale. So our main objective is to place Haz and the heritage of Assam at the international platform to preserve our age-old techniques the heritage of rice wine making, and to create a sustainable income or livelihood at the rural level, and to popularize the heritage of Assam to the world in form of heritage tourism. So you can see there are different types of rice-based wines being prepared in whole over Southeast Asia as well as in all the states of Northeast India. So each tribe and each states have their own rice-based alcoholic beverages, and they have different preparing techniques leading to different taste and different names being given to the different rice-based alcohol being prepared by these local people or the tribes or the communities. The technology. Since we are the first to start commercial production of rice-based alcohol by the brand name Haas in India, we can say it. So there was no predefined technology or no predefined process was there in market. So it was a quite challenging one for us to develop our own standard operating procedure and all our manufacturing process and our manufacturing equipments. So if you see in case of wine making from grapes, already predefined technology or the products are available in the market. You can buy it locally or you can buy it from international markets. Just set it up and just start producing wine from grapes. But in case of Haas, it was completely different. So you can see the timeline, how we started our R&D process. In 2015, we have started our R&D process, and with a very good support from the government of Assam. Government of Assam gave a quite beneficial support in form of policy making. They have legalized the production of heritage liqueur in Assam and also legalized for the commercial sale of these rice-based wine products. So in 2021, we have completed our brewery. Then we received our manufacturing license in the year 2022 March, and we are very thankful to Nectar for their financial support. They provide a soft loan of 65 lakhs to support our R&D plus manufacturing works. And by the year 2022 of September, we started our commercial production and started selling it in the the state level wine shops. So as I have already mentioned this, we didn't have any standard operating procedure for making this rice-based wine at the industrial scale. So initially, we have developed our own procedure and own steps to be followed for making the starter cake, which is responsible for initiating the fermentation process in the rice. So we have developed our own starter cake or starter cake making production line. Then the next stage was to how to use these available fermentation equipments in the market, convert it into our own useful way, then make it in a more regularized one, then start the production of this hull. So one more thing I want to mention is that there's a huge difference between fermentation of rice and fermentation of grapes. Grapes, we have grapes have a high sugar content, which is converted into alcohol by the industrial scales yeast. But in case of rice wine, it's completely different. Rice have initial content is of starch or carbohydrate, and it's being converted into alcohol. There are two microorganisms, which is fungus and yeast, and both work together parallelly to convert the the starch content of rice into alcohol. So this is the flow chart of how the process is being made. So by this we have achieved a good sustainable livelihood incomes. In the village, mainly in the village level, because our starter cake preparation requires the traditional herbs, due to which we have been able to create a great revolution in the village for collecting these locally available medicinal herbs. And also we are procuring all the the raw material, which is the sticky rice required to make this fermented alcoholic drink from the local nearby villages. That's creating a huge livelihood. And presently we are incorporating around 15 people directly involved in manufacturing of our this product. And indirectly we are including around 40 to 45 people in this our plant. So this is our products. So we have also introduced winery tourism. So we have included our brewery to the tourism circuit of Assam. So these are some guests who have visited our winery. So this is our production plant. And recently we have also signed an agreement with Ghana to export our product. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If any question is there, somebody.
Yes. Yes.
So just I wanted to know, is there any future plan for you to teach those people how to commercialize those products in the local or kind of like global market, like you do, like you are doing at the moment?
So yes, we are thinking in future we are certainly going to train or collaborate with other product also, like Mod for the missing community.
Yeah, I know.
Each and every product have the unique way of making and unique property or character which needed to be identified and analyzed and can be used for the future commercial production. Yes, and we have our own laboratory to we can do a research to some certain kind of limit. So yes, we can help. Yes, we are already thinking to collaborate in future.
Thank you. This is in fact a very interesting topic that I wanted to look into. So it would be really very good to teach and train, especially the, how to say, the commercialization, as you might have come across in all Northeast. They are very much quite used to. But only thing is this, the standardization, then operating procedure and selling. All these are the challenges. It would be really helpful if you can give some sort of input to those people as well. Thank you once again and congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Saikari. Yeah. Now I invite experience sharing by Fusion. Jaswinder Singh. Yeah, please, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Respected DG sir, Dr. Arun Sharma, Dr. Krishna Kumar, my dear friends on the dais, and my dear friends. We are Fusion Mox. We we started our journey in 2016 with herbal products in Jamshedpur. And unfortunately, in 2016 itself, I had a severe heart attack, and I was 38 then. And I was suggested for angioplasty in Calcutta. My life turned upside down. That is the time when I realized that today is the first day of the rest of my life. And I must take things seriously and with ease as well. Prior to this, I was working with Wipro. I completed my CCNP, started working with Wipro. Due to some family problems, I had to come back to Jamshedpur in 2006. From there, I started working with ICICI Bank as the channel partner. We had offices across Jharkhand. Ranchi, Ramgarh, Hazaribagh, Noamundi, Kiriburu. 2009, ICICI Bank stopped their car loans business in Eastern India. So we were jobless. Having so many offices in different locations, and then no work at all. After that, I started a travel agency in which, again, we were dependent on IRCTC for ticket bookings and other agencies for flight bookings, but nothing of our own. So ICICI Bank decided to close car loans business. I was out of the business. And then IRCTC, sometimes the service not working, a lot of problems. So we were kind of stuck up in the business. We were not growing the way I wanted to grow. Then we started venturing into something, you know, that is, we could create, we could say that we have created this. So 2016, we began our R&D with soaps, herbal handmade soaps. That is the first thing. Then we got into herbal cosmetics. That is the second venture. Third, we got into honey, blending of honey. And 2021 December, we were invited by Nectar to participate in an event in Cotton College where we participated. And thanks to DG sir for guiding us, thanks to Krishna Kumar sir for hand-holding all the time. In fact, DG sir has been kind enough to guide us for small things that we procure, the raw material that we procure even from Ganesh Gudi or from local market, from local references. He has been such a great person, such a great inspiration for us, Fusion Mox journey in Assam. And 2022, we were not sure whether we would move to Assam or Northeast. We submitted the proposal in the Nectar and then the proposal was approved. But 2022, November 22nd, my entire family shifted to Assam. Thank you, Assam. Thank you, Northeast, for the warm welcome that we have received here. And we set up a small unit in Guwahati itself. Within a span of almost a year or so, we are at a turnover of 4 lakhs per month. That is 48 lakhs, approximately 50 lakhs per year. We want Fusion Mox to be a brand that is at par with Forest Essentials. And under the guidance of Nectar, we are sure that Fusion Mox Northeast will be hub for the entire activity for Fusion Mox. Our existing unit is also working in operational in Jharkhand, Jamshedpur, but that is a smaller unit now. Our focus is entirely on Guwahati unit. And I'm sure within next a year or so, we will be exporting majority of our products to US, Europe, and North American market. Thank you so much, Nectar team, the entire Shillong team, Delhi team. Thank you for the support. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jaswandar Singh sir. Any question? It's a great start. All the best for the future. Thank you. Yeah. Now, my own friend Dipan Deggal is a business head East ESRI India. He will talk on that industry leaders, how technology can be harnessed for growth and sustainability. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I think thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. Typically, this kind of conference, we get excited to talk about geospatial. I don't know anything beyond geospatial. Last 25 years, I am doing this. But in this 25-year journey, I have traveled extensively northeast. This is a piece of land in India which I know like my palm of my hand. And I can tell you the theme of this conference, of the startup and entrepreneur ecosystem. I have seen many entrepreneurs coming and failing, and this is the one area I think which Northeast India is lagging behind the every index of the India in every sector. One of the reasons, there are many reasons. One of the reasons is basically linking with the market and expanding beyond the Northeast. Typically, I have seen organizations coming up looking for a certain particular projects, and after 1 or 2 years, they fizzle out. Because at the end of the day, balance sheet does matter. We may not talk about this all markets, sales, balance sheet in this kind of conference. I thought of talking about this, and my presentation is nothing to do with the GIS, but everything to do with how the GIS or location technology can help to sell a product. And that's what all the corporates, whether large corporate or smaller corporates in India or outside India, they are doing across the globe. And I just wanted to give a hint of that, or maybe thought to all the startup and entrepreneur present in this audience. I think, I don't know whether people know E3 here much, I think sir know, but we are the global largest geographical information technology company. We've set up in around 55 years back. We have a direct office in 45 countries and indirect presence almost like 104 countries. And in Northeast specifically, we are operating for the last 27 years, working with various state, central, defense sector organizations, mostly providing the location-centric GIS through our products called ArcGIS. And I'll not get into the detail, but I would like to stitch into how the GIS basically helps organization to link with the right set of customer and to venture into right set of market. And I start with one small example, may not be relevant here, but just wanted to share the example of when the Apple started to set up their store in India. They did an extensively market study where to set up the store. Which cities, first of all, in which zone, in which mall, and there are various parameters, and they basically analyzed over a period of almost 1.5 years to zero in the 2 malls, one in Mumbai and another in Delhi, Saket area. And there are specific location-centric and GIS-centric reason to set up those things, because Apple is a premium product, we all know, very costly handset, so the buying experience has to be such a way, traveling to that particular store has to be such a way that it gives you a wow factor of buying the item, just not the item. So factor like traffic congestion, factor like parking facility, factor like high premium paying customers around or nearby to that stall, all these factors get into the detailed GIS-based analysis. These are not known, typically people doesn't talk about it. We all know, and probably a lot of us traveled by Ola and Uber, and the kind of market analysis, kind of customer specific analysis they do in terms of the moving from point A to point B and how much they are spending, how much the Uber or Ola is earning, that goes into their market expansion model. When we buy cement for our own house construction, and I think ACC is one of the brands, there are many brands in there. When ACC set up their distribution channel or a shop, why that particular shop was set up in that particular place, there are a lot of GIS analysis goes into the back end, which probably never get exposed to the wider audience or like this. So there is obviously a market and all about location intelligence into that. And obviously GIS is a fundamental where basically you have the map, you have the demographic profile of that, you have the population you have, and you obviously basically add with the purchasing capacity of that particular area population. Now, how do you derive this purchasing power of that particular location? Wherever we purchase, whatever model or the digital purchase we go on, these data are available. Obviously not your privacy related data, who actually purchased, but on a macro scale data, on a to a certain extent pin code level or sub-district level, this kind of purchasing data is available. So when you combine all these GIS data along with the purchasing data, then you can study a lot of market dynamics of a particular product. And these are not new systems. These are basically used for last 10, 15 years. Large corporates use it, whether it is a banking sector, whether it's a manufacturing sector, whether it's a small organization trying to have a larger out of India growth or multiple region kind of a growth. They do this kind of analysis of where to sell, where not to sell, and what kind of product they should sell. Those kind of analysis goes, and obviously these analysis are map-centric analysis. That's what you get into the location component into your analysis into that. If you see the manufacturing industry, may not be relevant, but still there are a lot of manufacturing component you would need into this thing. The sourcing of the components on the manufacturing, whether sourcing of the raw material or the sourcing of the items, there are a lot of analysis goes on which basically the location comes into the picture. And when you do a dealership network planning or dealership network expansion model, there again where to set up a dealership, what kind of dealer will be handling what kind of product, because that kind of market is available within the perimeter of the dealership. Those things goes into the GIS-centric analysis for the GI. Another one area I would like to share is shifting the market trend. Habit of people buying a product keep on changing. If you see your own personal space also, the kind of product you are buying 5 years back or 7 years back and kind of product you are buying, it keep on changing. So understanding what kind of product people are trying to buy, what kind on a particular geographical area, and it changes. So those basically get captured whenever we do something digitally. It get captured into a certain database, and that database is analyzed through on a map interface. And that's every corporate does that, whether they talk about or not to talk about. Just give you an example, another like Apple example I have given, another large example I'm trying to give, but it's relevant. When Airtel launched the 5G,
they didn't launch across India at one go. They launched city after city. And even in city, there are specific areas they have selected to first roll out the 5G because they need to change the base station or the mobile tower, certain hardware need to be changed. And that's a huge investment for a company like Airtel. So they made that investment on those certain mobile tower to convert it into from 4G to 5G where high paying customers are there. So again, how much money they are generating out of the customer, that basically determine who is getting the premium service like a 5G, which is now getting a standard. So what I'm talking about, the economical power of the mass, that's basically comes in the context of the GIS to give this kind of analysis, which basically industry uses for their market or selling the product or distribution or channel network. Territory optimization, I think he was talking about the ICICI example. I think this is one of the things banking and financial sector does a lot. It's called territory optimization, product optimization, whether to withdraw from that market, whether to remain in the market, whether to sell this particular product, is all about a back-end, a GIS or map-centric analysis goes on to understand what to withdraw, what to introduce, and what not to introduce. Again, I've spoken about the optimizing the dealer network. So when you have a large corporate and you want to have a franchisees or reseller or distributors, this kind of where to set up, what kind of company to find, what kind of company you have to, do a tie-up for marketing your product. Because end of the day, in a 150 crore country, there are a lot of ideas, but the ideas need to be get sold. Unless it is gets sold, it doesn't reflect your balance sheet and it doesn't make a product. So obviously, these kind of things you have to do when you venture into a commercial space. The supply chain visualization, when you sell a product, it goes to various supply chain. That means it goes to various locations where the supply chains are there. And supply chain can be incoming as well as outgoing. That means you have a factory, you have a lot of components coming in, and you have some components or the products which is going out of the factory. That's the supply chain. It's a huge bottleneck and huge concern for any of the industries to set up a very, very efficient supply chain management. We all buy car, correct? You go to showroom, you go to dealer, you buy a car. Did you ever bother how Maruti handle all the more than 21,000 supply chain at the back end to manufacture a various product? Where a component like a small spring, which is there in the handlebar comes up, which company buys it? You don't have no control about it. But it's all controlled and managed and analyzed through a map-centric interface of their performance and delivery schedules. Obviously, plant monitoring. If you have a plant, like a large plant, obviously you create a 3D replica of it and you put all your sensor within that 3D replica and you monitor through a command and control for asset management and risk analysis. If any kind of things happen, whether it's a fire or smoke and all these kind of things. So I'm just rushing through that because I have been told to wrap up. Retail growth sector, you have a product, this particular product, where is a large market and where is a smaller market, and what is the market is saying about your feedback mechanism. So that's again, when somebody say give a feedback, it has a location attached with that. So that location is basically analyzed, what kind of feedback is coming from, what kind of geographical territory. There are various, we call it business intelligence tool, which basically gives you a lot of feedback about all this data which is coming, which is basically you want to tweak your distribution channel or product quality or product type or whatever for your own business. And the potential of the market. You want to expand to a certain city or you want to expand to a certain state. What is the potential about of particular product, nature of product which you have? So it's a side studio. I'm just skipping because I have been told to. So what are my purpose of this presentation is obviously the individual startups or entrepreneurs cannot have this kind of technology. But when a Nectar kind of organization, if they can provide this kind of technology which they can utilize that for their market expansion, whether it is within the Northeast territory or whether in India or whether even outside India, all these kind of data are there in the platform and you can expand and utilize for your own benefit, for your own venture which you have set up. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Digga. Yeah. Any specific question? Yeah. I invite now Dr. Arunima and then Dr. Suraj. Garuda UAV Soft Solutions Private Limited, applications of drone technology in forestry, ample scope for startups in the northeastern region.
Good afternoon, everyone. Well, by the time there is some technical issue and they are trying to sort it out, I would just like to thank Nectar, DG sir especially, and Rajendra Jena sir for inviting us for this conclave, and we've been listening to the presentations before us. I feel it is a great opportunity for startups and MSMEs like us to get engaged with different organizations and to look at what startups in the Northeast are delivering. We on our part have also been working closely with Nectar on different projects, and one of the major projects that we are currently working in is involved the mapping of all the reserve forest areas in Meghalaya, which is one of the biggest forest mapping projects, and you will see some of those work in the presentation that we will show. So we are Garuda UAV. We are one of India's largest aerial services providing company based out of Noida. Our journey started in 2017. In 2021, majority of the stakes in our company was acquired by Dorf Kettle. We are basically headquartered in Noida, but we also have regional offices in Shillong, Chennai, Mumbai, Kolkata. We had to set up a regional office in Meghalaya because of the amount of work and the opportunities that we were presented with, and some of the major works that we are currently engaged in is in the northeast part of India, and some of the major opportunities in aerial survey, especially using aerial technology and drones, is coming from northeast part of India. So we will be talking about that in some of the slides that Arunima will speak later on. We are basically a service providing company. So we are part of the Trenta Group. The Trenta Group currently involves three major entities. One is Rfly, which is the drone manufacturing company. So we don't manufacture drones at Garuda UAV. We have a sister company called Rfly that manufacture drones as per the requirement of the client and as per our requirement. Garuda UAV, which is the company that we are representing today, we are an aerial and drone services providing company. And recently, a few months back, we also acquired another company called Steslet, which is a GIS and IoT based service providing company. So overall, if you look at Trenta Group, we provide complete stack of solutions, right from drone manufacturing to drone services to GIS-based solutions. That is one of the goals and objectives of the Trenta Group and also of our organization. In terms of aerial vehicle, we currently have capabilities to provide services using drones, which is quadcopters if you require a small area to be surveyed, which is the normal drones. Someone before us already spoke about the type of drones that you have. The other facility that you have is fixed wing or VTOL, which is a vertical takeoff landing drones where you require to map a mid-scale level survey. So the area is not too extensive, but it is still considerable, which cannot be surveyed through normal drones. At the moment, what we are actually pitching is for aerial manned vehicles, where you can cover a large area, and we have shown this technology to be successful in hilly terrains, especially in Meghalaya, where there are many challenges, like the rugged topography is one of the major issues. There is also problem of persistent clouds in Meghalaya. So we are pitching for aerial technology, where we have our leased aircraft where you can fit in different sensors, and then you can carry out surveys on a very large scale. currently we are engaged in many different sectors where we are providing aerial services. Some of the major sectors that we are currently engaged in are the forestry sector, disaster management, telecom, urban development, manufacturing plants, agriculture, water resources, and solar energy. These are some of the major sectors that we are currently working in. I will hand over to Arunima, and she will speak about how the company has grown over the period of time from being from a startup in 2017 to an MSME at the current scale, and how startups who are coming in can look at our model and try to evolve into a successful startup. So Arunima, you can take.
Thank you, Subrat. So there has been many questions like how to like scale up the startups that are in Northeast, and there are many companies who are providing drones and how can they scale up, and there are many companies who are also mapping the areas. So mapping drone is not just for the logistics and etc. articles, but we can use the drone as a technological input. And Northeast is one of the like major regions in India who are the first to use drone as a technology to conserve their forest and to manage their forests. So we are currently like there are many startups in Northeast who are in the embryonic stage, but then with the technological advancement and with the investment on the technology or the localized resources that they get, they can scale up to the growth level. Now we are in the growth level currently. We have also started as a startup only in 2017, and we are following the same trend. And what makes us pro for the scaling up is that we have a solid background for the research and development. Like without research and development, scaling up for any company is very difficult. So there should be applicable manpower. See now, not only the resources that matters, but also the manpower that we are involving or engaging for this kind of R&D is also a matter. And there are ample number of institutes over here who trains many students and many people, and they are most capable enough to do this kind of researches and then help in the growth for the company. So these are the growth patterns that can be followed by other startups also who are engaging in the survey mapping and the GIS things. So the first is the investment in the technology. As I told that with the investment of the technology, we had started up with the drones. We had used small drones, we had used fixed wings. Those are the limited drones that we had used. But over the years, we are now transcending to the aerial technology. Due to the DGCA policies of the drones, drones can be only flown in the line of sight. So in Northeast, when you are serving large areas, more than 50 square kilometer of area, so keeping the drones or keeping the quadcopters or the fixed wing in line of sight is very difficult. So we had scaled up and introduced the aerial like surveying vehicles. Like aerial surveying vehicles, what we used to do is we can get that much amount of like detailed topographical maps, and we have that much amount of data which can be gathered up by drones itself, but in a very faster pace and in a very smaller amount of time. So apart from that, we had to deploy new marketing strategies. All the startups, irrelevant of what they are selling or what they're like pitching up, they have to have a solid marketing plan. Until and unless you go far and beyond for the marketing, you cannot be identified. So Nectar helped us identify ourselves in Northeast, and DG sir has been a constant support for pitching our technology to Northeast, and Northeast has been very welcoming to accept this technology and make use of it for the progress. So we have, today our agenda is to describe how we are pitching for the forest and environment. So there are many things that we do with our technology for forest management. If you see young plantation monitoring, site suitability for the plantation, there have been many areas in Northeast which are burnt for the jhum cultivation or many other reasons like normal forest fire and everything. So we need to identify which areas to be afforested, which plants to be afforested, or what is the exact carbon biomass or what is the carbon assets of Northeast. Now, how can we take this technology to the grassroots level? Now, what exemplary is that we have mapped an area and that has been a baseline survey. And then we plan for the afforestation, we plan for the regeneration of the forest. Now, those regeneration are the inputs that we can get minutely from the survey, and then that can be transferred to the carbon credit market. And as you know, that carbon credit market is a huge market internationally and nationally. We can sell the carbon credits and we can finance the whole community of the state or of the region. Now that carbon credit financing that has been done reaches to the grassroots level, that is the people who are actually managing the forest. Now the people who are surveying the forest, they can get those credits by selling their credits. So each and everyone is benefited from the higher levels up to the, from government to the grassroots level, everybody is benefited from this. So we also provide DPRs, and we also provide services for the forest fire management, like how to manage. We create the fire lines, and then we also create the consistent burning up of the forest area which are dry, so that is a resistant effect that we give to the forest fire, so that we can manage the forest fire from spreading it. Now forest health, entire Meghalaya has been mapped out, and there has been the forest health of the areas, like each of the trees, what is the health of those trees are being mapped, and then the species, each and every species of the forest, hardly if you see, the Northeast is still unexplored. Like what are the species in Northeast, like what are the abundant species are there, but what are the minute species, if it is available, if there are any other kind of species that can be available over there, like if it is more suitable or not. These kind of technologies are being used in Northeast and can be helpful for Northeast for major development in their forest resources, and that can be taken globally. So these kind of things, not just in the forest, we are also applying to the environment. There are ample number of spring sheds in Northeast which are dying or which needs regeneration. These kind of technologies that we provide are also useful for Northeast for regeneration of these kind of springs. So same thing applies when we go for the agriculture. The basic idea is that we have the technology we can utilize in different sectors of Northeast, so that there can be advancement in the grassroots. So I'm rushing through it. There has been news. There has been a call for rejuvenation of the dead rivers, or the rivers which have not able to access their free-flowing things. So now we are rejuvenating those rivers so that their right to free flow is conserved, using the same technology and using other technologies, also integrating it to the same threshold, and so that we can have a full analytical DPR ready for the government to take their plannings ahead. So these are the sensors basically what we use, and these are the sensors that are also used in the satellites also, but we are using it in a lower scale and with a higher resolution, so that the management is more efficient and faster. So this is just a view of how can we take the baseline survey of the forest to the standing forest, from the growing agroforestry and other aspects of forestry to the carbon credit market. So I'll wrap up over here. Thank you so much. Any questions are welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Arunima and Dr. Suraj.
I think we had to rush through a lot, and there was a lot
Yeah.
of information which we didn't show.
Yeah.
We also have a stall with the name Garuda UAV in the exhibition hall. So we would welcome anyone to have a detailed discussion on
Yeah,
what services we offer.
they can interact. Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
Yes. So, as per like we, along with Nectar, has been surveying the Meghalaya biodiversity, that is the like reserve forest of Meghalaya, and there has been ample number of change. There are two types of like phases that we surveyed in, that is in the bloom period and also in the lean period, to see what are the seasonal changes in the forest, where the afforestation can be, and where the conservation can be made sure. We are lining up with the number of species over there. Meghalaya previously had an FSI based species listing, but then the government in an urgent need to like increase the species also, and also digitally updated. So we are updating that kind of species, or any kind of new species that we are getting from the survey, we are updating it to benefit the grassroots of the biodiversity board and also the people living over there, so that they can encash it commercially. So that is what like utilizing your natural resources and also encashing through it to make your lifestyle a richer lifestyle is what is the goal of like government currently, and preserving the resources also like gathered up goal. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Arunima and Dr. Saurabh. So now I invite Pranta Pratim Singha, Chief Manager NRL, to talk on the scopes and opportunities of startups in Northeast from NRL.
Thank you, Dr. Raju, and respected my fellow panelists, distinguished guests present here. First of all, I would like to thank Nectar, especially DG Nectar, Dr. Arun Sharma, for inviting NRL to speak on this forum. My fellow panelists have already spoken about a lot of science, and some have also spoken about a lot of startup activities. What I will represent, or I will speak here, is about the investor side of it. Before moving on with my slides, I would like to give a brief about my organization. I come from Numaligarh Refinery Limited. We are essentially an oil refining company. We have a 3 million ton capacity per annum refinery at Numaligarh, Assam. Our annual turnover is around 30,000 crores, and we are a Mini Ratna Category 1 Central Public Sector enterprise. And among the CPSs, we rank within the top 20 in terms of sales turnover. So that's a brief about my organization that I represent. In 2017, we under the Startup India mission of Government of India and under the directive of Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, we started a program, startup support program called NRL Ideation, with a fund of 10 crores for grant funding startup entrepreneurs from the Northeast region. That's our beginning in 2017. And since 2017, over the period of last 7 years, we have supported more than 53 startups through grant funding. And recently, last year, we had also launched an NRL Ideation Angel Fund, which is dedicated for equity investment in startups. Last year, we had registered this under SEBI, and we are operational now. As of now, we have two funds. One is the 20 crore grant fund. The 10 crore in 2017 has now been increased to 20 crore. And additionally, we have a commitment of 30 crore for equity investment in startups. So over a period of last 7 years, we have almost received around 1,200 plus applications from startups across Northeast and across diverse businesses. So these 1,200 applications are screened through an internal committee of NRL, and then we take them to independent jury committee, where we have experts from different industries, and we also have startup entrepreneurs, successful startup entrepreneurs from across India, or in fact some global entrepreneurs are also there in the jury committee. They help us select startups to fund for grant funding as well as for equity funding. So, so far we have supported 53, as I have already mentioned, and for this 53 we have already committed a fund of 13 crores out of the 20 crore that we have earmarked. And for the equity funding, out of the 30 crore, we have already supported 4 startups with a fund commitment of 14.3 crores. That makes us almost around 27 crores of funding that we have made for startups. These 53 startups, this is a map of what kind of startups that we support. We invite applications from all kinds of startups, whether it is in a pre-incubation or in the very initial stage. As you can see, there are 20 pre-startup startups, as we call them, as part of DPIIT nomenclature. And they can be in the very inception stage. They're pre-revenue, they only have the idea, they need to make the proof of concept. Even those startups are also supported by us. Then we have another 15 startups who are in the very early revenue stage. They have just been launched their product maybe, and MVP is ready, product market fit is being tested. Those kind of startups also we support. And then in the growth stage, we have supported around 18 startups which are already in the revenue stage, and we help them to scale up their business in terms of geography, or also in terms of increasing their production capacity and all. So we kind of try to help startups in all different stages of their life. This is a map of what kind of startups that we support. As you can see, because we are from supporting Northeast-based startups, a lot of our startups are agri-allied. And there are some from health tech, manufacturing, SaaS, tea, and food tech, media, logistics, and as you can see there, biotech, edutech, and recycling, e-waste, etc. So this is a map that what we're trying to say is that we support every kind of startup that is there in the planet. And even we have startups which is in the AI, artificial intelligence, and there are startups which are in the blockchain, and there are startups which are in the geospatial area. There is a startup which we are supporting is an entry drone technology, which may be of interest to you, some of the audience here. I'll speak about them later. And this is what we have achieved with our startups over the last 7 years. On a year-on-year basis, we have grown. Even when we say we, the startups as a combined community, they have grown in size and scale through our funding. They have increased their revenue. Their combined revenue today is almost around 100 crores of these 53 plus startups. And they're growing with a CAGR of 20+% in terms of revenue as well as in terms of size, employment, etc. These are some numbers, if any startups are here, they can relate to. And again, these are some numbers on where our startups are sectoral distribution of their revenues that they have earned. I think I'll move on. These startups have also generated employment in Northeast, almost 800 plus direct employment they have generated and 300 plus indirect. There are intellectual property rights they have generated. They own almost 24 patents and 9 copyrights. So, then finally, when we talk about startups, one important factor that comes is that valuation. What kind of valuation the startups have. These startups, when they started with us, they started their journey with us, they were maybe 1x, we helped them to reach 10x, and then again keep on supporting them to achieve a 100x valuation. Today, this 53 startups with our funding of only about 13 crores, their valuation is somewhere around 650 crores. Some of them are doing very good. They are not only, thank you, madam, thank you. So some of them have scaled in such a way that from Assam, from a plant in Assam, they have now set up plants in places like Maharashtra. One of the startups has been acquired by an Australian company. Now he operates his company in Australia with his tech team supporting from Guwahati. So this is the kind of impact that our program makes. We also promote women entrepreneurship. Out of the 652 crore valuation, there are women-led startups which contributes about 182 crores of valuation. There are 4 plus patents, IPs. Some names are there. One is a Rognidan, which is into AI and in detection of cervical cancer into the deep tech sector. And there are others like One Tracker I was already mentioning, I'll already mention. It's an Australian company now. Now, coming back to our equity investment program, through the NRL Ideation Angel Fund. Last year we launched this program with fund size of 35 crores, where NRL has committed 30 crores and our co-investor is Netfee, which has committed 5 crores. So far we have supported 4 startups. The first one is Beanbag, which is into e-waste recycling. They are setting up a plant in Nalbari and to process and recycle e-waste collected from Northeast region. The next one is AV Garde. This may be of interest to many of you. This is into that entry drone systems. If I can give an analogy of other business, like first the computers came, then the virus came, then there came the antivirus. So this AV Garde works in that antivirus space of it. They have a system of protecting assets or assets like a refinery or a pipeline maybe from hostile drone attacks. Because we have, a lot of us have already spoken about a lot about how drone can be used in agriculture or in other development activities. As we can see in our recent experience with the Ukraine-Russia war, drone has also been used in warfare. So this company provides a solution to protect your assets from such hostile drone activities. So the next one is Jerund. That's a brick manufacturing company, sustainable brick manufacturing, I would say. They use fly ash generated by power plants and waste plastic to make bricks. They have already expanded quite well. They are now setting up their plant in Maharashtra. The last photograph, I think my fellow panelists from Haas will be would like to know this. And also there was a question by one of the audiences about how to take this missing communities local drink Apong into the market. This is the startup that is doing that. Just to let you know, this is the brand is called Tipo. This is Saimot basically. What Haas is doing for the Ahom community's local drink, this startup is doing it for the missing community's local drink, Poro Apong. So we are supporting them with equity funding, and I believe they will be in the market very soon. So these are some of our partners while running this program. We have a lot of partnership with incubation and acceleration partners. Recently we conducted a clean energy hackathon in Hyderabad with T-Hub as the partner, which is the world's largest incubation center. And then we have also tie-ups with Sikkim Manipal University's Atal Incubation Center, Jorhat Agriculture University's Assam Agriculture University Niti Hub, and then IIT Guwahati, Guwahati Biotech Park, KIT TBI, I Create from Ahmedabad, Gujarat, IIT Bombay Entrepreneur Cell, IIT Kharagpur Entrepreneur Cell, and there are many others. I have not mentioned a lot of them. So these are our partners in this journey. And over the years, some of the brands that we have created through our funding support, artists. One is the ERC Eye Care, who runs probably Northeast largest eye care solution in the Northeast. They are also into Bangladesh now, in Bangladesh and Nepal. And Baikozi is in the logistics service. Binbek I have already taken. There is another brand which is coming up, is Tolua. What they're doing is that they are only reinventing the benefit of garlic. They are bringing it as a mood food for the mass consumers. Then there are others like Deroy Tea, Automobile, Ula Tea. Ula is also one of the leading tea brands now across India. They are in fact exporting to many places across the globe. So these are some of the startups that we have supported. But in the interest of time, I will just take 2 minutes because since I have come here as an investor, you can apply to our program in the website. We can see this www.ideation.nrl.co.in. While you apply, you have to take care of the things that, as an investor, what we look is that you must have an innovative solution to some problem, what kind of problem statement you are trying to solve, what is the technological innovation you are bringing in, and whether your product or service has any market fitness that you need to understand, and is your solution unique to your competitors? Do you have a competitive advantage? And finally, whether your startup idea is scalable. I mean, sometimes there are a lot of innovative solutions that solves problem for only smaller mass of people. But when you want to do a business, when you want to grow, you will have to understand that you have to address a larger market segment rather than only be in a very small segment. So these are some of the things that I had to say from our program point of view. Thank you, sir, for the extended time.
Yeah, thank you. I think you are giving a good support startup. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, any question specific? Yeah. Maybe you can interact him also.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
I'll be available after this session also.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you. So now I invite Satyam Tiwari. He will talk about the scope and utility of ALML in geospatial technology. Maybe you can shorten your presentation. Yeah.
Pretty short, sir. Before starting, I think I am a misfit among the experienced speakers and dignitaries that are present here. But I'm again very thankful to DG Nectar for inviting me and asking me to present the work that we have carried out at Nectar. So when we hear AI, ML, looks very fancy words. For some, it may be a very, very heavy word also. What I have tried is I have not went deeper into the technology, but I have just tried to give the overview what it can do. And before I start, during 1980s and 1990s, when the initially computer was introduced into the country, so there was a lot of talk around that computer will eat jobs. It will take over the jobs of manual labor and data entry operators and all those things. But 30 years down the line, what we can see today is that computers have generated more jobs which were initially present when we were doing all the jobs manually. This applies to other technologies also. So similar case is applicable to AI ML also. So I'll start. So I'll give you overview on what sectors specifically in geospatial where AI ML technology can be applied. And as our guest from NRL has already spoken that they have given funding to some of AI ML based companies also. So this will again give you one more avenue to look into where you can start up your own business and provide the solution and services into this sector. Okay, so the basic advantage of AI/ML is it improves the decision making and it improves the efficiency and also it gives you the predictive capability. So even if you're not starting up a new business entirely, you can embed AI into your existing business to improve the capability of your business, and also you can predict a lot of things, certainly how the market demand is increasing or something like that. but we'll see how it can be done in geospatial technologies also. Okay, so the very first sector in geospatial technology is precision agriculture. So this is a sector that I have worked since last 1.5 years. So we'll see in more detail what we have tried to do. So the major two sectors that are there in precision agriculture, one is optimizing crop management and second one is predictive analytics for yield forecasting. So you can manage your crop growth cycle when using the AI/ML technology. You can clearly monitor how your crop is progressing if you are a farmer, or also if you are a agriculture related farmer, or you're doing some agriculture related business into the northeast. And then you can also forecast your yield, and depending upon that you can take certain measures such as fixing the pricing of your crop, whether it is a fruit crop or an agriculture crop, it doesn't matter. But what is important is if you have the clear idea how much yield you are going to produce, you can clearly strategize your marketing. Then second is urban planning and development. So it includes traffic management, land use classification. So land use classification, again, it will tell you if you are planning to set up a business, what are the spaces available, what are the nearby facilities that are available, how the infrastructure is, what are the things that you need to take care. So if you have the land use classification, that makes your job much more easier. Then infrastructure management, this is also very useful. If you're running some management services, you can manage your assets, you can do the network optimization also, and there are a lot of activities into the infrastructure management related activities. Then I think Northeast, it is full of lot of natural resources. So this is also one of the important application of AI/ML technology in environment monitoring and conservation. You can do the habitat monitoring. I think in some forest areas of Northeast, they are also planning to start to monitor the movement of animals using certain AI/ML technology, and also putting up the technology that already ISRI has mentioned. So location based and AI/ML, they have combined those technologies, and that is used to monitor the movement of the animals for reducing the accidental killing of animals also. And obviously natural disaster prediction, this is already been in use across the country, even into Northeast also. NISAC, I think, has already developed a flood forecast model, and they have also a forecast model which predicts the lightning in the northeastern part of the country. There are other predictive models also, and I think 2-3 years across the line will also be, if I have the opportunity to talk to you all again, I'll be giving you 3-4 more studies, practical applications, which has the relation to natural disaster prediction itself. So I'll now come into the main focus area, AI/ML based crop classification as well as yield forecasting. So we have initially classified the crops. So the basically classification is you identify which patch belongs to what, whether it is a water body, it is an agriculture area, or it is something else. Even and when it comes to agriculture, we individually identify which crop it is, whether it is a wheat crop, it is a paddy crop, mustard, or something else. And based upon the data generated, we take certain parameters, remote sensing parameters, as well as weather parameters, and provided that we predict the yield of that crop. So this study, this was carried out under the Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. So as you all might be aware, that Government of India, it has launched by Ministry of Agriculture, obviously it has launched a Pradhan Mantri Fasal Bima Yojana. So government have roped in several private as well as government agencies to provide the crop insurance. So while providing the crop insurance, it is very important for government to know beforehand that how much yield is going to be produced this year, so that they can take out the planning exercise much before for the timely compensation to the farmers. So this is a typical land use land cover map of Rewari, where you can all see the yellow portion, that is the mustard, and the green area is wheat, and then red is settlement area, and then barren and fallow land, all those things. So this is a AI/ML based crop classification algorithm. As you can see into the very first column, we have taken certain classes. Those are crop classes. Those are crop classes as well as other land use, land cover classes. We have aggregated them, and then we have sent individually each classes to the AI based algorithm, and further based upon the input, those inputs have again been fed into ML based algorithm to generate a output. So I have also compared the output between AI ML based crop classification and the traditional statistical based crop classification. Since this is a very zoomed out view, you might not be able to understand how much improvement it has given. But we have seen that when it comes to the demarcation of the parcel, AI ML based technology is much accurate in demarcating a parcel belonging to a particular crop. Further, depending upon these studies, we generated a yield forecast model. Okay, so this is the yield forecast model that we have generated. So this was based on random forest regression. We tried other algorithms also. We have total taken 5 algorithms into the consideration. You can see the R square is 0.73, which gives us good validation of the result. Also, mean absolute error and RMS is well under control for the agriculture area. And since this was a pilot study, we also were lagging into the data sets. Provided if you would have a large number of data sets, this study would have improved much more. And you can see the between the actual yield and the predicted yield, those values are somewhere around 80 to 85% accurate. Thank you. If you have any questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Satyam. I think with that, we'll conclude. Over to the organizers.
Can we once again have a round of applause for our moderator and our panelists for such an engaging and insightful session? Well, now I would request our moderator, respected Dr. PLN Rajuji, to kindly felicitate our panelists, to kindly present a token of gratitude and appreciation for being a part of this session. Thank you, sir. I would now request the Chief Radio Technologist, Nectar, Sri Simanta Das, to felicitate and honor our moderator of the session, Dr. PLN Rajuji, the Special Secretary, Science and Technology Department, Government of Assam. Amidst a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. PLN Rajuji. Thank you, sir. I would request our moderator and our panelists to kindly take their seat in the auditorium as we proceed to our next session.
Well, I kindly request our Nectar officials to please clear the stage or prepare the stage for the next session. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next session is a workshop series by Indian National Science Academy, which is INSA. I repeat, our Nectar officials to please clear the stage, or rather prepare the stage for the next session. And ladies and gentlemen, the session which we will now proceed ahead with, the workshop series by Indian National Science Academy, INSA, will definitely and certainly be interesting. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in this session, we would be precisely discussing on fostering innovation and Northeast through science and technology. And the session would be chaired by Mr. Ashutosh Datta Sharma sir. He is the Chief Executive Officer, CEO of IHFC. And the moderator for this session, ladies and gentlemen, is Dr. Virendra M. Tiwari, who holds the position of Director, CSIR Northeast Institute of Science and Technology, CSIR NEST, Jorhat, India. He's also serving as Vice President of Indian National Science Academy and member of IUGG Bureau, a geoscience union of 70 member countries. He is a recipient of National Merit Scholarship, Young Scientist Award from ENSA, CSIR National Award by Ministry of Mines and Ministry of Earth Sciences, Government of India. He is also a member of several national and international committees. So I kindly request our moderator for the session, Dr. Virendra M. Tiwari. Sir, could you please join us on stage and take your seat? I also request
I also fill in for Virendra Tiwari, who is going to be a little bit late.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm Virendra Tiwari.
All right.
For the meanwhile, for another half an hour.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, Sir Virendra sir will take a little bit of time. He's stuck in an emergency. However, for the timing, we will have Ashutosh Sharma sir, as in Professor Ashutosh Sharma sir. He would be taking over as a he will chair the session, and as well as he will also be the moderator. I would like to now welcome on stage the panelists. May I please welcome Professor Shobha Shukla on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome madam with a round of applause. A louder one. Well, I'll have to be a little informally formal here because the auditorium is not fully occupied. A very small bunch of people have actually gathered here, so we need to feel your presence, and I have got the lights on my face. I seems to have gone blind for some time, so I need to feel your presence. So some warm and very, very cordial applauses. Thank you. May I now invite on stage Professor Athiya Kaple. Can we have a round of applause for the madam? I also request Professor Ashish Mukherjee, sir, to please join us on stage. Professor Veda Krishnan, Professor Tharamani C, Professor Ram Prakash Sharma, Director, NIT Arunachal Pradesh. Firstly, a very, very warm good afternoon to all the panelists, and thank you so much for being here with us today. And ladies and gentlemen, before we start off with the panel discussion and an elaborate panel discussion, I would request Mr. Srimanta Das sir to please join us on stage. He is the Chief Radio Technologies from Nectar. Could you sir please join us on stage and felicitate all our panelists on stage? Well, ladies and gentlemen, our moderator for the session is already here with us. Can we have a big round of applause for Dr. Virendra M. Tiwari, sir? Good afternoon, sir. kindly request Shrimanta Das sir to please do the honor by felicitating all our panelists on stage. And ladies and gentlemen, I repeat once again, this afternoon, the session that we will now proceed ahead with by the Indian National Science Academy, INSA, and we will have an elaborate discussion, a panel discussion on fostering innovation in Northeast through science and technology. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Shrimanta Das. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I hand over the mic to our moderator for the session, Dr. V.M. Tiwari, sir. Thank you.
Very good afternoon, very distinguished panelists and invitees, future startups and present already entrepreneurs working in the Northeast. It's really a great privilege to be part of this panel when we are discussing how science and technology can foster the innovation and its application for the benefit of the society, particular for the Northeast and general as for the whole humanity. I was just reminded of a book while we are talking of fostering the innovation about many of you might have read Who Moved My Cheese? And the bottom line is how can you be always adjusting for the changing scenario. So one is a very important thing when we are talking of how science and technology can help us in order to get the new innovation done, but at the same time, it is also important how the innovation is sustained over a period of time. And therefore, the only way by which we can do it is forecasting and also innovating continuously to give the solutions and requirement for the continuous development as well as finding the solutions for the problems, particularly to the Northeast. We have very distinguished panelists today, Professor Shobha Shukla from IIT Mumbai, Professor Atya Kaple from NIRI Nagpur, Professor Ashish Mukherjee, and from here only, and Professor Beda Krishnan is very known to the circle of the young researchers, and she represents INEAS, the young face of INSA. And Professor Taramani, again, another person, known person in the all domains of the scientific interventions, and Professor Ram Krishna Sharma, Director, NIT in Arunachal Pradesh. And this is led by none other than a very well-known innovator, the patron of the innovators, and also a person who accelerated the innovation in the country, none other than the President of Indian National Science Academy and the former Secretary, Government of India, Department of Science and Technology, Professor Asutosh Sharma. So I request, we are delayed, but I would request all the panelists first to briefly make their comments for 3 to 5 minutes. I'm sorry that we have to decrease the time. And then we can have the questions from the audience and also deliberate on the issues which are being raised by the panelists. So may I request Professor Shobha Shukla, or before that, the chairperson of the panel, would you like to make any comments, sir?
Yeah, I could. So first thing I like to point out to all the people who are still here, you see often the scientific conferences like this, you would mostly see people sitting here. The panels, they are called menels. I'm so glad that this is not one of them, and so that there's a good balance between people. Yeah, maybe not such a good balance, huh? So, okay, there are some people in minority here, but I think it brings a good balance to this particular conference. Second thing, and this is so important because I just like to remind people that sustainability is all about diversity and inclusion. So even when we were discussing in S20, the energy transition, right? So that energy transition cannot happen without energy justice. And energy justice is not possible unless you had diversity and inclusion. So anyhow, to cut the long story short, and I know that we got 45 minutes now instead of 1.5 hours. So we need sustainability of time as well. And I would request everyone here to, how many of us are there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we get about 5 to 6 minutes each, right? But let's please stick to time, you see, so that we have another panel after this, which is some of us would still be there, right? Okay, so let's stick to time. And then other aspect is there are 2 sessions, and they were designed to be that the first session would focus on technology aspects. So as you can see that there are people here who worry about technology, but you can also touch upon some of the policy dimensions which would make that technology work, especially focus on Northeast. So I would just like to remind very quickly that there are 4 keywords that we are operating here. The first keyword is science and technology. The second keyword is entrepreneurship and startup. The third keyword is focus on Northeast. And the fourth one is sustainability. So any permutation, combination of these 4 keywords would be good. To conclude very quickly now, I've already taken my 3 minutes, or 5 minutes. So which is to say that there are 2 different ways to run a panel. One way to run a panel is that the moderator is going to ask questions, maybe a standard questions to everyone, which is like saying, okay, I mean the bird should also swim, which is maybe not a very good thing. So basically what you need to do is you should focus on the strength of each panelist and say, look, you can talk about any of these 4 keywords or their combinations in your own area of strength. So instead of focusing on the weakness of each person, and I was just joking now, I was saying you can ask a question, and if you can't answer the question, you give the option of dancing or singing. But that's not a very good option in a conference. So therefore, what we would do is, you just ask people to focus on what they feel comfortable with, and their inputs would be very valuable if they feel comfortable with it. and all of them would be integrated in a policy white paper that is going to come out of this conference. So with that very brief introduction, yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, so may I request Professor Shukla, please?
Hello everyone, thank you Professor Tiwari for allowing me this opportunity. Unfortunately, I'm not so well, so I'll very briefly discuss what I wanted to say today. So mostly what I wanted to say is that we have already going through a very difficult time. There are so many wars that are going on around the world, and we are talking about net zero, one health, and Har Ghar Nal, Har Ghar Jal, and even the Shauchalay, such Shauchalay Yojana that government is operating. All those things are very well thought of from the top, but if the stakeholders are also taken into the account for making any policy, that would be of great help. Why I'm saying so is based on some of the experience that we have had when we were trying to implement some of the water schemes or rather water technologies into the rural areas, and what we have found that when let's take the example of this Shauchalay Yojana, that Har Ghar Shauchalay would be there, and it was associated with the dignity of the women, respect and all those things. And when the Shauchalay was ready, it was found that the most of the Shauchalay had stones thrown into them. And these stones were not thrown by any other than none other than the women of the household. And why is that so? Because especially in rural Maharashtra, water scarcity is a huge issue. And it was the women who were supposed to bring the water for whole family if the Shauchalay was to be used for the entire family. So the policy, any policy that we would be making, even for the Northeast, the local problem has to be considered. And it has already been talked about that the policy has to be developed for Northeast. But our country is very diverse, and when we are talking about water specifically, there is a kahawat in Hindi, kos kos pe badle pani, char kos par bani. So the water is a very diverse in terms of the quality that we are having in the India. So the water first has to be tested, what are the different impurities or the pollutants that are available in the water, and based on those pollutants, the solution has to be given. The way we have this, the one health, similarly, we should have a one water kind of a solution, where even though the problem should be local, the solution can come from any part of the world, and that has to be addressed. The second part that I wanted to discuss is that no technology should be allowed to be implemented if it is not providing a circular solution. When I'm saying the circular means whatever the technology that I'm using, ultimately it has to go back to its nascent stage. So if it is creating a secondary or tertiary pollutant, that should not be allowed. Last part is mostly based on providing a simple platform to different startups so that the bureaucratic hurdles that are getting implemented because of the ZLD policy that the government has brought, so that they can have a simple like uploading the details of the company and the kind of solution that they are providing, including the circularity, and based on that the green star rating could be provided. With that, I hope we'll go from net zero to one health to one water. Thank you.
If you don't mind, we would request you to, if you, with permission from the chair, if you can flag off few of the issues of Northeast with your experience in Northeast.
Sure. Thank you. Namaskar. सर नॉर्थ ईस्ट के अंदर बहुत संभावना है। आप देखेंगे, मैं देख रहा हूँ पिछले 6 साल से NIT अरुणाचल में हूँ। जो 6 इयर्स के अंदर जो चेंज आया है वो ज़मीन आसमान का अंतर है। स्पेशली पिछले करीब 10 इयर्स के अंदर नॉर्थ ईस्ट के अंदर जो विकास हुआ है उसका अद्भुत है, मतलब आप देखते रह जाएंगे। अगर नॉर्थ ईस्ट में अगर जाएँ अरुणाचल की तरफ, तो अरुणाचल में स्पेशली आपको विकास दिखाई देगा। एक मैं आपको हमारे यहाँ अभी IIT मद्रास से कुछ स्टूडेंट आए थे, PM इंटर्नशिप के नाम से एक प्रोग्राम चलता है, तो उसमें करीब 15 स्टूडेंट IIT मद्रास से थे और 15 स्टूडेंट NIT अरुणाचल प्रदेश से। उन्होंने मिलकर एक 1 मंथ का एक प्रोजेक्ट किया और जो रूरल प्रॉब्लम है उन पर फोकस किया। तो गांव में गए, कुछ स्कूल्स में गए और स्कूल से गांव में जाके नहीं, उन्होंने प्रोजेक्ट कंप्लीट किया 1 महीने का। और उसमें उन्होंने पाया कि जितने भी वहाँ जो प्रॉब्लम हैं, फॉर एन एग्जाम्पल वहाँ बम्बू का बड़े स्केल पे बम्बू होता है अरुणाचल के अंदर, या जो भी स्मॉल स्केल की जो इंडस्ट्री है वहाँ, उसके लिए मार्केट में जाने के लिए रोड की सुविधा नहीं है। रोड की थोड़ा सा अभी प्रॉब्लम है अरुणाचल में। हालांकि बहुत कुछ रोड अच्छे हो गए हैं, लेकिन उसमें एक ट्रांसपोर्ट की सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम थी कि ट्रांसपोर्ट में प्रॉपर वे में नहीं है। दूसरी एक चीज़ और मैं सोचता हूँ कि NIT में जब मैं बच्चों से डिस्कस करता हूँ, हम पढ़ाते हैं, तो आज प्रेजेंट पोजीशन में बच्चों से बात करते हैं, करीब 58 की एक क्लास है शर्मा साहब, उसमें 58 में आज पूछते हैं कि कितने बच्चे स्टार्टअप स्टार्ट करेंगे, तो उसमें से मोर देन 50% स्टूडेंट हाथ उठाते हैं कि हम स्टार्टअप में जाएंगे, जबकि ऐसी स्थिति आज से 10 ईयर्स पहले नहीं थी। तो देश में एक अच्छा एनवायरनमेंट बना है लास्ट 10 ईयर्स के अंदर, और भारत विकास के रास्ते पे चल रहा है, और उसमें आगे भी उम्मीद है कि बहुत अच्छा होगा। और स्टूडेंट जो है, नए जो बच्चे हैं, नया जो आ रहे हैं, वो आज से अब 2047 में भारत कैसा होगा उसके बारे में प्लानिंग करती हैं। तो उसके बारे ऐसा है कि ये जो स्टार्टअप है, स्टार्टअप के बारे में एक इस समय बेस्ट इन्वायरमेंट है देश के अंदर। और स्पेशली मैं नॉर्थ ईस्ट में जो नेक्टर में शर्मा साहब का जो कंट्रीब्यूशन है, जो मैं देख रहा हूँ हर स्टेट के अंदर, वो उसके लिए कोई शब्द नहीं है। तो मैं शर्मा जी का बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूँ। आज तो शर्मा जी का भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि उन्होंने यहाँ बुलाया, और नेक्टर के जो शर्मा जी, अरुण शर्मा जी, उनका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। नमस्कार सर, थैंक यू।
Thank you, Professor Sharma. Dr. Taramani.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm going to talk about on the sustainability based on the energy, sustainability on the healthcare. So we know that humankind always requires an energy, and it has become an indispensable part of our day-to-day life. And at present, we have, just let's focus on India, so we have 1.48 billion people, and then urban population is increasing day by day, and we are expected to double by in decade. And this has created, especially the rapid growth of urban population has created a serious concern, especially onto the economical, social, and other things. So these are the big challenges. In order to tackle these challenges, that means converting these challenges into opportunities, we need to create the jobs by industrial-oriented things and so on. And if you see the data, so into September 2023, so there is a demand of 240 gigawatt of energy requirement in India. And especially if you see from August to September and October, in 3 months, there was a rise in 20% increase in the demand. So this has causes a serious concern. So therefore, the dependency on the renewable sources is increasing day by day. But it is causing a serious concern, which is impacting onto the environmental, air pollution, and so on, and especially into the global warming. When it comes to the air pollution, let's say that a lot of particles, NOx materials and SOx materials and so on, which is leading to the health issues. And so due to this, more than 4.2 million people per year is the death rate due to the heart stroke and also the lung cancer and so on. And India is in the 3rd leading country which is emitting a lot of CO2 into the environment and other things. So therefore, we need to tackle these problems in addressing the clean and eco-friendly energy resources. In that way, we have a few options. We look into the solar energy, wind energy, and also the hydropower, and so on. If we focus more onto the Northeast region, so Northeast region has a potential for renewable energy sources, especially from the solar and small hydro and bioenergy and wind energy. So which has a product, so the potential of about capacity approximately the 66 megawatt of energy. But so far, so 610 megawatt has been realized so far. And Ministry of Renewable Energy has brought out some scheme under viability gap funding and plan to increase the rooftop solar and capacity by 2,700 megawatt. And in Northeast, so there are 8 states which has the potential for this. So Sikkim, Arunachal, Assam, Meghalaya, Manipur, and Mizoram, Nagaland, and Tripura. So they have a potential of 62,000 megawatt of solar energy and approximately 57 megawatt for the hydro and hydro energy resources. So now the challenge in this case is that, so the problem is that you can produce the energy, but you have to, how are you going to store? So therefore, one of the opportunity as the thing is that we can integrate the energy storage system into the solar energy and the wind energy. So when the production is more, so that we can store this energy, and when the production is less, so that it can make up this. So integrating this can give a solution. So but at present we have, so what are the energy storage systems? So now lithium ion batteries are the dominating sources, but we have a lot of challenges for that. So therefore alternative could be, so aqueous sodium ion based batteries and also the sodium ion sulfur batteries, especially if you want to integrate to the grid system. So we need a high capacity, in that case sulfur ion based battery is one of the things. But still these areas, energy storage systems are in the infancy stage. Lot of research is required in this respect. So therefore, the academia and also the research, especially with the industry partners and other things, we need to more focus on to developing this kind of a systems over there. And then, so we can tackle the alternative lithium ion batteries, and also we can address this issue. As another part, so with respect to the healthcare, yes, so due to the exposure of all these things, so air pollution not only into this northeast region, so as a overall, so we have a serious health issues, and considering the north issue, we have the tough hilly terrain regions, right? The transportation and the emergency, these are the problems. So therefore, if we come up with some of the portable electronic devices for the early diagnosis of, let's say, lung cancers and heart diseases, strokes, and so on, so then this is also an opportunity, especially for the startups and so on. So it's an opportunity for them to open up this kind of a thing. At the same time, they can address this for the sustainability. So therefore, if we want to address the sustainability, we need to address with respect to the energy as an alternative, clean energy and eco-friendly energy systems. At the same time, also with respect to the healthcare system, this gives us an opportunity for the startups and even to the R&D systems also. At the same time, we need to educate the people as well. Yeah, thank you.
So, can we request Professor Breda?
You usually speak a lot more than that. Would you like to take 2 more minutes?
If you want, I can. If you want, I can speak.
Yeah, sir, if you permit, we can have at the end.
Later.
So that one round we
We
can
have another round here?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's working, yeah. A very good afternoon. I'm really delighted and humbled to be here as a part of this panel. And I want to thank the organizers for this opportunity, because to bring people with different expertise on a platform where basic scientists, applied scientists, and I think different stakeholders to be one platform is actually really rare, and it is the need of the hour. I represent the agri-research system of this country, the Indian Council of Agriculture Research. And we know that Northeast region, the agriculture is the lifeblood. So that's why I think we have to tackle a number of challenges in this system. And most of the time, when we say innovation, we actually restrict ourselves to tech innovations. But I think along with tech innovations, we also have to venture into market innovations, governance innovations, as well as the project, how to run and how to monitor. So innovation has to address at each and every step. That is very much needed. I think I will touch upon 3-4 aspects because we have limited time. So one observation that comes to my mind is, like, we have different knowledge partners, and ICR is one knowledge partner in this. We work in very close quarters in the Northeast region. But there is an issue in connecting, they work in different silos. For example, we do a lot of exploration in this Northeast region in the nook and corners of Northeast. And we have collected n number of, I think, endangered species as well as different, the diversity that we are really proud of in this region. And we have collected and we kept in the seed bank. We documented it, and I think we reported it. But where is the applicability of this knowledge? I think that is a point that we have to think of. Especially if I consider a model as rice, we have more than 400 types of rice varieties that has been collected and documented and characterized. And some has wonderful attributes like instant rice, easily digestible rice, cold tolerant rice. So it is very important to utilize the these application value of these rather than just documenting and keeping in seed banks and creating multiple seed banks, I think. So that is one point that we have to think about, and we have to have some co-creation workshop for it. We have to have a brainstorming, and also we have to build a business model for it so that we can handhold the farmers who is interested. So only knowledge, we have to commit with a practical knowledge, and the practical knowledge has to reach in a context-specific solutions. So that bridge we have to create. Otherwise, saying the ecosystem is ready doesn't, I think, won't matter much if we are not thinking in this direction. The second point is when we consider that Northeast is geographically isolated a bit, even though it is a blessing in disguise as well. That's why we keep the endemism and the diversity intact. But I think now the digital revolution has limited this geographical isolation, and there are a number of technologies that can overcome this limitation of land and water, the irrigation problems in Northeast. So I think precision agriculture is one that we have to venture more. There are a lot of success stories these days coming with hydroponics, aquaponics, aeroponics, but I think more we have to invest more in these technologies, because that can give more into the resilient and sustainable agriculture, especially in this terrain. And along with that, I think the drone, IoT, and AI interfaces, I think this is also having a good way to connect the mainland with this geographical isolated area. And I think the farmers should be more aware about these opportunities. So more this kind of workshops should happen so that they might be aware, and they might also handhold in getting more information in this regard. The third, I think not only in this platform, I always represent agriculture, and I always say the aspiration towards agriculture is lacking, and I think youth and community-driven agriculture is something that can be sustainable in the long run. So we have to tackle this at a very early stage. We know that NEAP is bringing a lot of programs in this direction, but I think we have to have more youth-oriented programs so that, that aspiration towards agriculture has to come. And that aspiration can only be built with constant effort. So I think these kind of workshops should also aim such kind of building aspiration so that more youth and community-driven project can happen. And then more brainstorming workshop, co-creation workshop, where each and every step can get a hand-holding, and they can experience what is like building a business. That kind of an experience will help them more attract to, I think, startups and entrepreneurship. So with this, I will stop if I get another round, I will put some more points. Thank you.
We'll move to Professor Atya Kaple, observations and comments.
Thank you, sir. I would first like to thank Professor Ashutosh, Nectar, and DST for making me part of this very important event and this panel. From yesterday, we've been talking about sustainable development. I've heard so many different versions of this word. Sustainable ecosystem, what is it actually? What it actually means is that you do not need any additional inputs to get that ecosystem running. And all the species have an equal right to live. But from when man cleared the first forest and built up his colonies, the meaning of sustainable ecosystem flew out of the window. Now the SDG goals are trying to get a balance so that the human race doesn't push itself into extinction at a very fast pace. We are going there with all, you can see all the climate change and extreme weather events, floods, fires everywhere. But we ourselves are responsible for pushing that. Now let's see how we can deal with it in the Northeast region. So the state water policy of Assam was drafted way back in the 1970s, I think. So they were talking about water allocation, how to manage the groundwater, the pollution prevention, and so many things. And Northeast, which is such a blessed region, you know, it is in the hills, it has so many rivers, but we are running to a water crisis. Can you imagine that a land which has so much of nature's bounty is actually running into a water crisis? We have this Environment Protection Act, you know, in 1986 it was formed, and it empowered the central government to promote the different standards for sewage treatment and effluents to ensure the compliance. But do you know that even today, Assam does not have an STP, a sewage treatment plant? You do have fecal sludge managing systems, but you do not even have a single STP. So where is all the wastewater from your homes going? It's going and polluting all your fresh water. And this is why you are running into a water crisis. So when we talk of technology, you know, over here there has been a lot of talk of entrepreneurships, technologies coming in. And we have seen yesterday also a launch of so many. But if you do not have an environment, this is a hilly region. When you have extreme weather events, when you have so much of rainfall, what is it going to lead into? Your soil is getting eroded. You're having so many landslides. You're susceptible to that. You are always reading about floods in this region. So if you do not, you know, balance the environment, somehow or the other, I've been working for 30 years in the area of the environment. You know, I'm a scientist at the National Environmental Engineering Research Institute. And what I see is the environment is always pushed under the rug. It's always the last thing to be addressed. You first build all the roads, and then when you realize that you have not left any water for, you know, drainage, and then you have flooding in your cities and you say, oh my God, where are the environmentalists? Why have they not warned us about this? When you don't even include, you know, environment as a factor when you take development. So entrepreneurship, when you want to talk about entrepreneurship in any area, you need to factor in the environment. And there are, you know, so many MSMEs that can come up in the area of protection of environment. You have, you know, stabilization of slopes. That is something that's really important here. You have wastewater treatment. Since you don't have an STP, decentralized wastewater treatments are such a big option. But the thing with the environment entrepreneurships and the MSMEs is they have to be government funded. Until the government, you know, policy makers do not take a stand and say, no, this water has to be. It's not that there are no rules. CPCB has rules. Polluter pays principle is there, but it's not being followed. So unless a stand is taken by the policy makers, then we are really not going to see any change. And how many ever startups, can you just open? So sorry. Where was I? Yes. Until the government does not, you know, decide and ensure that these things happen, you cannot see any entrepreneurship build up in the area of environment management. And without environment management, all these products that you launched, they are what you say, ghadi do ghadi ke mehman. आपके लैंड ही नहीं रहेंगे, सॉइल इरोजन हो जाएगा, तो वेयर विल यू गाओ योर सैफरन एंड all your other agricultural produce? So don't take things in isolation is my advice or my suggestion to all of you. It needs to go, environment protection needs to go hand in hand with any other development. I'll end here. I think I can come back if there are any more questions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Sorry, can you be little brief and so that
Thank you very much. So, this is actually this Professor Asutosh Sharma. I'd like to thank him because this whole idea is brainchild. And I mean, whole conclave today, what we are being organizing, and of course, Dr. Arun Sharma. Sir, whatever I am speaking today about the couple of words, science, technology, sustainability, innovation, this is based on my 27 years of more experience in the Northeast India as a professor of Tejpur University and then presently as a director of the ISST. So only I will touch upon on the few areas where there is a chance, and other areas have already been spoken up. First thing is that what I can see that there is entrepreneurship development of the bamboo mission, like bamboo mission, there can be one like banana mission. I can give one example. There is a species of banana grow here that is known as the bhimkol because of its size. It is 10 to 12 feet long banana tree, and this is a very good course of fiber. It's much better than strength of the fiber, and that can be used for making the eco-friendly several kinds of clothes, bags, etc. But the problem is that where is the science and technology? We have analyzed this fiber, and these fibers with mixed with someone, this strength can further be increased, and this is a collaborative work going on with the IST and one of the University of Deccan University, Australia. So I will not tell that secret. And the fiber strength has been increased significantly. So this is one where science, and this is a sustainable because you can grow very easily. Now this fruit is not eaten by the people. Why? It is full of seeds, so they dislike. But if you analyze that that banana bhimkol, it is full of nutraceuticals, and it can be used as a very good baby food. So these kinds of things like it can be enhanced, and people also get an earning when they can go this kind of banana trees and other thing. One example. Second thing is that value-addition products of the jam, jellies, and etc. We have seen that many of the entrepreneurs now baking jam, jelly, achar, pickles, etc., etc. But what is the novelty? So I think novelty should come in some other way. When you add some value-addition products on that, you say my jam is full of these nutraceuticals and it is antidepressant. It is happening. When in a Nectar, we are organizing one Indo-Japan conclave, I think last month in the Shillong, but I have seen the Japanese team, they said, I have this tea, and we have these nutraceuticals, and we are saying this is antidepressant, this is this. So these are some kind of examples. So this kind of innovativeness can come. Third is that very good, I will say about your medicinal plant. Northeast India is a treasure of medicinal plant. It is a biodiversity hotspot, one of the mega biodiversity hotspots of the world. But the problem is that we know that medicinal plant, there is not a single registered medicinal plant grower, hardly couple of. If you go to the Maharashtra and Western, some of the places, there are registered medical plant grower association. I have several patents on medicinal plant, not a one could be implemented. Why? The reason is that these plants are not grown, so we did our research by collecting the plants, some sources, and some plants were extracted, like Rauwolfia serpentina. So there is enough scope scientifically doing the herbal medicine and growing them. Because if you do not, tag those things, then this is useless. And another thing that we have been doing here that is very useful, somebody is growing some medicinal plants, some herbal, we have seen the turmeric, chili, many things. Who is going to assess the quality? So with the help of DBT, we have set up a phytopharmaceutical mission at ISST, where we can test, and we have got NABL accreditation of the chili, red chili powder, and turmeric, where you can certify. We are in the process of getting 14 more spices. It is a very tedious job. It is not easy. 3 years it took us to get the permission. We got the second phase. I got the letter yesterday. First phase has completed, where we are getting LCMS, GCMS, and modern medicines. So if the medicinal plant grower or the spice growing company, whoever, they can grow the spices, they can validate us, we can give the certificate of analysis, and that is NABL accredited, so it will be equally valid. Another very gray area where there is ample opportunity, yesterday I was discussing, is the fermented food and beverages of Northeast India. We have mapped all the fermented food and beverages and which are used by which tribes. Analysis from our laboratory, as well as the analysis in some advanced laboratory, like CFTRI, Mysore, and many other. It has shown that they are full of many essential elements, including the prebiotics and probiotics. So we have added value addition, like your soybean milk. Soybean is not cultivated here. It is in the Madhya Pradesh. So we have given the farmer, we have taken a chance, we have convinced the farmers, you grow soybean here. They have grown the soybean here. And from the soybean, they are earning a very good amount of money. And this can be used for making fermented foods, including dahi, that is known as the yogurt, fermented yogurt from soybean. They are also making tofu. And those products, with the help of our business teams, we are helping them and many of the malls and others. So this is one area where this kind of fermented, and many of the companies like Bharat Biotech, they have approached us, and we have also have a meeting, and many other companies, they are interested in your marketing of this kind of probiotics. Very much market, 100, 200 crore rupees market. So I think these are the some areas. Similar way we can have like pisciculture, somebody was talking ornamental fish. This area, though there are a lot of fish, but you know, most of the fish they import from Kolkata or some other areas, and which is cost 5 rupees in other areas, it's cost nearly 150. I have seen, because from 10, 12 years, when I was age, I mean interested in this area. So this is a very good area, business areas where they can produce different kinds of fermented your fish, ornamental fish and other. So I think many areas are there. Because time constraint, I'm sorry, but I promise that I will fully help Professor Sharma when we will prepare the white paper. And you have a lot more other things, ecotourism and other things, and mention. In addition, other people have spoken up, so I'm not speaking. And so thank you. This is only from my side.
So if I could get a few of the points which are coming up very clearly from the... yes, sir, we are going to ask him. So the point which has been really emphasized can be clubbed, like water, energy, climate, and food nexus. How entrepreneurs can come in these areas. And we have a few points to hear from Taramani, and we have another new panelist with us. So if you can take these points for further discussion, though it is open to you, you can speak anything, but still what we have started discussing, if you can put some.
Speak about logistics.
Yeah.
First of all, thank you, Asutosh sir, to giving me an opportunity to present myself in this audience. My name is Rajneesh Raman. I am a founder of a logistic company called Celsius. We are India's first marketplace for end-to-end cold chain solution. So here what we provide is we facilitate warehousing and transportation of any kind of perishable product. It may be, like as sir told, spices, bananas, or fragmented drinks that can be transported from here, from the northeast and other part of the country. So here, the major important part I'd like to highlight here is the technology in the logistics that has been evolved for last 5 to 6 years. So initially, if you remember, in the initial days when the COVID started, the entire media was highlighting that there was a huge gap in the infrastructure supply for the cold chain and the distribution of these vaccines. So that's when we came up with an idea where we started building a segment where we started reaching out and building up a platform where technology can be enabled to facilitate services like this, which are highly unorganized, and it becomes very difficult for people to track the vehicle. Plus, that because these are very highly temperature sensitive products, you need to maintain the temperature throughout the journey. If a little bit of negligence happens in the temperature, the entire product gets spoiled. So that's when we come up with this idea to present, to build a platform where we can do an end-to-end solution, where the consignee and the consignment be able to track the journey where the vehicle is right now, what is the temperature, what are the issues. Eventually, when we started this journey, we realized there is a lot of opportunity to integrate tech in this part. So, so slowly, if you look into that, I'll just take an example of Uber and Ola in India. 15 years back, nobody has thought I can just book a cab with a click of getting into an app and click. So this was the technology that has been brought in India, where the basic transportation and the logistics started up. To cover up other part, when we also do a lot of movement in Northeast, where we are exploring part loads. So basically what we realized in the market, in this market, is there are very small startups and small farmers who want to supply their produces to across the world. But the size of the consignment is so low, so people are not able to transport, because the size of vehicles is much higher and their consignment is less. So the transportation cost goes very high. So here what we do is we help them with a part load. So we combine 3-4 suppliers here, book the entire load on behalf of them, and then we supply it to the required places wherever they want to drop their products. So and all this happens through an app on a click of 2-3 clicks, where you can book your vehicle. You have options where you can choose your product, what is the temperature has to be maintained. So that is the kind of technology has been evolving throughout the logistic industry, as well as route optimization, which enables like Google Map and other technologies has been used to optimize the routes where you can save diesel time. One important thing that we have figured out in India is like the shortest route is not the fastest one. So probably the Google Map will show you the shortest one, but it might not be the proper road, or lack of within this village or something. So that's how we work on that, how we can optimize the route so that these products can be reached the fastest to their customer. And keeping in mind, as these are perishable product, it becomes very important for us to maintain the timeline. Other options that we like to explore is water waves, as the Northeast is well connected with the borders of Bhutan, Bangladesh, and the neighbor countries. So we will be more keen to explore those options as well, where we can integrate the exports of Northeast products to the near countries. And the third, the most important thing in the terms of technology is the drone. So where everyone knows that in most of the places, I don't know any one of you are aware of that, in many of the locations, and especially the interiors, the vaccines has been supplied through drones, because the accessibility of roads are not there. These are interior village where you can't even take a person, as these are highly sensitive vaccines where you have to maintain the temperature. So this has been carried, and the travel time should be lesser than what road or any other mode would have taken. So we have done that as well. So the technology is growing fast in the terms of logistics, and the industry and people are looking forward to more innovations in this. That's it.
Thank you. So, Dr. Taramani, do you have still some comments? Yeah.
Not more than a minute, huh?
Yeah.
Or 30 seconds maybe? Yeah.
I'll finish in 1 minute. Okay, thank you again. And just I wanted to highlight 2 points when I talk about the healthcare, because the opportunities for the startups. And when we see that, I was just going through the statistics here. HIV is one of the major issue in the Northeast especially. So more than 25,000 registered HIV patients are there in Meghalaya. And another important thing is especially the Assam. In Assam, because of the dietary habits and so on, so this year the people are more prone to cancer. So you can find 1 out of 4 in men and 1 out of 6 in the case of female. So this is a serious concern. And this is because of the lack of vegetables and nutrients, especially the fruits, and dependency on the salted dried meats and so on, and also the fish consumption, especially it has been stored in soda and so on. So therefore, the early diagnosis of this healthcare, especially towards the cancer and as well as other things, is very important. So therefore, the startups should think about coming up some of the portable devices, so where they can bridge between the academia and the industries, and to invest something so that they can come up with some solution. This is one of the major issues, especially 15% are facing this cancer disease. And when I looked at the statistics, even I was a bit shocked. 1 out of 4 is quite high, and 1 out of 6 in the female is also quite high. So these are the 2 important concerns, along with the energy-related things. We need to take care of it. Yeah,
So,
thank you.
Thank you.
So Dr. Kapley would like to have a very quick intervention.
Thank you. Just 2 minutes. I actually wanted to bring in one very important point on gender equality. So in the Northeast, there are a lot of women in the workforce, but absolutely I don't see any women in the leadership posts. Yesterday, we had the inaugural session, and there were so many distinguished gentlemen on the dais, but it was really so sad that they could not find one leader, woman leader in the Northeast region who could grace the dais, you know. And that actually really points out. Today we have a very good balance, and I mean, no points on that. But you know, leadership is something that is really lacking. Northeast is a region where the major dominant occupation is agriculture. It averages about 60% of the workforce is in agriculture, and in Sikkim they're about 79%. And here is where most of the women are employed, you know. But women in science are very, very few. Women in entrepreneurships at the back end, you would not find so many women in the front end. So this is something, you know, one of the sustainability goals is gender equality. And that is something that is really lacking here. That is something that Northeast really needs to focus on.
Well, thank you. I'm very sorry to interrupt here. Well, I kindly request Ashutosh Sharma, sir, to please felicitate Mr. Ragnesh, who's joined us a little while back. I kindly request Ashutosh, sir, to please do the honor by felicitating Mr. Ragnesh, who's just joined us for the panel discussion. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Ragnesh, for joining us. Thank you.
So first of all, I'm very thankful to all of us who are still here, other than the panelists, of course. I hope you all enjoyed being here and talking about, you know, stuff that you really feel is important. So while we have lots and lots of symposia and conferences on sustainability, it's also our responsibility to see that we don't have this plastic and water floating around in it. Water, but you know, use, let's say, glass and stuff to recycle water in. And of course, we all know the problems with microplastics now. So you said 1 in 4. 1 in 4, and there were 4 men sitting here. So I was very scared. I said, 1 in 4, my God, right? Okay, right. So one of us is going to get it. And microplastics is a big contributor to that thing. So anyhow, to conclude, we were looking at science, technology, sustainability, society's will, and so on. Let me just recite a very quick poem which takes into account all of these 4 aspects. So science unveils nature's mysteries. Technology unlocks boundless possibilities. Policy guides our path ahead. But societies will ensure we are well led. In labs and fields, scientists explore, pushing boundaries, seeking more. Technologies advances swift and bold, transforming lives, stories untold. They are told, but then it doesn't rhyme, I guess, with that bold. No, it does with bold. Policy makes craft rules and laws, guiding progress without a pause. Societies will, like a steady breeze, drives change, shapes destinies. Together they form a powerful force, charting a sustainable course. Science, tech, policy, society's voice. In unity, we make the right choice. So this is, you know, even the stupid chat GPT understand all this. So I think it is time that we also, you know, fully internalize these very simple things. And I think this is very doable. It's very doable if we just, you know, think about it and just talk about it all the time to people. So it's about building awareness. It's not, people are not evil, you see. Often people think people are evil. They're not evil, they are just ignorant. And they have not thought about it, and people have not talked about it, and so on. So if we do more of it through these conferences, these workshops, people, you know, discussing all these things freely, I think we would lead to a transformative society. Thank you very much again, all the panelists, all the listeners. And don't forget, right after lunch, we have another very exciting session. And how many people here felt this was an exciting session? You can raise your hand, don't be shy, okay? So there you are. I think all the hands. I'm so happy. And you know, you're going to be very, very happy because next session, we are going to discuss policies that make it possible for science and technology to work. And so please be there, or as they say, be square. So let's go for lunch and then come back here.
So once again, thanks to all panelists and chair. So we break for lunch and reassemble in 45 minutes. Please ensure to come.
Well, thank you so much, sir. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we wind up this session. However, I kindly request Ashutosh Sharma, sir, to please give away a small token of love and appreciation to the entire lot of panelists we have with us on stage. I kindly request our officials to please join us, usher in, and help sir do the honor. Well, Professor Shobha Shukla, madam, could you please join us if you're here in the auditorium hall? Okay, thank you. Well, thank you so much. May I please invite Mr. Rakesh Kumar Sharma on stage to felicitate, or rather, give away a small token of love and appreciation on behalf of Nectar to our Ashutosh Sharma, sir. Well, thank you so very much, sir. It indeed was a great honor to have all of you here with us on board. Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we'll just slip into a short breather and we'll take some time out, 5 minutes of time to set up the stage for the next session. I kindly request all of you to please be seated. Thank you so much. We'll just slip into a short breather. We'll be back in 5 minutes. We'll set up the stage for the next session. Thank you.
So welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. Well, now we are about to begin our next session, our last session before the valedictory. This fireside chat and white paper. The topic of this session is entrepreneurship, startup, and sustainability in Northeast Science and Technology Policy Needs. For that, may I invite on the dais our panelists, Professor Ashutosh Sharma. I would request you, sir, to kindly take your seat at the dais. I'd invite Ms. Binisha Payatate. Ma'am, can we have you on the stage, please? May I invite Ms. Smita Pandey Mishra, ma'am. Can we have a warm round of applause as we welcome our panelists for the last session of day 2? May we invite Professor V.M. Tiwari ji. Welcome you, sir. We welcome Dr. Rupa Vasudevan. Ma'am, can we have you on the dais? I now welcome Sri Puneet Pumsa. Can we have you on the dais? I now invite Dr. Sumit Bal. We now invite Sri A.K. Yadav ji. Can we have a warm applause for all our panelists? And now I would request Dipankar Chakravarti, project consultant, to kindly present felicitation, can kindly felicitate all our panelists for the last session of day 2.
You can do that, sir. No, not in a server.
Thank you. Thank you. Before we start the session, I would invite Sri Pranav Sharma to kindly give us an overview on white paper.
With the permission of the Honorable Chair, shall I begin, sir? Shall we begin? Yeah. So when we are looking at the region in context specifications, what we understand from the needs of science and technology policy is that it requires strategic interventions rather than broad technologies.
And going from there, first let's understand how the region looks like. The region has a decent amount of post-colonial geopolitical hangover because it is landlocked, but because it is landlocked, it is also the strategic gateway between South Asia and Southeast Asia. And that is something which, when policy design thinking is happening, it is important to understand and acknowledge that there is a certain kind of transnationalism and that the stakeholders are particularly multilateral. And in doing so, one needs to clearly identify that the creation of arbitrary divisions in ethnic groups will be affecting socio-cultural connections and interactions. And the region's character particularly is shaped by the kind of diverse cultural and ethnic composition it particularly has. Keeping that in mind, now we move to, in particular, define what are the key sectoral challenges. The first being the developmental challenge, the infrastructure challenge, which was identified also in the Rangarajan report in 2001, wherein there's a particular emphasis which was placed on crucial infrastructure. Then there are cost economic disparities, but for those economic disparities, there are also physical economy disparities, and there are socioeconomic disparities that one needs to look into. The third part of this essential harmony is skill building, wherein if one needs to foster innovation, one needs to identify the key skills that need to be harnessed, nurtured, and trained for. And as we move further in understanding of the region, which at this point is important to understand, is not very data-intensive understanding that we have of the region. So there's a call for a data-intensive understanding of the region. Northeast is a very complex and a convoluted design challenge. As something from a policy perspective, it's very interconnected, it is very convoluted, it has certain kind of transgenerational understanding of the culture, tribals, because there are a lot of transitions that the region has seen into. And one thing that we understood by our research that we did in-house is that top-down models have proven to be ineffective in past. Several policies that have been designed and deliberated for the region have not worked. And so therefore there's a need for sector-specific, very concentrated, community-based, but scale solutions. Not very multi-sectoral industrial solutions, but very specific targeted solutions. And saying that, I would like to reiterate what Professor Sharma said in the morning. The sustainability is absolutely about diversity and inclusion. And when we understand, and then the region actually necessitates that kind of policy thinking, design thinking from you. Now that we move to the key policy interventions that we thought to put out for discussions, of course, that will be deliberated by this esteemed panel on DICE. And then all the deliberations that we've thought of and the kind of things that you would suggest would directly feed into the white paper that we're building. The first being, because the region is very green in that sense, there's a certain kind of climate backdrop to the region. We thought it would be an interesting idea to design a Northeast specific carbon market wherein we can trade for carbon credit offset, which can, the credit that comes from the offset trading can be directly linked to the incentives and the policies that are driving developmental enterprise in the region. The other things can also be we can align carbon farming initiatives when carbon sequestration can happen through the kind of farming, sustainable farming that can be done. And that will also, doing the case-based scenario wherein one has to also do agro-processing here in order to understand there's a certain kind of carbon sequestration. You can't produce crop here and process it in Haryana, it adds to the value. Then, of course, agro-biodiversity, which Professor Veda was very kindly brought together for this, is that there's of course an untapped potential for agro-biodiversity in the region. I mean, one can start doing a very interesting pilot project with sector-specific things here. And then we can identify the key performance indicators for strategic innovation that can go in and do the different kind of work. Then, because the region demands from you a transnational thinking, so we can utilize the region to develop certain kind of diplomatic initiatives wherein a certain kind of innovation corridor can be imagined and thought about to be made to further the developmental enterprise of the region, but also how different ideas can merge and the region can become a certain kind of innovation melting pot. And yesterday there was a very interesting session that happened on bamboo, and what we understood that what Professor Sharma was also saying and Professor Sarma was also saying in several deliberations that happened yesterday and today, that some kind of standardization is required, and for that kind of standardization, especially in a crop like bamboo, one needs focused institutions that can go on doing tissue culture, do genetic studies, do pest management, do assessments, do topological understanding, what regions are better, what regions are not, and one can utilize, while we are doing bamboo farming can be utilized to do carbon sequestration, and the things that we said that carbon credits can then, the incentive-based linkages can happen here. With this, I close the brief on the white paper and we move forward to the panel discussion. Over to the Honorable Chair.
Thank you. Now I would request Mr. Pranab Sharma to kindly stay back. And I would request Professor Ashutosh Sharma sir to kindly present a memento. I would request you, sir, to kindly present a memento to Sri Pranab Sharma. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Well, ladies and gentlemen, can we have a round of applause as we are joined by our moderator for this session, Director NIF, Dr. Arvind Ranade, sir. And I would request Sri Shimanto Das to kindly felicitate our moderator. Thank you. So I would request you to kindly take over this session.
Thanks to Pranam and sorry to all for pitching in and ensuring the session moderator joins the session. Sorry for the little delay, that was a little unexpected. But I think one of the good part of the entire conclave, I consider that where you actually can open your mind and speak whatsoever you wish to. Of course, which all the inputs that coming to this particular fireside chat is going to enhance the conclave's kind of an expectations as we proceed. So certainly, as I said, this particular session, which we look forward, in which all the panelists will definitely give you the scope where we all are looking forward for such, conclave should really have a future to follow, as well as every stakeholders to make their role and responsibilities clear, and of course to all the people who are going to be part of such conclave in days to come. What are all the important topics that we should really ensure that is being considered? So for the topic of the fireside chat and white paper, I think fireside chat is something that where you have a fire and now
being a witness to that fire, you have to ensure that we all are really going to take the oath, that all the topics are going to be considered to design the white paper, and I think we all know what the white paper means. Now, the topic for all of us to get the inputs through this panel discussion, and of course from all the audience here, is to entrepreneurship, startup, and important aspect which right from the day one, Professor Ashutosh Sharma is trying to insist to all of us that sustainability is something that we all really need to ensure, because this is one of the important parameter that which has got a very, very special, I would say, the important aspect to be associated. So we have got a great panel, of course, led by Professor Ashutosh Sharma. We have Ms. Binita from IIWM. We have Smita Pandey Mishra. We have Professor V.M. Tiwari, Director. We have Dr. Rupa Vasudevan. Nice to see you, ma'am. We have Dr. N.C. Talukdar, Professor Pinakeshwar Mahanta, Shri A.K. Yadav, and Ram Prakash Sharma, Director NIT, Arunachal Pradesh. And we have Professor Sumit Behel from Amrita University. So we have got a great panel to get the input. And of course, it's always been considered that who gives the idea need to take the baton in the hand. So we'll request first Professor Ashutosh Sharma to open the discussion with the important points that he's been emphasizing all the time and how we all need to look upon. Over to Professor Ashutosh.
Right, I mean, there's not very much to say except to repeat things in different words. And we don't have time for that, so I just kind of defined fire chart, and I was thinking, what is a fire chart? Because there's no fire here. So we have to cultivate some fire in our bellies, and so that's the only fire there ever would be. And so if we bring that fire to this session and beyond, then we would have achieved something. I'm so happy to see so many young people here who are totally connected with policy aspects. And, hey, guys, all the guys, school, yeah, children, okay, very good. Our hello to all of you. Please listen very carefully and you would be greatly benefited by the discussion here. Okay, so back to you, Mr. Moderator.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, so now I will request Binisha to have the input. Of course, I have not defining the time because I consider that everybody is so responsible that they know the time, what time that we have to close the session. So they will accordingly manage their own inputs. Okay, I think then couple of minutes, because we can take more input from the audience. Yeah, more than 10 now. 2, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10. Okay.
Yeah.
And people are speaking well, give some more time.
Fine.
That's fine. Right. Good afternoon, everybody. It's actually a pleasure to, in fact, discuss something which is very dear to me. In fact, I know it's about entrepreneurship, it's about sustainability, but I've been working in the field of waste management and for the past 28 years, and I look at the entire Northeast region as a blessed place, especially when it comes to waste management, because as compared to the other parts of India, it is still not you can't call this as a place where there is a real problem in terms of waste. Of course, there are pockets, especially in the bigger cities and towns. However, it is still manageable as against big metros like Bangalore and Delhi, Mumbai. So there is still a lot of scope. So first of all, just to start with the points which Pranav Sharma made, there were two challenges which he flagged. And that was the infrastructure, because the lack of development or the slow development which is happening in this region. And the other one is about the terrain. So these two are considered as a deterrent. But I would look at this as an opportunity, especially when it comes to sustainability and especially when it comes to waste management. Because when it comes to infrastructure, the kind of development that can happen here would be more of decentralized approach. And when it is decentralized approach, especially for many of the interventions, it is always better because it will be much more sustainable. And this goes in hand in hand with the terrain also. So you will have, because you can't have big infrastructure setup. For example, when I talk about waste management, we usually have in other cities huge landfills, huge waste to energy plants, or big recycling facilities. However, and also maybe wastewater treatment facilities. But here, since the terrain is such that we cannot have these kind of huge facilities, you need to have decentralized setups. And when it comes to more of decentralized setups, that means there is more opportunity for entrepreneurship. And especially when it comes to waste management, this actually is a boon, because this can be managed at the local level. And when it is local level, which means it is more of opportunity for the local people. Because otherwise you will have to look for bigger funds, people from outside with a lot of experience coming up and setting. Whereas here it is more of technology interventions, which has to be much more thought of and which can be managed. So that is the reason why this, I consider it as more of an opportunity. Just to give you an example, we have been working in the Northeast. One of the examples is about the e-waste recycling units, which we wanted to set up in Meghalaya. And what we realized is the quantity of waste that is coming, because the population is also less, the quantity of waste that is coming in is always, if you take the entire state, it would still be much lesser than even 1 ton per day, which you need to establish. But by the time you get the waste from all over the state and bring it to this place, again, it is a major challenge. So if we have smaller units across all the 11 districts of Meghalaya, and because when such a thing happens, there is more scope for doing refurbishing. And so this is the whole setup to have a complete circular economy, which is set up with the economic feasibility. This is the canvas for it. So if it is similar to Meghalaya, all the other states also have a similar opportunity. So both the infrastructure and the terrain is actually helping more, or it is pushing towards more innovations and more technology interventions, and leading to the waste management entrepreneurship. So this is actually a fantastic thing. But for all that, what we need is youngsters like you who have to think differently, because you cannot, or there is not much scope for you to copy things from other places. So miniaturization, and also interventions which are with AI, with AR, VR, so use of machine language. So these kind of specific interventions which are present today, or which has a lot of scope today, this is a better place for such interventions to take place. And another thing is, all over the world, we are talking about waste management, which is going to be the next IT, or even the next fuel of the world. The reason is because I call it next IT. is because the CAGR of growth for waste management is about 7.9%. And it's going to be much more in these kind of terrain and in the northeastern region. So, which means waste management is going to be the entrepreneurial scope and for the growth sector in terms of entrepreneurship. The other one is about the number of people or the type of people which are here. You have a very empowered women who are already doing a lot of entrepreneurship. So this is again because waste management is something where you don't have to have high collaterals or high investments. So and then it's a level playing field for women because this is a new sector. So even men are also competing in the same platform. So in the same level. So this again for the gender balance also, this is a very good sector. So I would consider that as youngsters, if you can actually go into the community and then look at what are the actual need in the society and then design things which are with the latest technology, you have an entrepreneurship which idea and it can actually take place. So with that, I would conclude here and then I leave.
Thank you, Binisha. I think this is something which is very important point that she spoke about because everything that we really make use from the natural resources generates the waste in whatever the fashion that we look for. So there is a real need that how we really look into those management issues. So thank you, Binisha, for the wonderful input. Now I move on to the Ms. Meeta Pandey Mishra over the input on this topic.
Is it working?
Yeah.
All right, great. Hi, everyone. Very warm welcome to this discussion and good evening, good afternoon. So I'm Smita Mishra. I represent Fandoro Technologies. I come from Delhi here to this place and thank you so much, Professor Ashutosh and the Nectar team for allowing me to be here. What I do at Fandoro currently is I work with startups and investors. When I say investors, it is venture capital investors and private equity investors, where we help them drive integration of sustainability in their business operations. How we do that is by building awareness and adoption of sustainability. So we help them understand what is ESG, what are SDGs, what are really very, very implementable points for them. So that's my background. Prior to that, I worked for 18 years in technology, and then I moved for last 6 years in sustainability as an entrepreneur, which means I'm a decent enough person to sit on the dais with having a background on technology, sustainability, and entrepreneurship. And that's what I'm going to talk about here right now. As a policy discussion, I think it will be a very short time for me to be able to list out all the policies that I would really like to see here. While it is very heartening to see that almost all the states have policies around around entrepreneurship here, the startups, but I think there is a lot that can be done. There are policies which have not been reviewed and approved, so we're going to probably have a longer discussion and maybe we can also give the contribution to the white paper later on, but I'm going to form a quick base of what my thoughts are around. So firstly, while this is only my second visit to Guwahati, I'm very well versed with northeastern states and the entrepreneurial ecosystem here. Being a Thai Charter member, I've been associated with a lot of startups here as a mentor. And what I observe, and that kind of gives me a quick observation, a quick insight around the ecosystem here on how things are working, particularly for my interest areas, which are startups and investors. What I notice here is definitely there is a huge flora and fauna which are being leveraged for our agro business, and that's not only what's being done, that's also one of the focus areas, and we've heard enough throughout the day today and yesterday about bamboo, saffron, all kinds of things which we want to build on. But where I see the challenge there is the whole purpose of doing this is if we are able to do value add and we are able to sell it with an with an uppriced, with an added value there in the markets. But what we are realizing,
It's going on.
yeah, what we are realizing is that for each kind of these food items or agro items, we are requiring separate kind of processing, which means I'll need a separate technology being developed for ginger versus turmeric versus X versus Y, which doesn't really help me get scale, which means all my technology that I develop for one product, now I have to again develop it for another product and again develop it for another product, and the technology is limited to that one particular item. How do you get scale then? Pranav mentioned that one of the items that we are looking at, one of the objectives we are looking at is building scalable solutions. And that is very important, and I'll come back to why scale is also important. But how do we make our solutions more scalable? Maybe we need to look at more replicable solutions. Maybe our scale will not come by just one item. Maybe our scale, our model of scale is, can we replicate the same success in all the states? If we are able to find one innovation, one technology, one process which is successful in one state, maybe we replicate it in other states of similar demography, much like what Dr. Binisha just mentioned. So one is, plus I was talking to Dr. Krishna Kumar yesterday, and I realized that there are challenges in processing here. We are not able to process as much as we would like to. Secondly, even if we are able to process most of your items, and if we are able to cover that challenge, and the challenge that I have personally observed as I was walking through the expo yesterday is, there are such beautiful products out there which have not been marketed right. We really need a great push on marketing our products. I mean, the world is going crazy about probiotics. The tier 1 cities, tier 2 cities, the Western world, everybody's going crazy on probiotics, and I saw such beautiful fermented drinks out there, but we don't know about them. We are not talking about them. We should be doing that. And when I say marketing, it also includes a certain aspect of packaging, quality packaging. Maybe we need to handhold our founders into understanding how do we market them, what is the story, what's the kind of quality that the outer world is looking for, and we probably bridge that gap. Maybe we need a forum that can help these people understand, our community understand. Last, but sorry, not the last, but yeah, logistics being the third challenge that I noticed, and it has been well spoken by Rajneesh on the forum earlier. But I believe one of my mentee from Manipur mentioned that they have such light packages like 2 kgs, 5 kgs packages to be shipped, that we don't have enough connectivity for them. We need to somehow figure out how can we go through the cluster approach. Even if we bring in transporters and logistics solution, how can the founders come together, or how can we, or all the stakeholders involved, facilitate the consortium building so that they can actually leverage the larger transporters here. The last point on the startup side is about power connectivity. Apparently, we have single-phase power connectivity across, but the three-phase power is not, it's still missing. And what that does to our startups, at one end, we are talking about AI, ML, and all of it, and we all are aware the kind of power the GPUs require. It's crazy. How do we facilitate our founders to leverage that, I mean, to be able to use energy to do those innovations if we don't have proper power connectivity? So that's definitely going to be an area of focus, and where we would like to put in some details on the policy, at least from my end, I would like to recommend details there. The other stakeholder, like these are all the points I observed about startups where I do believe there is scope of improvement for us. The other stakeholder that I notice is investors. I believe, I mentioned that yesterday in my question also, that the startups here in Northeast are one of those very unique and special ones where out of 100 startups, roughly about 70 to 80 of them would be sustainable, unlike any other part of the country. Which means if we want investors to come and invest in our startups, they need to be sensitized about it. They need to really value that sustainability aspect that our founders are bringing to the table, which means there has to be a way to build this awareness and sensitization in the investors. And investors are looking for scalable solutions, so I believe it will be unfair to push them to invest unless they see value for it, because they are responsible for their returns. the main objective of an investor is not to invest in startups. The main objective of an investor, of a venture capitalist, is to give back a good return to their LPs, to their limited partners, for which they are bound. So which means we have to make sure that the LPs, the investors, this entire value chain understands the value of sustainability that these startups bring in, and start giving some incentivized funding for these kind of startups which are really good for planet and people. So I think that's where
Great.
my thoughts are here right now.
Very
Thank
nice.
you so much.
Thank you, Smita. Very wonderfully, highlighted various issues, especially when she visited many startups and the entrepreneurs here in the exhibition, and she covered a very important aspect, especially in terms of the SDG goals, the kind of issues that investors and the entrepreneurs need to take care of, and I'm sure her hand-holding will ensure this northeastern region really gear up in the days to come. Now we'll move on from one enterprise to the next, and I request now Puneet Raman, who is representing PUM organization, whose tagline is Entrepreneurs for Entrepreneurs. Please.
Thank you to Dr. Sharma for inviting me here and giving me this opportunity. What I've heard till now is about what is not available and what should be done on part of the policy, on the policy side. But what I see here is, I mean, like these young people sitting here, is there is so much entrepreneurship in them that they want to learn more and they want to do more, right? I speak more as an outsider, more from the Dutch perspective, or more from the knowledge partner perspective. We have been supporting Nectar in its activities, specifically in the beekeeping now. I have traveled all through the state of Assam at least. I have seen entrepreneurs, young people wanting to do much more. Yes, there are restrictions, but what I see is they need hand-holding, the kind of hand-holding that Nectar does, maybe, or similar organizations who do that, so that they're brought together as a cluster, so that they can work together for a buyer or a investor to come and work with them. So getting to the market is not the issue, but I think sustaining the market requirements on quality, on aspects of quantity is what is lacking here. I don't know if you know, but as far as in the piggery, I know maximum number of pigs are being imported from Punjab, although the maximum number of pork consumption is in the northeast. We see them happening here as more of a, we don't see entrepreneurs here doing that kind of work. So my thing is to work together. We are here to support any activity in a cluster or in a group, whether it's beekeeping, whether it's piggery, whether it is any other area. I mean, whether it's agro or otherwise. But as long as you can work together, I think there is a lot of potential here.
Thank you for the input regarding the important points that we all really need to take care of, to become an entrepreneur, and after becoming that, how to really take care of the various aspects. Now, from the private sector, now we'll come on to the academicians. How do they really look at the whole ecosystem? So to begin with, I will request Professor V.M. Tiwari, who is the director at NIST in Jorhat, to give the input. Professor Tiwari.
Thank you. When we talk of startups, entrepreneurship, there are a couple of things which come in our mind. And we have been discussing many of the issues over last 2 days. So let me tell few things, particularly for the young people who were welcomed by President INSA, the future generation, and that is about sustainability. When sustainability in normal way is defined that meeting the present day demands without compromising the requirement of the future generation. And it's good that the entrepreneur, the startups which are going to work here, they are joined by the future generation, and therefore I think our dialogues, our communications will be very beneficial. So what do we really look for? We are looking for ideate, innovate, and implement. So the first two parts which comes from, particularly if we see from the academia, research institutions, or the other R&D organizations, but how these things can be implemented, there comes the need of policy and implementation. So when we are looking to the, particularly to the areas of the Northeast, and particularly when we are talking of the sustainability, we are talking of very simple three words, and sustainability defined often is people, prosperity, and planet. So we have to take care of these three while we are seeing that our demands are met. And in doing so, particularly when academia is connecting to the entrepreneurships, the academic institution, the research institution, the role it plays are very important. And I would like to take the example from the institute where I come from, CSIR, Northeast Institute of Science and Technology, Jorhat, where we work on the areas which are very relevant to the Northeast, right from the phytopharmaceutical, from the areas which we can take the advantages of biodiversity. We work in the areas of the natural resources, creating the new dimensions from the minerals towards the high-tech nanomaterials, and the areas which we need to see that how our people are safe, having geoscience technologies to build the safe environment, infrastructure, and so on. And while we do, we also develop the clean technologies for the clean energy, and these herbal and medicinal aromatic plants towards the health sector. And all these are some of the products which you might see are displayed in our exhibit. And these are the, you can say, the first two parts what I talked, ideate, innovate, and then implement. So entrepreneur, we are trying to connect with that. So what is the present need of when we are trying to make the white paper, particularly which are more relevant to the Northeast? And we feel that there is a need of replicating of such institutions and setting up of the supporting innovation-driven enterprises in the different part of the Northeast, and for which we need to have the government and the also the public-private partnership kind of the policy documents created. You know, the success and failures, always it's two sides of the coin, and therefore when we try to support the innovation, we support the entrepreneurship, there must be hand-holding with them, and thus the policy document should include the hand-holding from the government sector as well as the leading industries which can, from CSR fund, they can take, participate in such kind of the endeavors, bringing industries and also supporting the small entrepreneurship, or probably MSME and so on. We have to have very, there was a discussion that sector specific as well as the region specific documentation, and we must understand that, for example, take the example of water management. Water management in one part of the Northeast is not the same what is the another part of the Northeast. Therefore, there is a need of also looking sectorial as well as the regional aspects of the documents. There are universal documents which are prohibiting sometimes, and sometimes they give directions how flora and fauna in the different regions can be utilized. We must have a compendium of that which can link to the these policy documents. When we are talking for the again entrepreneurship, the potential of innovation and economic growth in the region is enormous. It's very high, and therefore one has to look the scaling up of the entrepreneurship. So how can we really bring that scaling up? What kind of the dimension should be added that we can discuss and take the advantage of that. One of the another very important thing from the Northeast is the traditional knowledge, which can immediately be used by the entrepreneur through innovation system by validation of the modern science and technology observations to make it useful as well as monetized those traditional knowledge. And you know, Dr. Ranade Institute, they have already displayed that how even without the modern science, the new innovation can happen and those traditional knowledge can get translated. So these are the few points which I would like to make, and I would like to emphasize once again that keeping in mind of people, prosperity and planet, how can our endeavor be scaled up to meet not only the requirement of the people of the Northeast, but substantially contribute from the Northeast resources towards the economy of the country. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Actually, I can summarize what he said is live by example, because what NIST has actually been done, that we all can actually see it in the exhibition. But a lot of inputs actually he has emphasized upon, especially when we try to look for the S&T document, policy documentation in terms of the Northeast startup ecosystem as well as the entrepreneurship. Thank you, sir. Now, before I move on to the next representative who is also coming from the northeastern region, especially from Meghalaya, Shillong, Professor Ramprakash Sharma ji. Before I ask him to speak, we would like to honor you being part of this panel. So I request NIST representatives to please honor sir, and then I will request him for his input. And he is the director of NIT Arunachal Pradesh. Sorry, I was saying about the NEHU. Please excuse me. He represents NIT Arunachal Pradesh, Itanagar. I apologize, sir. Please.
थैंक यू सर. नमस्कार. एक्चुअल में नॉर्थ ईस्ट पार्ट में स्टार्टअप की अपार संभावना है. मैं NIT अरुणाचल में हूँ और हमारे पास पूरे देश से स्टूडेंट आते हैं और बहुत ब्राइट स्टूडेंट आते हैं. उनके पास जो आइडिया होते हैं, बच्चों के पास जो एनर्जी होती है वो देखने लायक होती है, उसका बड़ा अच्छा आउटपुट आएगा आगे चल के। नहीं, कई प्रॉब्लम है नॉर्थ ईस्ट में तो वैसे, लेकिन हर एक प्रॉब्लम का एक सॉल्यूशन है। जैसे वाटर की बहुत समस्या है, पानी की बड़ी समस्या है वहाँ अरुणाचल में, जबकि सबसे ज़्यादा नदियाँ भी शायद अरुणाचल के अंदर ही हैं, उसके बाद भी पानी की समस्या है। तो उसका गवर्नमेंट ने पॉलिसी भी बना रखी है और उस पर काम भी चल रहा है। हमारे NIT में भी 2 महीने पानी नहीं रहता जनवरी फरवरी में, और पानी हमें बाहर से मंगाना पड़ता है क्योंकि सोर्स जो है सूख जाता है जहाँ से पानी आता है। तो लेकिन इन सब प्रॉब्लम का जो है वो सॉल्यूशन निकल रहा है, काम चल रहा है हर चीज़ पे। दूसरा, जो हमारे बच्चे प्रोजेक्ट करते हैं, B.Tech, M.Tech और PhD वाले बच्चे, B.Tech M.Tech वाले स्पेशली बच्चे जो प्रोजेक्ट करते हैं, ऐसा देखा गया है, रिसर्च ये बताती है कि 90% स्टूडेंट जो पुराना प्रोजेक्ट होता है उसको वो कॉपी कर देता है और बाहर उस पर पेज लगा देता है। जनरली ऐसा होता है। ये नहीं होना चाहिए किसी भी सूरत में। इसके हम 100% जिम्मेदार हम लोग हैं, टीचर जिम्मेदार है उसके लिए। तो उसके लिए जो प्लानिंग है वो प्लानिंग ऐसी है कि फर्स्ट ईयर में आते ही B.Tech में जो स्टूडेंट एडमिशन लेता है उसमें 8-10 का एक ग्रुप बनाया जाए। ग्रुप बना के नहीं उनको गाँव में भेज दिया जाए, गाँव में जो रियल प्रॉब्लम है उस पर वो काम करे 15 डेज, और उस पर अगर प्रोजेक्ट लिखता है तो उसका बड़ा अच्छा आउटपुट आएगा, ऐसा मैं सोचता हूँ। ऐसी प्लानिंग है और इस बार से 100% ये इम्प्लीमेंट करना है NIT अरुणाचल में, और भी NIT जितने भी हैं मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूँगा सबसे, क्योंकि स्टूडेंट क्या करता है, वो प्रोजेक्ट पुराना होता है उसको कर देता है, ऊपर उस पर 2 पेज लगा देता है। ये 100% ट्रू रिसर्च है, इसमें कहीं कोई वो नहीं है। तो मेरा जितने भी बच्चे बैठे हुए हैं यहाँ, तो बच्चे आए हुए हैं, ये देश का भविष्य हैं, तो अपन को ओरिजिनल प्रॉब्लम को देखना है, फाइंड आउट करना है, फिर उस पर काम स्टार्ट करना है। वहाँ से आइडिया आता है, वहाँ से स्टार्टअप शुरू होता है। और नए नए बच्चों की बड़ी इच्छा है इस समय, मतलब अंदर से वो आता है, सर हम स्टार्टअप शुरू करेंगे, नौकरी नहीं करेंगे। ये 50% बच्चे ये कहते हैं NIT में आने वाले बच्चे, 50% का ये आइडिया है कि वो उनको अब स्टार्टअप स्टार्ट करना है, नौकरी नहीं करनी है। तो ये तो जो थॉट प्रोसेस जो चेंज हुआ है लास्ट करीब 10 ईयर्स में, वो मतलब पहले कभी नहीं था। पहले लोग सिर्फ ये सोचते थे नौकरी मिल जाए कहीं चल के, नहीं अच्छी सी कंपनी में वहाँ जाए नौकरी करेंगे। अब बच्चों का माइंडसेट चेंज हुआ है, तो इकोसिस्टम पूरा चेंज हो रहा है, देश बदल रहा है 100%। आज हिंदुस्तान की पूरे दुनिया में इज्जत है, हिंदुस्तान कुछ भी बोलता है पूरी दुनिया सुनती है उसको। तो ये जो चेंज हुआ है पिछले 10 ईयर्स में, ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। नॉर्थ ईस्ट में भी बहुत ज़्यादा चेंज हुआ है। और जहाँ तक एक चीज़ मुझे नज़र आती है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तो पैसा खूब आता है नॉर्थ ईस्ट में, कोई मनी की कोई कमी नहीं है, लेकिन उसका यूटिलाइजेशन थोड़ा सा प्रॉपर वे में अगर अच्छी तरह हो, उसका अच्छी तरह में अगर मॉनिटरिंग किया जाए तो बहुत कुछ अच्छा हो सकता है, बहुत कुछ अच्छा हो सकता है। दूसरी, हमें अपने बच्चों को अच्छे संस्कार देने होंगे, ऑनेस्टी सिखानी होगी बचपन से कि ऑनेस्टी बहुत बड़ी चीज़ है, अच्छे संस्कार देने की ज़रूरत है अपने को। और एवरी ईयर करीब 2 लाख के आसपास पेपर पब्लिश होते हैं, रिसर्च पेपर, हर एक में एक आइडिया है। तो आइडिया की तो कोई कमी नहीं है, उस पर लोग काम करने वाले, लेकिन काम आजकल कर रहे हैं, ऐसा चल रहा है। हेल्थ इशू हैं अरुणाचल के अंदर है, नॉर्थ ईस्ट में हेल्थ इशू बहुत ज़्यादा है, बहुत लोगों को कैंसर वगैरह होता है, काफ़ी लोगों को, बड़ी उनकी जो एज है ना, जो एवरेज एज है वो 60 के आसपास है, 60 के आसपास है एवरेज एज अरुणाचल के अंदर। तो वो बहुत ही मतलब उसका सबसे बड़ा जो कारण है जो मेरे को समझ में आता है वो उनका खान पान है, सबसे बड़ा कारण उनका लाइफस्टाइल है। क्योंकि 60 के आते आते काफ़ी लोग चले जाते हैं, मतलब 60 के बाद सिर्फ 8% लोग हैं जो रहते हैं, 8% ये रिसर्च कहती है। और दूसरा, ये जो वाटर बोतल हम यूज़ कर रहे हैं, डेली पी रहे हैं, ये बिल्कुल ठीक नहीं है, इसको बिल्कुल बंद कर देना चाहिए, क्योंकि ये बहुत बड़ा कारण है। हम डेली पानी पी रहे हैं इस वाटर बोतल में, लेकिन यानी कितने 6 महीने साल पुराना पानी पड़ा हुआ है उसको हम पी रहे हैं, तो वो बहुत ही खतरनाक चीज़ है, वो अच्छी चीज़ नहीं है। इसको तुरंत पाव से स्टॉप करना चाहिए, इसका कोई सॉल्यूशन देखना चाहिए, इसके लिए कोई दूसरा स्टार्टअप शुरू करना चाहिए, दिमाग में आना चाहिए कि इसकी जगह क्या हो सकता है जो बोतल में पानी पी रहे हैं। NEP 2020 पे में दे रखा है प्रोफेशनल एजुकेशन, पूरा 64 पेज का एक बहुत अच्छा दस्तावेज है, उसको हम पढ़ें, उसको देखें। उसमें सब चीज़ें दे रखी हैं कि प्रोफेशनल एजुकेशन ऐसी हो जिससे बच्चों को निकलने के बाद में और उनको जॉब मिले, और उसमें कर भी रखा है, B.Tech के लिए भी कर रखा है, 1 साल बाद करेंगे तो एक सर्टिफिकेट मिलेगा, दूसरे साल बाद आपको एक डिप्लोमा मिलेगा, और थर्ड ईयर के बाद एक पोस्ट डिप्लोमा सर्टिफिकेट मिलेगा, और लास्ट ईयर फाइनल ईयर अगर करके जाएगा तो डिग्री उसको मिलेगी, कभी भी वो छोड़ सकता है, जा सकता है। तो गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया अपने लेवल पे बहुत अच्छा करने की कोशिश कर रही है। यहाँ नेक्टर की मैंने सुबह भी बताया था, शर्मा साहब बड़े अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं, हम बड़े आभारी हैं, शर्मा जी ने बुलाया और इतनी अच्छी जगह, आनंद आ गया। मैं निवेदन करूँगा कि इसको हर स्टेट में किया जाए। तो इसी के साथ उम्मीद है कि आने वाला समय बहुत अच्छा है भारत के लिए, और नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लिए स्पेशली बहुत अच्छा है। गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया बहुत ध्यान दे रही है इस पर, सब कुछ हो रहा है इसके लिए, जो होना नहीं चाहिए था वो सब हो रहा है। एक्चुअल में होना चाहिए था आज से करीब 30 साल पहले, 40 साल पहले, वो आज हो रहा है, बहुत पहले होने की जरूरत थी इसको। आप सोचो आसाम के अंदर सेमीकंडक्टर लैब लगी है, वो 80 में बननी थी, आज 2024 में लगा रहे हैं। 3 लैब का अभी मोदी जी ने इनोग्रेशन किया था, ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर जी ने। आप सोचो आसाम में आई हो, तो आसाम को, नॉर्थ ईस्ट को बड़ा इंपॉर्टेंस मिल रही है। तो इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद शर्मा साहब, और विशेष स्पेशली आशुतोष शर्मा जी का, जिन्होंने मेरे को यहाँ बुलाया।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर। आपने कई सारे मुद्दों के ऊपर ध्यान आकर्षित किया, और मुझे लगता है कि इसी प्रकार के कार्यक्रम हम NIT अरुणाचल में करेंगे तो बच्चे निश्चित रूप से अलग अलग प्रोजेक्ट करना शुरू करेंगे। और देर आए दुरुस्त आए, अभी भी लेट नहीं हुआ है, शुरुआत कभी भी अच्छी होती है। तो इसी को मानते हुए हम आगे बढ़ते हैं। एंड नाउ आई रिक्वेस्ट प्रोफेसर सुमित बहल from Amrita University to highlight some of the important aspects that should be considered for the S&T policy framework in days to come. It is there. बहुत है सर, बहुत सारे।
नमस्ते और सभी को मेरा विनम्र प्रणाम एंड स्पेशल थैंक्स एंड सबसे ज़्यादा प्रणाम इस ऑडियंस को जो who is listening very patiently to all of us in the middle of the afternoon. So, esteemed members, very nice to be part of this panel. A great round of applause and many thanks to Dr. Sharma from Nectar for inviting all of us. I work in Amrita University along with our Technology Business Incubator and our Technology Enablement Center, which results in many, many startups across the university, across the ecosystem. And I personally mentor many startups in the technology space, including in cybersecurity, healthcare, IoT, and so on. But I wanted to talk a little bit about technology policy, but wanted to give a slightly different perspective. So if all of you know that last year, India had the presidency of the G20. And the tagline of the G20 was Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The entire world is one family. And as you know, so that means that we are all interconnected, we are all a part of the same ecosystem. And there was a C20, I don't know if all of you know, C20 is a civil 20, which is all the non-governmental organizations. And as part of that, Amma Mata Amritanandamayi Devi was the chairperson of the C20, appointed by Honorable Prime Minister. And the tagline of the C20 that she personally came up with was, "You are the light, aap hi prakash hai." So you are the light, and the way that what that really means is that you are not dependent on other people for your own success, right? So that is a very, very key quality in an entrepreneur. An entrepreneur is not a part-time job. An entrepreneur is a labor of love, right? You are in love with something and you're trying to do something. And when we talk about policy, we think policy is something that somebody else will set up, right? Policy is always something. The government will set up a policy, somebody will set up a policy. But really what you have to do is you have to, in spite of the policy, you have to go and make yourself successful. So now, since I kind of gave my little brief, I'll talk a little bit more about what I saw here in the last 2 days. Very, very eye-opening. One was that I saw there is a huge potential, of course, all the startups that came here and talked about, and even all the work we saw in the exhibition, there is a huge amount of course, natural resources in this part of the country. Second is there is a huge involvement of all the people with the community. So there were so many startups that wanted to do social engineering and social entrepreneurship. And of course, then yesterday, we had shown a little video as part of the event, which is, I think Sir also mentioned from Arunachal, that this concept of social engineering, it starts very young, right? So in Amrita, we have this program called Live in Labs, we talked about yesterday, where every Amrita student has to go and spend a minimum of 2 weeks in a village coming up with solutions for their problems. It could be 2 weeks to 6 months. And again, this is training for life, because you're also setting up training to be a social entrepreneur or even a very, very different kind of entrepreneur. So the advantage here in the Northeast is, of course, you have the community-based involvement. You have a fairly, a very large set of education institutions, very, very renowned institutions from IIT Guwahati to many NITs. So of course the ecosystem is there, and also a very literate and educated society. So I think, huge untapped potential. What I felt from a policy perspective is a huge untapped source for services. We didn't talk about technology and services much. We've talked a lot about natural resources. But services is a huge part. So for example, the entire travel industry, completely underutilized in my perspective here. There's a huge, huge potential here. And technology can, of course, break all the barriers, right? You have all the OTAs, you have all the travel sites, you have all the entrepreneurs that can do so many things. The second is all the natural products that are coming out of here. Somebody yesterday was set up a marketing hub startup. So that is, of course, a great opportunity, how to get the product to the market. So the biggest issues that entrepreneurs face, one is access to capital, which I think many of the governmental institutions are providing. Second is how to sustain themselves, right? Which is, I think somebody mentioned yesterday, why should I do a startup? I want to take a job somewhere else. I want to make a reasonable amount of money. So from a policy perspective, if you can actually fund the entrepreneur for their personal lifestyle also, which is, giving them a stipend of 40, 50,000, whatever, so they can sustain for 2 or 3 years, that would be a great incentive. And I think there were some schemes around that as well. That is one great policy that would help. The second is, we talked about access to capital. Second is access to market. So access to market, there is a huge, everybody kind of talked about, at least the startups, the local market here, but there is a huge market in the rest of the country. And of course, there's a huge global market. We are very well connected. So from a policy perspective, what can we do to enhance that, to set up at least a nationwide marketplace for the Northeast startups? So that would be the second. The third and last point I will make is, I think, most startups have very, very good ideas. I think, sir, many people mentioned here, people have very good ideas here. They don't know how to actually take that to fruition. So there is an intense need for very good mentors that can work with the startups, that can get them to some level of technology enablement or some level of business enablement, and then they can take them forward to a very successful conclusion. I will end with that. Thank you so much, Pranam.
Thank you, Professor Sumit. Many aspects that you highlighted in your very short briefing. Certainly, these inputs will be of some importance while recommending some more important policy framework for Northeastern region. Now we'll move on to the last but very important panelist, who is the Chancellor of an Best Innovation University. It's called Bharati Engineering, Science and Technology Innovation University, Professor Rupa Vasudevan. She is also another, I would say, successful entrepreneur who live by example. So I request Rupa ji to please
Dhanyavad Arvind Ranade ji, and thank you, Professor Ashutosh Sharma ji, for inviting me here in with such an august audience. It's wonderful coming to Guwahati. Thank you so much to the organizers too. I come from Andhra Pradesh. Many people still are confused with what does an edupreneur mean. An edupreneur is an educationist who is trying to create the rich intellectual human capital for the world. And I think in India, more than any other country, we have the largest youth dividend. This is why we need more and more edupreneurs like me who make education accessible, affordable to the youth of India. And today more than ever, we stand at this threshold of a critical juncture in the realms of education, entrepreneurship or entrepreneurism, and employment, all three. Now, why I'm specifically speaking about all three is it relates to the nation itself. Now, when I say education, it also means science, technology. It encompasses research, development. As a country, our contribution to R&D is 0.7% from the GDP, I mean, I'm sure there are several policymakers here and they would be able to speak about this topic much better than me, but I think it's dismal. It has to increase to a level of at least 2%. 2.5% is China, but their GDP level is around 8 times more than ours. But anyway, in our GDP, if we have about 2%, I think we will be able to build in the scientific temperament and infrastructure for the youth to engage into science and technological research and development. Other than this, we call ourselves the startup capital of the world. We have more than 1 million plus startups, and I think the numbers would have changed by now, but then we have 1 million startups, and we have more than 100 of them who are unicorns now. They are more than in a turnover of about $1 billion US dollars. That's huge. Now, what do we call this? This we call it entrepreneurism. At the university, I see all types of students, and I really relate Northeast to the place from where I belong, because I chose a location to set up a university where education, forget quality education, education itself was a huge struggle for students. The maximum dropouts used to happen in the Rayalaseema region of Andhra Pradesh, and that's where we have our 250-acre campus with a thriving 3,000 students now in 6 years' time. It's difficult because we primarily focus on agriculture, and I relate to Northeast because I mean, for whatever hours that I've been here, the kind of youth I have seen, they shine bright, they speak English, but they lack training. They lack the push, they lack the skill set, and probably they also lack the access. So I would put a very fundamental aspect to everything, which is to do with training, building skill sets, and spreading knowledge. That knowledge and skill set which contributes to the social and economic value of our country and also makes a meaningful change in the child's life. So when I talk about education, I'm not restricting myself to higher education, nor am I restricting myself to the Ivy League institutions of eminence in the country. We have 265 million children in school today, 265 million children. We have 640,000 colleges, but the GER of India, the basic, fundamental graduation is 8 million only. We are struggling there. We have more than 1,350 universities, of which 355 universities are private, such as mine. We are trying to contribute in our own little ways into adapting more and more children into talking about the intellectual, into building the intellectual human capital for our nation. And that's where I think we need a serious intervention. Now coming to Northeast, as far as I see, it is a pivot, and it has a huge opportunity because it's surrounded by 4 countries, potential. We work a lot in agriculture back in Andhra Pradesh also, while it is a terrible arid region. And I think you're flushed here with natural resources. The water seems to be one of the most purest water in the entire nation. You have the best biodiversity to boast about, while we work there in Andhra Pradesh in the most arid, zero-sum, zero water kind of an environment, and we are trying to still create a difference through millets, which are very hardy crops, mainstream millets with which we are trying to value add and with which we are trying to build agro businesses. So I think here, for the entire nation, building an entrepreneurship mindset and entrepreneurship ecosystem right through school, sensitizing them about our environment, sensitizing them about the hazards because of climate change, food security. I think more than anything else, building this mindset is crucial.
I see a huge indifference in children today. I'm sorry to say, but you know, it takes a lot of efforts when they join us at the university level. It is extremely tough, you know, because we don't get the cream of the country. We really get the challenged students who come from very, very difficult backgrounds, transforming them into part of the global workforce, transforming them into entrepreneurship, into entrepreneurism, and transforming them to be part and to contribute to our economic value of our country is a huge challenge. So I think there's a lot that can be done, and I would begin with training and building the mindset. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Rupa Vasudevanji. I think a lot of input has been generated to ignite you all, where fire must have got ignited among you all to give us the more kind of an focused inputs, because I always say that, first of all, this Northeast Conclave is one Sharma ji, and S&T policy framework for, especially for the region of Northeast is another Sharma ji. So, and Sharma's, you know, kind of a very important deliberation is happening. So I request all of you to, because we have still around 12 minutes to close the session. So important inputs that we will have from all of you. If you have any questions, especially from the point of view of the points that are raised, yes, please. You introduce yourself also. Huh? Mike. Okay. जोर से बोलो.
I think you're audible.
Yeah. With reference to what Vinisha ma'am and other speaker told, I'd like to put forward some points. I'm from Hailakandi. Sir told me to introduce myself. I'm Shamim from Hailakandi, Assam. So one of our ex-DC district commissioner, Ms. Kriti Jali, introduced one thing called plastic bank. So she was really, very educated and very well versed with these things. So she introduced it in a remote place. I would say Hailakandi is a landlocked place. It's a remote place, I would say. But there, it didn't work how she intended it to be working. So like this, in many other, startups working in similar fields like plastic management and waste management and sustainability, they fail many a time, I see. So if I would like to convey this request that if you are in touch with any government or policy makers, then please convey this message that please, I like to request that if they add something in our academic curriculum about sustainability, and there is many, but still emphasizing the waste management and all, that would be quite fruitful for us. And apart from that, my second point is that I saw, there are many entrepreneurs mushrooming nowadays. Even in my acquaintance, I have got a dozen, I would say, entrepreneurs. My friends are also doing quite well in many fields, in entrepreneurial ventures only. So I saw that when building up a brand, they use a lot of plastics and lot of things, especially in packaging and especially in marketing. But if I'd like to request you that if you are in touch, you must have some good acquaintance with what is called these entrepreneurs and many, those who are working in that field, like they are doing what is called this packaging in which is eco-friendly, which is good for our planet. Then please reach this gap and build some connections with all the other entrepreneurs and who are budding entrepreneurs, trying to do some impact with their products. And nowadays, especially it was not before, this was not the case earlier, that nowadays people are very much emphasizing about branding, and in this process, lot of waste and lot of these things are getting generated. And entrepreneurship is like mushrooming everywhere, and I see, from the lens of, I mean, entrepreneurship, this thing, I see many entrepreneurs are there, and I see many of them are producing a lot of waste, especially because they don't
I
have.
think, can you be shorter? Because
Yes.
let us give more chance to
Okay,
others.
okay. Thank you so much. With that, I am concluding.
Yeah, can I frame your question in following way? Either let us have a policy intervention for minimizing the use of waste, especially the plastic or something, by which at least the people at the end user level can minimize it, or let be a moral kind of a responsibility of an entrepreneurs or the industrialist to minimize that.
It goes both the way. Like, it should be a moral responsibility, as well as if I request you to bridge this gap, I mean, make some connection with the entrepreneurs who are working in the field of good packaging, I mean, sustainable packaging, eco-friendly packaging.
Yeah, great. Point is, yeah, I think
it's more of a suggestion than a,
yeah.
But what we usually have to look at when it comes to policy interventions is, we need to have certain policy interventions which are very regional also. See, you were mentioning about the plastic waste, but there should also be a market for it in the regional level. Maybe that is the reason it did not really work. Whereas if you're having something like that, if it is in a big metro, then there is a market also for those kind of sustainable products. So when that's, I mean, one of the main topics what we have here is that it's not only enough that we have a challenge and then you make it into an opportunity, like I mentioned, but we need to also have regional level policy interventions, which are very specific sometimes also to states or a region of the entire Northeast. For example, there are landfills or such facilities, waste management facilities, which needs to be put up in any of the northeastern states. But if you look at the country level policy, it says that you need to have minimum distance from a water body, which might be, you will never find such a place in a northeast, because everywhere there are small streams or rivers. So that is the reason we need to have something specific. So even when you're talking about innovation, that's the reason we need to have innovations which are very local or very regional. Then the aspect what you are mentioning can be tackled.
Thank you. We spent 6 minutes in one question. So let's have more questions so that we can do the real justice to the white paper. Yeah, young people? Yeah, please. Okay, general people. Younger, okay. Younger people. Yeah, we are all young. Very true. Yeah. Yeah, of course. After this, sir. Oh, ऊपर की तरफ है उसका button.
So adding to what Professor Vasudevan has mentioned, we don't have any curriculum after class 10th regarding entrepreneurship. So I think what is the idea behind promoting entrepreneurship at the very basic level? How can that be tackled? That is the question.
Yeah, would you like to address that?
Thank you. We have something called as makers concept, which can be introduced at the school level, and where students create. I mean, at this moment, when it comes to SSC board, a state board, central board, international boards, except of course the Nordic board and there are other boards which are there. What happens is we only focus in the bird's eye view of certain subjects. But what needs to be done is, from a very young age, if a child is molded in the school, primary and the secondary level on makers concept, on making concept, I think that the mind gets attuned to their, the cognitive skills are much better by the time the students get into the college. But what we receive is basically students who are very concretized in their views in terms of the subject arena. So what we need is a transdisciplinary approach,
True.
as well as the makers concept.
Yeah, and NEP is already introduced that.
Exactly.
So that's definitely in the, I mean, there's a policy already and it is also being implemented. So
Hopefully, by another 5 more years.
Yes.
No, it is coming
School
at that level.
levels,
Yeah. Yes. So, in fact, I mean, the brain behind one of the very important initiative by Department of Science and Technology, which happened during the Professor Sharmaji's secretarial position, that is Inspire Manak, which actually gives that scope of the students to come forward to right from the idea level to it really become. In fact, there are successful examples. Shalini, in fact, if you would have visited our NIF stall, there are wonderful innovations which actually got into the market now. Shalini is getting royalty every 3 years now, I think, from ISCO. So there are good examples, and that is where I think a lot of credit goes to Professor Sharma for taking special initiative on focusing and realizing the talent at the early age.
Atal incubation.
Atal incubation is
that is
another
something
initiative.
which has been there, and it is really okay. Tinkering
Atal
labs.
Tinkering Lab.
Tinkering labs, Atal tinkering labs. So we
Professor
already
Sharma,
have it.
you
but
wanted
it
to say
has-
something, no? Huh? Yeah. Couple of minutes are there, please.
So what I'm talking about, that packaging is very, very important here because people are doing a lot of good products here, but they don't know how to package it in a proper way. And nowadays, of course, this availability is there. They're bringing it from the other part of the country, then cost increases in a huge way. So that cost is very important factor. Let me give you one example. The egg, they used to bring it from for the egg, this thing from West Bengal. So for that, one egg cost is increases here 50 paisa. So if you do such kind of a packaging institute, of course, Government of India has initiated in 6 years back to the Indian Institute of Packaging Technology here, but somehow it didn't materialize. So I would suggest that such kind of packaging institute should be here, where R&D part would be there. We are talking about the organic packaging. R&D would be there, and some certificate course to give the training to the local people here how to do the proper packaging. That could be one. Yeah.
This is one area where we can also look at the innovations from the indigenous technologies which have been already there. In fact, there are examples where they use banana leaves, and which it's not just for the immediate packaging, but also to treat it in such a way that it can also prolong the shelf life of those material. So I think these kind of natural resources being used for packaging, which makes it even lighter, and it can also be eco-friendly and healthier.
Thank you, Vinisha.
I think one more thing I just wanted to add, that this opens a new dimension of the discussion, that there is a very good possibility of startups in packaging industry.
Yes, very true. Thank you, Professor Tiwari ji. I think we are well in time, sir. We managed the whole session to be closed by 4:30. I just wanted to have 2 points for the reference of all. Since the idea of having S&T policy focusing on startup entrepreneurship, especially for Northeast, was the idea of Professor Ashutosh Sharma, and his academy, that is Indian National Science Academy, has also taken up initiative in being part of the policy framework. Anyway, INSA is having that national responsibility to be part of S&T framework in the national level. And in fact, in his inaugural keynote, he also gave a lot of ideas. He gave a credit to his team. He has focused on various policies, especially from the northeastern states. So I think that is also an advantage for all of us to go through his presentation, look at those S&T framework, what is there by the state government, and all the inputs I have collected here, I will be sharing with Professor Sharma as I conclude it. And on behalf of the entire panel, I really thanks to Sharmaji Square for giving this particular opportunities for all the panelists and all of you to put on your points. And thank you so much for being part of this. Thank you everyone for wonderful inputs on this particular aspect of the S&T policy framework. Thank you everyone. Now we move on to the next program.
थैंक यू सर. सर मैं अभी आग्रह करती हूँ डॉक्टर अरविंद से रानाडे जी से कि वे मंच पर आसीन हमारे सभी महानुभावों का स्वागत सम्मान करें. I would request you, sir, to kindly present a token of appreciation and gratitude. Dhanyavad Mahoday. I would request all our guests to kindly take their seat in the auditorium, and I would request the organizing team to kindly set up the stage for the closing ceremony.
All panelists, one group photo, please. Yeah, all the, in fact, the panelists from the last session. Pranav, please come over, guys. यार बाद में हमको रिपोर्ट में दिखाना पड़ता है. आओ.
I request all present to kindly be seated for the closing ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to step into the closing ceremony of the Northeast Startup and Entrepreneurs Conclave 2024, and hence I kindly request all of you to please settle down and be seated, because we would now start off with the valedictory program. Yes.
This one. That's some changes. We have the chief guest, then Arvind Anandesa, Virendra Tiwari, Sharma, and you. Names in been given. Purana? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How we are going to take it forward? First, we'll invite our chief guest, then this, then we'll start with the speeches in this order.
Finally, chief guest will take.
Yes, at the end, after you. So then we'll proceed for the prize distribution. We'll start with this best entrepreneur, the nectar prizes. So after the best expo stall, we will mention that IHFC are doing a reward letter. So we'll felicitate them. We'll invite the VP operations and the Kritika from Jet Aerospace to hand over the reward letter for the best innovation, young innovator, and expo. And we'll also mention the jury members. We'll thank them from here. We'll not invite them onto the stage. Then we'll proceed for the next one, the best students quiz and the debate, and last the best road simulator. हाँ वो है, वो मुझे हम लोग को मिला नहीं अभी तक. हाँ तो उसके बाद the vote of thanks for the for giving away the prize for the best entrepreneur. I thought that maybe we can ask our chief guest. Chief guest sir कर देंगे. Chief guest sir कर देंगे. फिर My Home. And best innovation, Arvind Anandesa. Best young innovator, Virendra Tiwari sir would be presenting. And best expo, we will be present. है ना सर? फिर best quiz और debate का हम लोग राम प्रकाश शर्मा और आपके बीच will quiz मतलब राम प्रकाश शर्मा कर देंगे और आपका वो देंगे. और वो ड्रोन सिमुलेटर का आप ही दे देंगे. हाँ फिर द वोट ऑफ थैंक्स एंड एंड मतलब सब मेरे तो बोल ही चुके हैं ना, सब बोल ही चुके हैं. क्या करें, सब चीफ गेस्ट का रख दें. नहीं और एक आप फिर आपसे हम लोग ने हाँ एग्जैक्टली. तो आप पहले ही कर लो देन चीफ गेस्ट will be last.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we almost inched towards the climactic part of the day 2 here at the Northeast Startup and Entrepreneurs Conclave 2024, and hence we welcome you all at the closing ceremony of this wonderful conclave that you have been a part of since yesterday, and we have had some real inputs and some real insights onto the entrepreneurial skills and business, and I'm sure that in the next year as well we'll continue to have same sort of enlightenment.
Well, before we proceed for the closing ceremony, Debojyoti, can we have a warm round of applause for everybody present here for making this 2-day conclave a success. Thank you for your participation. Thank you so much. Well now, may I take the honor of inviting for the closing ceremony our chief guest, founder My Home India, Mr. Sunil Deodhar sir. I would request DG Nectar sir to kindly welcome and escort our guest onto the dais. I'd also invite Director NIF, Dr. Arvind C. Rana sir. May we invite Director NEIST, Mr. Virendra M. Tiwari ji. May we also invite Director NIT, Professor Ram Prakash Sharma ji. I'd also request DG Nectar, Dr. Arun Kumar Sharma sir to kindly take a seat on the dais. I would request Dr. Arun Kumar Sharma, sir, to kindly welcome our guests for the closing ceremony. आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत। Dr. Arvind C. Ranade, sir, felicitating DG Nectar, Dr. Arun Kumar Sharma ji. Thank you. I now request Dr. Arvind C. Ranade, sir, to kindly share his thoughts on this occasion.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। हम में से कोई है जिसको हिंदी नहीं आता है? Is anyone who doesn't know हिंदी? तो मैं आज थोड़ा सा उपलब्धि लेता हूँ हिंदी में बात करने की। वैसे मेरी मातृभाषा भी हिंदी नहीं है, इसलिए गलती होगी तो माफ़ कर देना। आज के समापन सत्र के मुख्य अतिथि श्री सुनील देवधर जी, जिन्होंने इस कार्यक्रम की नींव रखी है और जिनके कारण ये इस उत्तर पूर्व स्टार्टअप और एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप कॉन्क्लेव के लिए जिन्होंने सबसे पहले बीड़ा उठाया है, ऐसे महानिदेशक अरुण कुमार शर्मा जी, विशेष करके हमारे बीच में अरुणाचल से पधारे NIT के डायरेक्टर अनादर शर्मा जी, और इस उत्तर पूर्व में सबसे अच्छा काम करने वाली CSIR की जो लैब है, जैसे अभी हमने जिनको सुना लिव बाय एग्जाम्पल की हम जब बात करते हैं, तो ऐसे प्रोफेसर VM तिवारी जी, आज के समापन सत्र में उपस्थित सभी उत्तर पूर्व के अलग अलग शिक्षा संस्थानों से जुड़े हुए महानुभाव तथा आयोजन के क्षेत्र से जुड़े हुए सभी संस्था के मुख्य विशेष गण, निदेशक, अध्यक्ष, सचिव, अलग अलग, और विशेष करके उत्तर पूर्व के इस भूभाग से आए हुए सभी एंटरप्रेन्योर्स, स्टार्टअप्स, जो इस पूरे 2 दिन के कार्यशाला में कहें या हम इस कॉन्क्लेव में अलग अलग प्रकार की चीज़ें हुई है, जिसमें हमने देखा कि विशेष बुद्धिजीवी, जानकार, जिन्होंने एक अपना अच्छा एक अनुभव आपके सामने रखा है, जिन्होंने इस भूमि से निकलकर कुछ ऐसी चीज़ों को लेकर समाज के सामने आए हैं और हमें प्रेरणा दी है। विशेष करके बहुत सारी जो हमारे पीच सेशंस हुए, उसमें हमने देखा कि कहीं सारे जिसमें ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं, इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, सक्सेसफुल एंटरप्रेन्योर्स हैं, उन्होंने आके हमें एक प्रकार से एक नया अनुभव दिया और जिससे हमें एक आशा निर्मित हुई कि इस उत्तर पूर्व में क्या क्या हो सकता है। और सबसे बड़ा उदाहरण तो हमारे सामने प्रोफेसर अरुण कुमार शर्मा जी हैं, जिनके नेक्टर के माध्यम से इस उत्तर पूर्व का जिन्होंने एक बीड़ा उठाया है कि यहाँ के सर्व समाज के अंदर जाकर हम इस टेक्नोलॉजी इंटरवेंशन की जब बात करते हैं, जो यहाँ पे प्रौद्योगिकी उपस्थित है, हम देश के या अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर के जहाँ से भी ऐसी टेक्नोलॉजीज है उनको लेकर इस समाज में कुछ बदलाव लाने के लिए हमें मदद करनी चाहिए, ऐसा बीड़ा उठाया। और मैंने बहुत बार शर्मा जी को इसके लिए कॉम्प्लीमेंट्स भी दिया है कि नेक्टर के बारे में और जिस प्रकार से आप इस उत्तर पूर्व के क्षेत्र में काम कर रहे हैं वो सबके लिए प्रेरणादायी तो निश्चित है। और विशेष करके इस 2 दिन में जो जिन लोगों ने इसमें उपस्थिति दर्ज की, एक अभ्यासक के दृष्टिकोण से बहुत सारे लोग हमारे बीच में आए, और विशेष करके जो लोगों ने हमारे सामने उपलब्धियां रखी, जिन्होंने हमें ये प्रोत्साहन दिया कि इस भाग से हम क्या क्या निकल कर समाज के सामने ला सकते हैं। और वो समाज के लिए तो महत्वपूर्ण है ही है, लेकिन एक देश को विकसित देश बनने के लिए इस प्रदेश से क्या क्या चीज़ें निकल के आ सकती है, उसके कुछ उदाहरण हमने इस एग्जीबिशंस में देखे, कुछ ऐसे लोगों के हमने अनुभव सुने, और यहाँ पे जिनका प्रत्यक्ष रूप से उपस्थित आना नहीं हुआ, ऐसे लोगों ने ऑनलाइन के माध्यम से भी हमारे सामने एक प्रकार से विचार रखे। उन्होंने भी ऐसे उदाहरण प्रकट किए कि जिससे मुझे लगता है कि अभी हम जब चर्चा कर रहे थे तो बहुत ही, जिसको हम कह सकते हैं कि नवयुवक थे, उन्होंने सोच लिया कि ऐसा काम करने के लिए हम आगे आए तो ऐसी कौन कौन सी सरकार की संस्थाएं, कौन कौन सी ऐसी नीतिगत चीजें हैं जिसको लेकर हम जागरूक बने और आगे चल के हम उसका एक हिस्सा बने। और विशेष करके जब बहुत सारे अलग अलग प्रकार के पैनल्स की चर्चा हुई, जिसमें हमने देखा, और मैंने भी शुरुआती समय में कहा था कि 2016 के समय अगर इस भूभाग में अगर हम देखते हैं तो बहुत ही 2 डिजिट, अगर मैं गलत नहीं हूं तो ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लगभग 12 या 14 स्टार्टअप 2015-16 के समय रहे हैं। और आज हम जब लगभग 10 साल का इतिहास देखते हैं तो नंबर कहीं गुना ज़्यादा बढ़ा हुआ है। तो वो बढ़ने के लिए निश्चित रूप से कई सारी चीज़ों ने इसमें अपना रोल प्रकट किया है, संस्थाओं ने किया है, सरकारी नीतियों ने किया है। अब हम बारी आती है कि समाज और आप जैसे नवयुवकों को आगे उभर कर कितने आप में से उद्यमी बन सकते हैं, किस प्रकार के साधन उपलब्ध होने के बाद हम कर सकते हैं। उसके लिए इस प्रकार के जो कॉन्क्लेव किए गए हैं, वो कॉन्क्लेव, और प्रोफेसर शर्मा जी जो हमारे इंसा के अध्यक्ष हैं, उन्होंने भी विचार रखे हैं कि अभी हमें एक जगह पर करके नहीं रुकना चाहिए। और मैं मानता हूं कि प्रोफेसर शर्मा जी ने भी कहा, डीजी साहब ने भी कहा कि ये विचार जब आशुतोष शर्मा जी ने हमारे सामने रखा तो निश्चित रूप से उनका बहुत बड़ा अभ्यास है, उनका बहुत बड़ा अनुभव है, बहुत सारी चीज़ों पे उन्होंने काम कर चुके हैं, सचिव रहे हैं। तो ऐसे अभ्यासु लोग जब हमारे साथ उपस्थित होते हैं तो निश्चित रूप से मेरे जैसे, शर्मा जी जैसे, और आशीष जी भी बैठे हैं हमारे साथ, ऐसे सभी संस्थागत लोग जिनको एक समाज के लिए एक संवेदनशीलता है, और ऐसे लोगों को साथ में आकर जो एक हमने छोटा सा प्रयास इस गुवाहाटी की जगह से किया है, मुझे लगता है कि ये प्रयास यहाँ नहीं रुकेगा। मैंने अभी बात करते करते प्रोफेसर आशुतोष शर्मा जी से बात की कि अब ये निकला हुआ जो मंजिल है, हम पूरे भारत में जाएंगे, क्योंकि अभी हमने लास्ट का सेशन देखा कि हमें जिस प्रकार की नीति होनी चाहिए वो वहाँ के स्थानिक लोगों का विचार करते हुए, वहाँ की सभी जीव संपदा की बात करते, वहाँ की हर चीज़ों को ध्यान में रखते हुए होनी चाहिए। और जब तक, और इंसा का काम भी यही है, पॉलिसी फ्रेमवर्क में बहुत अच्छा काम करती हैं, देश सभी उस संस्था को मानते हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि ऐसे प्रयास हम निरंतरता से करते रहेंगे, लेकिन ये जो प्रयास है वो सिर्फ संस्थाओं तक ना सीमित रहे, ऐसे हमारी अपेक्षा है। और मुझे लगता है कि जितना कुछ इस प्रकार के कॉन्क्लेव से निकलने वाले आउटकम्स हैं, उसमें एक जनभागीदारी का भी हिस्सा होना चाहिए। संस्थाओं ने प्रयास किया है, हमारे सामने निश्चित रूप से सुनील जी अपने विचार रखेंगे, जिन्होंने भी एक अच्छा उदाहरण सबके सामने प्रकट किया है, और उनसे प्रेरणा लेके क्या हम एक समाज में बदलाव ला सकते हैं, क्या ये विचार मुझे लगता है हमें सबको करना चाहिए। और आज इस समापन के समय पर जो कुछ हुआ और जो कुछ होने के लिए हमारे सामने रखा है, उसकी विस्तृत चर्चा होनी चाहिए। और इस कॉन्क्लेव के बाद जब आप अपने जगह जाएंगे, निश्चित रूप से इस कॉन्क्लेव के बारे में आपस में चर्चा करिए, लोगों के साथ बात करिए, और वो विचार हम सबके साथ साझा करिए, क्योंकि हमारा काम समाज के प्रबोधन के लिए है, समाज के लिए काम करना है, लेकिन इसमें समाज की भागीदारी होनी बड़ी आवश्यक है। और मुझे लगता है कि हम तो प्रयास करेंगे, लेकिन प्रयास में तेजी तभी आएगी जब आप अपना भी एक भूमिका जो समझेंगे, और साथ में बहुत सारे बुद्धिजीवी हमारे साथ लगे हुए हैं, संस्थाएं, व्यक्तिगत प्रयास हैं। और हमने देखा कि इस आयोजकों में विज्ञान भारती जैसी संस्था भी जुड़ी हुई है, जिनका समाज के साथ एक बहुत अच्छा कनेक्ट लगा हुआ है। वो हर चीज समाज के लोगों की बातें समझते हैं, और वो इस संस्थाओं तक लाने के लिए बहुत बड़ा प्रयास करते हैं। आज इस समापन के समय वैसे तो मैं आभार प्रदर्शन नहीं कर रहा हूँ, लेकिन मैं ये जरूर कहूँगा कि 2 दिन के अंदर जितनी भी सारी चर्चा हुई, जितने भी सारे विचार रखे गए हैं, इससे हमें कुछ न कुछ निश्चित रूप से प्रेरणा लेकर हम कैसे इस कॉन्क्लेव का आगे का हिस्सा जब सामने आएगा, तो इस प्रकार से कितने लोग समाज की तरफ से आगे आते हैं, कितने अपने आप को इस पूरी बड़े महायज्ञ में शामिल होने के लिए आगे आकर अपनी आहुति देते हैं, ऐसा मुझे लगता है। और इस 2 दिन का प्रयास रुकने वाला नहीं है, क्योंकि हमारे पास प्रोफेसर आशुतोष शर्मा जी जैसे बहुत बड़े बुद्धिजीवी हैं, और हम तो प्रयास करेंगे ही, इसमें कोई भी यत चिंतित भी यत किंचित भी जिसमें कह सकते हैं कि हमें संकोच नहीं है कहते हुए कि हम इस काम करने के लिए हैं और हम निश्चित रूप से करेंगे। और इस समापन सत्र में आए हुए हमारे जो विशेष गण उपस्थित हैं उनके भी विचार सुनेंगे और मैं चाहूँगा कि इस कॉन्क्लेव से निकले हुए हर विचार हम आयोजकों के पास भी आप निश्चित रूप से साझा करें और हम आगे लेकर ये प्रयास निश्चित रूप से करेंगे। और नेशनल इनोवेशन फाउंडेशन का काम तो पूरे भारत देश में करने का है, तो हम आपके साथ जुड़े हैं, इतना कहते हुए मैं अपने वाणी को विराम देता हूँ। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
आपका बहुत बहुत आभार महोदय।
Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, I would request Dr. Arun Kumar Sharma, Director General Nectar, to join us on the podium and share a few words.
Thank you. माननीय सुनील देवधर जी, आप आए, आपका टाइम लेके इधर, so I'm very thankful to you. The other distinguished guests on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, students, very good evening to all of you. I must give compliments for this whole conclave to Professor Ashutosh Sharma. So he insisted us to do this one, and he has been regularly texting me in WhatsApp. So all these things we are planning in WhatsApp, so talking more than half an hour in the night. So finally, anyway, there are lots of things in between happen. So finally we could make it, although there are lots of difficulties because 25th was holiday was there. Then 29 is again holiday, Good Friday. 27, 28 is the last part of the financial year. So many people were not interested, or many things are there. So, but then we thought that we will anyhow do it, and we could do it. So that's the main thing. And more important thing is that I just got the list that we got the registration around, including the student registration and others, around 580. So, and 60 stalls. More importantly, all these stalls, the products were sold completely, and few people got the orders. Today just one person told me that he got orders of more than, I think, 5 ton or 10 ton ginger from somebody. So, so that's what things are happening, this good thing. So I thank you, all of you. Basically, this whole concept of initiating this kind of conclave is to bring all the stakeholders together. I already told you in the inaugural that so that we understand ourselves. What are our problems? What are our difficulties? Now we say that we don't have difficulties. We don't have problem. We have everything. We need to take it forward. That's the main thing. How we will take it forward, and what are the possibilities are there through the other Ministry of Government of India, that we are trying our best to get it. In fact, I'm just sharing with you, because the government initiated that 10% of every ministry fund should be invested in Northeast. This is the initiation done. But the ministry is struggling to find out where to invest. So it's an opportunity for all of us to encash this 10% of every ministry. So we are somehow, to some extent, we are proud that we could extract something from the Ministry of Donor under two projects. So that's a good amount of fund we have received, and we already started work, so many initiatives. I will not discuss more details about the project, but yes, the policy document that what we have been talking is very important for us, how to take it forward, how to make it and place it to each and every institution, particularly in the government department, and then extract the outcome of that, how to make it implement in Northeast. That would be very, very important for us to take it forward. Yesterday, I didn't tell you one important thing, that another aspect that we have been working on, of course, the drone sector, and I'm happy that most probably by the next month, next week, we will get the approval of RPTO, Remote Pilot Training Organization. Nectar is a we'll be a remote pilot training organization. We'll be providing the pilot training to the Northeast people, and of course, how to get the job in the company, because we have been working in the geospatial sector in a large way. And at the same time, we are also working, as we have been talking about the bamboo. It is very unfortunate that we don't have a bamboo institute in the country. Why not we can have an Indian Institute of Bamboo Technology or Bamboo University, which is there in Philippines, it's there in New Zealand, it's there in the Taiwan. Why don't we can have this kind of institute in the country? Of course, we have created some concept note on this particular sector. We discussed a lot in the few months back, the ministry also, Ministry of Donor. So we'll try our best to bring this kind of institution here, so that actually, as I told earlier also, there are lots of opportunities in bamboo sector. I have many dreams in the bamboo sector, because we did a lot of homework on it. So I will not take much time. I thank you, particularly ISFC Incubation Hub, for pitching. We got, I think, 16 total. Still we are, there are few more we are taking up. So that there's a very good contribution from your side, and we will take it forward. That other institutions like NIF, ISST, and all the institutions that supported us in this conclave, I thank you to all of you. And we got to know that how we can collectively do in a better way for the development, not only in Northeast, for the entire country. So I thank you all, and we look forward to see you through our Nectar project. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Well, we extend a big thank you to you, sir.
अब मैं विनम्र निवेदन करूंगी हमारे आज के इस सभा के मुख्य अतिथि श्री सुनील देवधर जी से कि वे कृपया आज के इस विशेष सभा को संबोधित करें. I request you, sir, to kindly deliver your valuable speech.
Very good evening to you all, honorable dignitaries on dais. Number 1 Sharma ji, number 2 Sharma ji, another 1 Sharma ji sitting in front of me, Mr. Tiwari, Mr. Ranade, and all youth of this country, this Northeast India, and the resource persons who attended this conference from yesterday. सबसे पहले तो मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई दूंगा आपको कि आपने एक बहुत अच्छा कार्यक्रम, एक्सेलेंट इनिशिएटिव जो आपने ये किया है, जिसके कारण 2 दिन से जितने भी यहाँ पर यूथ बैठे हैं, आई एम कॉन्फिडेंट दैट यू आर ऑल अपग्रेडेड. यहाँ आने से पहले जो आपकी सोच थी और 2 दिन यहाँ रुकने के बाद जो आपकी सोच हुई है, उसमें भगवान कृष्ण ने भगवद गीता में जो कहा है, उद्धरेत आत्मानाम आत्मानम नात्मानम अवसाधयेत, उसका एक बहुत अच्छा उदाहरण यहाँ पर है कि अपने आप को हमेशा अपग्रेड करो, अपने आप को कभी डाउनग्रेड मत करना. ये भगवान कृष्ण ने भगवद गीता में कहा है. ये अगर मैं नहीं बताता और मैं सिर्फ इंग्लिश में बताता, और ऑलवेज ट्राई टू अपग्रेड यूर सेल्फ. इफ ए सॉफ्टवेयर कैन बी अपग्रेडेड, मोबाइल कैन बी अपग्रेडेड, और everything can be upgraded, then why not human resources, human material? तो बोलेंगे कि इतना अच्छा बात बताया. कहाँ से बताया? इंग्लैंड वाले ने, किसी ने बताया. लेकिन हम लोगों को संस्कृत बताया गया कि ये पुरानी लैंग्वेज है, ये डेड लैंग्वेज है, तो उसमें जो ज्ञान भर के रखा हुआ है उसके बारे में हम लोगों को जानकारी नहीं है. लेकिन ये आपने बहुत अच्छा काम किया है. অসমীয়া মানুহবিলাকে ইয়াত আছে, মই অলপ অলপ অসমীয়া ক'ব পাৰোঁ. সকলোকে নমস্কাৰ জানিলোঁ. আমি বাংলা বলতে পারি, তো এখানে যে বাঙালি মানুষ আছে ওনাদেরকে আমার নমস্কার আমি জানাই. ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ से हमारी बहना है, తెలుగు కొంచెం కొంచెం వస్తుంది. ఇప్పుడు నేర్చుకుంటున్నాను, కొంచెం కొంచెం మాట్లాడతాను కూడా. పాట వింటాను, పాట పాడతాను, उपन्यासम కూడా ఇస్తాను. रायलसीमा में मैं रहा हूँ, जोन्न रोटे और गुत्ती वंकाया 1 नंबर, है ना. तो एक बार आपने सभी नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लोगों को इनवाइट करना चाहिए आपके यूनिवर्सिटी में कि रायलसीमा एक ऐसी जगह है जहाँ से मैडम आई है कि जब नेचर अभिशाप है, नेचर सपोर्ट नहीं करता है, उसमें से एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप किस तरह से डेवलप होती है, इमर्ज होती है और एक बहुत बड़ा सोर्स ऑफ इनकम वहाँ के लोगों को क्रिएट करके देती है, उसका आइडियल एग्जाम्पल रायलसीमा रीजन है. आपने एजुकेशन की बात कही आंध्र प्रदेश से रिलेटेड, तो त्रिपुरा में मैं काफ़ी साल रहा हूँ. तो त्रिपुरा के अगर कोई यहाँ पर जनजातीय बंधु है, अगर ट्राइबल्स अगर कोई है, तो उन सबको मेरा कह सकते हैं खुलुम खा, खोर का हम. और त्रिपुरा के जो राजा थे महाराजा बीर विक्रम, उन्होंने अपना बहुत बड़ा जमीन जो विशाखापट्टनम में था वो एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट के लिए दे दिया, जिसमें आपकी आंध्रा यूनिवर्सिटी आज है विशाखापट्टनम में. ये आंध्रा यूनिवर्सिटी की जगह देने वाले नॉर्थ ईस्ट के ट्राइबल राजा है जो महाराजा बीर विक्रम है. और यू मस्ट ऑल नो दैट इन द कैंपस ऑफ आंध्रा यूनिवर्सिटी यू कैन सी द स्टैचू ऑफ महाराजा बीर विक्रम. तो ये नॉर्थ ईस्ट का जो एक योगदान है पूरे देश भर में, अब हमको पता नहीं है. नॉर्थ ईस्ट का टैलेंट क्या है, अगर आपको पुरानी बात बताऊं तो म्यूजिक डायरेक्टर्स R.D. बर्मन, S.D. बर्मन, ये दोनों जो है ये नॉर्थ ईस्ट के थे, त्रिपुरा के थे. और ये बंगालीज नहीं थे, ये ट्राइबल्स थे. इनकी मातृभाषा कॉकबोरोक थी. ये देवबर्मा जनजाति के थे. ऑफ कोर्स R.D. बर्मन जी की माताजी बंगाली थी, तो एक बहुत अच्छा जिसको कहेंगे एक समरस इस तरह से उनका संगीत हम लोगों को देखने को मिलता था, जिसमें रविंद्र संगीत भी होता था और नॉर्थ ईस्ट का एक झलक भी उनके म्यूज़िक में हमें खास करके सचिन दा के म्यूज़िक में मिलता था. डैनी डेंजोम्पा भी नॉर्थ ईस्ट के ही है और उन्होंने तो पूरे फिल्म इंडस्ट्री पर लगभग 40 साल तक साम्राज्य किया है अपने अभिनय अदाकारी से. मौका मिलने से नॉर्थ ईस्ट कितना आगे जा सकता है, इसके ये कुछ एग्जाम्पल्स मैंने आपको बताए. मेरा नॉर्थ ईस्ट से जो कनेक्शन है वो मेघालय में 1991 में मैं आया. सो आई कैन स्पीक खासी लैंग्वेज. कि डन की बार लॉन्ग खासी हंगने उमडन तंग इवेरू उमडन खासी तंग इवे ते का खासी जोंगा का लॉन्ग ना स्मिथुफी परफेक्ट. हाँ फिडे खासी ने पनारमो खासी शिलोंग मौलाय शिलोंग ओ खुबलाई मो खुबलाई शिबुन. देखिए, एक जब तक एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप की जो बात है ना, इसके लिए अवेयरनेस इज रिक्वायर्ड. नंबर 1, इनोवेटिव नेचर शुड बी देयर. इनोवेशन अगर है तो अपने आप एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप आ जाती है. आई रिमेंबर व्हेन आई वेंट टू मेघालय इन 1991, आई सॉ a society which lives in matriarchal system, matrilinear system, जिसमें after marriage boy has to go to girl's house and property belongs to mother which goes to their daughters, and basically the title surname of mother is given to all children. तो मातृ सत्ताक है, माँ की वहाँ पर ताकत है. But the women were poor, they were jobless. I'm talking about 1990s. So what I realized that the Meghalaya is a cold region, 24/7. A sweater is required if you come out from your house. And obviously, sweater was part and parcel of uniform of all school students as well. 12 महीने ठंड है तो वहाँ पर तो स्वेटर लगेगा. But total sweaters, they used to come from Punjab. What I thought that if we teach knitting, making sweater on machine, knitting machine, then only wool will be required and women will get income. They can earn. And in 1994, I brought a social worker from Pune who initially did not know knitting, but I motivated her that please learn, try to understand, get the skill of knitting, and then come to Meghalaya. A Marathi lady, Shailaja Deshpande, she came to Shillong and she stayed in Meghalaya villages for 4 years with 5 knitting machines. And on one machine, 3 to 4 ladies, like that at a time, 5 machines, 1 machine for a tutor, a teacher, and 4 for the students. So 4 3s are 12. In one day, at least 5 batches minimum. तो 60 महिलाओं का ट्रेनिंग एक गांव में, ट्रेनिंग के लिए 2 महीने, 2 months are sufficient, and after 2 months next village. And out of those 60 women who got training, some of them became trainers and then they went to another villages, and it was more easier for them to teach or to get these new batches educated because they belong to their own society. उनकी भाषा एक ही थी. ये बात अलग है, देशपांडे मैडम जाकर वहां पर लैंग्वेज सीखी. और आफ्टर 3 years, now those 3 years from 1994 to 1997, today is 2024, thousands of women of Meghalaya, they do knitting at their house and they make sweaters. हजारों महिलाएं घर में पैसा कमाती है. ये होता है ऐसे, एक आपने सिर्फ छोटा सा आग लगा दी ना, तो बत्ती बढ़ते जाती है और जाकर बम बनकर ढम करके फूट जाता है, या वो रॉकेट बनकर ऊपर उड़ जाता है. किसी ने तो इनिशिएट करना चाहिए. I went to Tripura, and basically this gamacha is famous, and this gamacha is shan of our Assam. Akhomor Manur Gamasa. तो ये तो सबको पता है. But in Tripura, the same gamacha is called as risa in tribal language. So it is basically a stole, एक उत्तरीय जिसको हिंदी में बोलते हैं हम लोग, ये जो हम लोग मराठी में हम लोग उपर्ण बोलते हैं. तो ये एक पहनने की प्रथा है. North East, we have more than 200 tribes and their separate languages, dialects. Their attire is totally different from each other. Their languages are different from each other. And this diversity was utilized by the enemies of this country as our weakness. In fact, the diversity of Northeast is not our weakness, it is our strength. And if you want to understand strength, then you should have a mind of an entrepreneur. आप अगर समझ सकते हैं तो everything you can monetize, everything you can monetize. नॉर्थ ईस्ट की हिस्ट्री को मोनेटाइज कर सकते हैं. नॉर्थ ईस्ट के अटायर्स को आप मोनेटाइज कर सकते हैं. छोटे से स्टॉल को भी आप मोनेटाइज कर सकते हैं. यहाँ के सॉन्ग्स को, म्यूजिकल इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स को, इनके घरों को, बाम्बू का तो आपने नाम लिया ही है, यहाँ के खाने की चीजों को, बस आपको इसको दुनिया के सामने लाना है और बाद में आपको पता चलेगा कि नॉर्थ ईस्ट की स्ट्रेंथ क्या है. जिसको मैंने रियलाइज किया है. मेरा यहाँ पर मुझे क्यों बुलाया है? क्योंकि आई एम ए फाउंडर ऑफ माई होम इंडिया, वन नेशन वाइड ऑर्गेनाइजेशन. I am the founder along with others 15-16 other founder members, and now it's 20th year of My Home India. I founded it in 2004, and in 20 years what we have been doing is creating awareness about Northeast across the country. नॉर्थ ईस्ट के बारे में अवेयरनेस क्रिएट करना, नॉर्थ ईस्ट के लोगों को हेल्पलाइन प्रोवाइड करना, नॉर्थ ईस्ट के फेस्टिवल्स पूरे देश भर में लाना और बहुत कुछ करना. मैं सब अभी नहीं बताऊंगा. लेकिन त्रिपुरा में जाने के बाद व्हेन आई सॉ दिस स्टॉल and no one is using this stall, this Uttariya, Risa. Even tribal people, hardly they used to wear this Uttariya. But I thought that this is a symbol. This is an identity of Tripura. And I started propagating Uttariya Risa in Tripura. When I went to Tripura in 2014, the turnover of making of Risa was not even 10 lakh rupees. And after my efforts, continuous efforts for 5 years in Tripura, today the turnover is more than 50 crores. Means even Bengali people in Tripura, in their festivals, during wedding or social events, they welcome people with a tray full of Uttariya, these risas, and they garland everyone, yes, come, welcome. So even Bengalis are using, and that is also one of the part of integration, bringing societies together. देखिए, dresses है. When I was in Shillong, I gave a concept. There is a Shillong Peak. If you go and see, excellent viewpoint, Shillong Peak is there. Earlier, there was no system of taking photograph with tribal attire. I gave this concept to tribals of Meghalaya, those who used to stay in Laikor and that area, that if you have dresses of male and female with different sizes and a small shop on Shillong Peak, then the people coming across the country, across the globe as tourists, you can ask them 100 rupees each for 15 minutes. Husband and wife, they will go to changing room. They will wear beautiful tribal dress, Khasi dress. Khasi Jaintiya dresses are excellent dresses. And the great ornaments of gold and silver are there. So even the throne and everything, crown and everything. So husband and wife, they used to wear, they come out, take a photograph, and within 5 minutes, photograph is there in their hands. And after going back to their house in Hyderabad or Chennai or Delhi or anywhere, you can see on their walls that photograph they proudly display to people, and they show that we went to Shillong, and in Shillong what we saw is, what we experienced is this tribal attire. This can be done in Nagaland, this can be done in Arunachal Pradesh, this can be done in Mizoram, this can be done in Manipur, and not only these states, but also all tribes, they have everything different. So you can monetize your dresses. You can monetize your culture. See, the Nagaland's Hornbill Festival. Previously, that festival started, I don't remember the year, but in late 90s or initial years of this century, Nagaland started Hornbill Festival. There are more major 17 tribes in Nagaland, and then sub-tribes, and including all, there are more than 40 tribes in Nagaland. So if you go to Kishima, just 20 kilometers probably far from Kohima, they built a big, beautiful village, and that is Naga Heritage Village. And if there are 40 tribes of Nagaland, every tribe, they have different structure of their house. The making is different. And all 40 models are excellent, beautiful, and different from each other. So they are all constructed. Then if you enter inside, then the sofa set, that sofa set is different. Design is different. Everything is different. Their vessels are different. वो जो चिरूट भी जो सिगरेट पीते हैं ना, वो चिरूट का डिजाइन भी 40 लोगों का अलग अलग है. And during this Hornbill festival, actually 40 families, they stay in those houses as they used to stay in past, maybe before 100 years. They stay there and people just come to see how the ancestors were used to live in those houses, what they used to cook, how they used to cook. And evening time, all will come together and they will dance and they will show their cultural performances. World will come and see. Already there are number of people going to Nagaland during Hornbill Festival is increasing every year. And our Prime Minister Narendra Modi is the first Prime Minister who stayed in Hornbill Festival for consecutive 2 days. And you can see his photographs on Google, पूरा नागा अटायर डालकर मोदी जी भाषण करे, वो हॉर्नबिल फेस्टिवल का है. Prime Minister going there and showing this to world is monetizing that culture. If you see everything from the vision of politics, then you are wrong. If he goes somewhere and when he Meghalaya, he plays drum, he will say that, see, this is politics. No, it is not politics. When he plays drum and when he dances with other tribals, then that video becomes viral. And people see, acha, Meghalaya aisa hai kya? Meghalaya mein ye hai kya? So, it is a quality of statesman to sell every concept. तो मैं तो बताऊंगा हमारे प्राइम मिनिस्टर जैसा कोई और एंटरप्रेन्योर होगा नहीं पूरे दुनिया में, क्योंकि उनको मालूम है रोज कोई खेल नया शुभ शाम कर प्यारे, और रोज कुछ ना कुछ ऐसा करते हैं जिसके कारण वो तो सुर्खियों में रहते हैं, इंडिया सुर्खियों में रहता है, भारत को बड़ा करते हैं. नॉर्थ ईस्ट के सॉन्ग्स हैं, नॉर्थ ईस्ट का म्यूजिक है. अभी तो मेघालय में मैं रहा हूं तो मैं बताऊंगा, ओ क्यों, बराबर है ना रे बेटा, मेघालय वाला, वो तो उसका चैट में बिजी है व्हाट्सएप में, बराबर है ना, ऐसे ही करते हैं ना, डुम 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 डुम, ओ क्यों. अब ये जो है इसको आप जनरल लोगों में लाकर लेकर आ जाओगे ना, तो सारा भारत के टीनेजर्स इसमें नाचना चालू करेंगे. अब जयंतिया हिल्स में जाइए और वो म्यूजिक कोई जाकर आजकल के म्यूजिक डायरेक्टर्स को सिर्फ वो धुन एक बार सुनाए, आप देखेंगे उसको कॉपी करके बॉलीवुड में सुपरहिट गाना बन जाएगा. लेकिन अब तक वो बेचारे गए नहीं है, उनको मालूम ही नहीं है वैल्यू क्या है नॉर्थ ईस्ट की. हो हा हो हा हो हा हो हा हो हा हो हा ओ हा हो. ये शायद लाहो है जयंतियाओं का. अब ये जो डांस है ये इतना सुंदर है, ये डांस आप देखेंगे तो आपके रोंगटे खड़े हो जाएंगे. इट विल गिव गूज़बम्स. आप वो डांस देखेंगे, म्यूजिक सुनेंगे. यू शुड नो हाउ टू मोनेटाइज इट. इसका पैसे में कन्वर्जन, ब्यूटी, मेघालय की ब्यूटी देखिए. You Google and you will find Maulen Nong is the cleanest village of Asia. In fact, if you go to Rewar area of Meghalaya or War Jaintia area of Meghalaya, every village is as beautiful as Maulen Nong. कोई फर्क नहीं है. ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि वो गांव बहुत ज्यादा सुंदर है. किसी ने उसको ठीक से पैकेजिंग किया. पैकेजिंग की बात बता रहे थे ना, लेकिन you have to remember, however your intention is pious, but world will go on packaging. Your intention may be pious, it's good, but world will see the packaging. However packaging is beautiful, God will see the intention behind it. तो इसलिए हमको काम ये करना चाहिए कि पैकेजिंग भी अच्छा होना चाहिए और इंटेंशन भी पवित्र होना चाहिए. अब खाने पीने की चीजें निकालिए. बांबू की आपने बात की ना. Many of us are from Northeast, but many of the resource persons, those who have panelists, those who have come from different parts of our country, they should know what is the taste of bamboo. Of course, you have to develop that taste. पहले बार एक बार मुंह में डालते हैं तो बोले क्या टेस्ट है, तो क्या बियर पीते हैं तो बहुत अच्छा लगता है क्या पहला, वो तो टेस्ट आप डेवलप कर लेते हो. तो देश के हित में बांबू का टेस्ट डेवलप करने में क्या प्रॉब्लम है. और आप देखेंगे, यू ट्रैवल फ्रॉम गुवाहाटी टुवर्ड्स एनी हिल स्टेट, Specifically, if you go to Shillong, it is very near from this place. You will find number of shops, well decorated shops. आप उसके फोटो निकाल कर डालिए, देखिए आपको इंस्टा में कितने लाइक्स आएंगे. इतना सुंदर डेकोरेट करके रखते हैं. 100 टाइप ऑफ पिकल्स, 100 प्रकार के आचार उधर लाइन से बॉटल में डालकर लगाए रहते. वैसे हमारा आंध्र भी कुछ कम नहीं है आचार में, लेकिन वो जो विजन है ना, उसको कैसे सजा कर रखना, वो मुझे दिखाई नहीं देता है वहां पर. लेकिन आप जाइए, डेफिनेटली यू गो टू अप टू नोंगपू ओनली 50 किलोमीटर्स फ्रॉम हियर, यू विल सी द एक्सेलेंट डेकोरेटेड शॉप्स. सब्जियां भी लगाएंगे, वेजिटेबल्स भी लगाएंगे, इतना ब्यूटीफुली लगाएंगे कि आपको लगेगा थोड़ा समय गाड़ी खड़ा करना है और वो सब्जी खरीदना है. आपको सब्जी नहीं भी चाहिए घर में, आप रुकते हैं और कितना अच्छा पंपकिन दिखाई दे रहा है, क्योंकि वो पंपकिन के लिए नहीं रखा है, उसको अच्छा से चमका के रखा है और उसको ऐसे स्पॉट पे रखा है कि आपकी नजर उसके ऊपर जाएगी. ये विजन है. और ये विजन किसी यूनिवर्सिटी में इन ट्राइबल्स को नहीं दी है, वो जन्मजात है, उनके अंदर वो इंस्टिंक्ट है, ऐसा करना है. मैं ऐसे ही ट्रैवल करते समय देखा एक होटल में बहुत बढ़िया. अच्छा, मैं बाम्बू कंप्लीट करता हूँ. अब मैं थोड़ा ज़्यादा समय लिया, सॉरी, ख़त्म करता हूँ, आपको ज़्यादा पकाऊंगा नहीं, लेकिन बाम्बू में पकाते कैसे वो एक बार ज़रूर बताऊंगा. इफ़ यू आर ए नॉन वेजिटेरियन देन नथिंग लाइक नॉर्थ ईस्ट. इफ यू आर वेजिटेरियन देन इट्स ओके, ठीक है, घास फूस भी खा लेते हैं तो खिला भी दे देंगे आपको. आंध्र का भी वैसा ही है, वेजिटेरियन जाएगा तो मर जाएगा, उधर खाना है तो नॉनवेज खाना है. तो वो बाम्बू में वो अच्छा नया वाला, दे विल ब्रिंग न्यू बाम्बू एंड दे विल कट इट, ऐसे एक स्लाइस निकालेंगे तो उसको हॉलो रहेगा ना अंदर में, तो उसमें चिकन के छोटे छोटे टुकड़े करेंगे और चिकन के टुकड़े डालेंगे, उसको थोड़ा मसाला लगाएंगे. मसाला मतलब आप लोगों का मसाला नहीं, इधर कोई मसाला विसाला कुछ है नहीं. इधर थोड़ा सा हल्दी लगाएंगे, थोड़ा सा लाल गोल मिर्च को कूट कर, लाल मिर्ची को पीस कर, भूत झोलकिया, बहुत भयंकर है, बहुत, उसका भी आप मार्केटिंग करेंगे तो करोड़पति बन जाएंगे, वो भूत झोलकिया. अब वो जो डालेंगे उसके अंदर, और उसके बाद में एक अंडा फोड़ेंगे, वो अंडे को भी उसके अंदर डालेंगे, और बाद में वो पूरा बाम्बू निकालेंगे और चूल्हे में डाल देंगे. वो मोदी जी को अच्छा नहीं लगेगा, चूल्हा बिला बाहर जाओ, उज्ज्वला गैस का सिलेंडर लाओ वगैरह उन्होंने बताया, लेकिन बाम्बू उज्ज्वला के सिलेंडर पे बनने वाला नहीं है, वो चूल्हे में ही बनेगा. तो चूल्हे में डालेंगे तो बाम्बू स्टार्ट्स गिविंग अप इट्स जूस. वो अंदर से, बाहर से तो फ्लेम है तो जूस बाहर नहीं निकलेगा, बाम्बू गर्म हो जाएगा तो उसके अंदर का जो टेंडर बाम्बू है उसका जो जूस है वो अंदर जाएगा, और अंदर उस जूस के अंदर वो चिकन के पीसेस और अंडा उसका पक के बहुत बढ़िया टेस्टी. बाद में वो सर्व भी कैसे करेंगे, वो उस बाम्बू को ऐसा बीच में आधा काटेंगे, प्लेट में रखेंगे, 2 बाम्बू खोलकर रखेंगे, ले लो खा लो, मजा आता है. और वो भी वहां ठंड में बैठे बैठे रात को अगर ऐसा कुछ खाने को मिले. चलो आप वेजिटेरियन हो, रानड़े है, तिवारी है, शर्मा है, कहाँ खाएंगे, कहाँ खाएंगे, तंगड़ी किधर खाएंगे आप लोग, तो पनीर डाल दीजिए उसके अंदर, क्या फर्क पड़ता है, छेना डाल दीजिए उसके अंदर. तो सी यू शुड नो द स्ट्रेंथ. मैं आज सुना, मुझे कोई आश्चर्य नहीं लगा. it did not wonder me that maximum sale of ginger. ये तो मिजोरम का जिंजर, अरुणाचल प्रदेश का जिंजर, क्या फ्रूट्स है. जैसे त्रिपुरा में चेंज हो गया, पहले जो थे वो बोलते थे पैसा कमाना पाप है, और 25 साल से मैं गरीब, मेरा त्रिपुरा गरीब चलता था वहां पर. लेकिन जैसे पैसे कमाने वाले लोग, अकल वाले लोग आ गए, तो क्वीन पाइनएप्पल ऑफ त्रिपुरा रीच ग्रेट ब्रिटेन, इंग्लैंड पहुंच गया, दुबई पहुंच गया. देन स्पाइस जेट केम अहेड एंड दे सेड दैट यस वी विल ब्रिंग दिस पाइनएप्पल टू द ग्लोब. और त्रिपुरा का पाइनएप्पल जाने लगा सब जगह पर. संतरा, मैं महाराष्ट्र का हूं, लेकिन मैं आपको बताता हूं दुनिया का सबसे सुंदर स्वादिष्ट संतरा नागपुर का नहीं है, ये मेघालय का है, मणिपुर का है, मिजोरम का है। आप वो संतरा खाली ऐसे मुंह में डालेंगे ना तो आपको ऐसे लगेगा कि आप गोल्ड स्पॉट या वो जो कुछ फालतू एरेटेड ड्रिंक्स रहते हैं उसका पूरा आपको ऐसे उसका 10 गुना अच्छा स्वाद आ जाएगा। आप उसका जूस बनाओ, कैन करो, उसका टॉफीज बनाओ, उसके चॉकलेट्स बनाओ। हम लोग जैसे आम की रोटी बनाते हैं, ये बंगाली भी बनाते हैं, आमेर सत्तो आमेर अचार, आमेर सत्तो आमेर अचार। जैसे मालदा रेलवे स्टेशन रात को 12 बजे आता था, बाहर बेचने वाले बोलते थे आमेर सत्तो आमेर बजा अचार। मैं धीरे से खोला, आचार विचार तो लेना नहीं, सत्तो क्या है? तर आंब्याची पोळी आहे, मराठीमध्ये आम्ही आंब्याची पोळी म्हणतो। आम की रोटी, उसको रस को निकालते सुखाते रोटी बनती है। इस तरह से आप नॉर्थ ईस्ट में ये नाशपाती वगैरह तो सड़क पर गिरे हुए मिलते हैं। ये स्क्वैश मिलता है ना, ये दुनिया में कहीं नहीं मिलता है। जो यहाँ पर जो स्क्वैश बनता है उसकी सब्जी भी बहुत टेस्टी बनती है। लेकिन ये स्क्वैश जो है ये कितने भी दिन टिकता है। सो यू कैन सेंड दिस स्क्वैश टू तमिलनाडु, ये डिजेनरेट नहीं होगा, खराब नहीं होगा, सड़ेगा नहीं। और मैंने तो स्क्वैश का, जब शिलोंग में रहता था, जैसे हम गाजर हलवा बनाते हैं ना वैसे स्क्वैश का हलवा बनाया, स्वादिष्ट था, टेस्टी। अगर ये आपके क्या बोलते हैं दुधी भोपळ्याला काय म्हणतात हिंदी वाले, ये जो लौकी का अगर हलवा बन सकता है तो स्क्वैश का हलवा क्यों नहीं? मुझे बताना क्या है, एक जगह मैं गया, ऐसे देखा कि वो डाउकी के लिए रास्ता, डाउकी देखिए, डाउकी का फोटो आप याद कीजिए, इतना क्लीन रिवर है कि जैसा उसका ओरिजिनल है वैसा उसका ट्रांसपेरेंट इमेज, उसका प्रतिबिंब आपको देखने को मिलता है पानी में। वो फोटो डाउकी का है। बस उसको आप ठीक से दिखाइए, दुनिया को आ जाएंगे लोग वो देखने के लिए। टूरिस्ट आएंगे, पैसा आएगा। टूरिस्ट आते हैं तो सबसे ज्यादा पैसा होता है टूरिस्ट को। मुझे याद है काजीरंगा जाते हैं तो ट्राइबल्स को बुलाते हैं, टी ट्राइब को डांस करने के लिए। वो ग्रुप आता है, रात को 1 घंटा डांस करता है, ढोल व्हील बजाते हैं, थोड़ा डाले हुए रहते हैं, बिना वो तो नाचेंगे भी नहीं। और वो नाचते हैं तो जो टूरिस्ट आते हैं देखने के लिए वो भी आ जाते हैं और एकदम हु करके नाचते हैं, वीडियो निकालते हैं इंस्टा पे। आजकल इंस्टा के रील बिना तो ये जनरेशन जी ही नहीं सकती है। तो नॉर्थ ईस्ट जिसने इंस्टा के रील्स आपको दुनिया में ढूंढकर नहीं मिलने वाले। ये बस देश भर की इंस्टा जनरेशन को बताइए, देखिए कैसे धड़ धड़ टिकट निकलते हैं नॉर्थ ईस्ट के। खाना है उसको मोनेटाइज कीजिए, डांस को मोनेटाइज कीजिए, नेचर की सुंदरता को, फोटोग्राफी के लिए कितना सुंदर है ये रीजन। उसके लिए जो आवश्यक था, सबसे पहले लॉ एंड ऑर्डर, फिनिश इंसर्जेंसी। Cause of insurgency was unemployment, and that unemployment is reducing, it is vanishing very fastly in northeast, क्योंकि इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बन गया। मैं आपको बताता हूं, आप बड़ा पानी लेक से जोवाई के लिए जो रास्ता बना है ना, वो रास्ते पर जाइए, आपके पेट के अंदर का पानी नहीं हिलेगा, एकदम स्मूथ रास्ते पर आप जाएंगे और दोनों तरफ जो ब्यूटी है आपको लगेगा कि आप स्वर्ग में घूम रहे। आप अरुणाचल प्रदेश में वालोंग जाइए, आप अरुणाचल प्रदेश में मेसुका जाइए, आप अरुणाचल प्रदेश में अनिनी जाइए, आप अरुणाचल प्रदेश में जीरो जाइए। वहां पर एक बहुत बड़ा पत्थर मिला, लोगों ने कहा शिवलिंग है। अरे शिवलिंग है तो शिवलिंग है, आ जाएंगे ना शिव भक्त, आपको पैसा मिलेगा, आपका क्या जाता है कि नहीं? आपको पैसा मिलेगा ना। अरे नहीं हम लोग शिव को नहीं मानते हैं। अरे नहीं मानते तो मत मानो ना, वो जो मानने वाले आएगा वो तो पैसा देगा, वह होटल में रहेगा, खाना खाएगा, पूजा करेगा वहां जाके, आपका क्या बिगड़ता है? और उसके साथ एक हिस्ट्री की कहानी जोड़ दी। वो किराट अर्जुन युद्ध हुआ था, वो किराट जो है वो जो लिंग छोड़कर गया था वो गया था, कौन देखने के लिए आया? 5000 साल पहले अर्जुन किधर गया था? वो मोहसिन राम गया था या जीरो गया था? आप एक स्टोरी डाल दो ना इंस्टा के ऊपर कि वो जो अर्जुन आकर गया था वो इधर है, इधर, वो आ जाएंगे भागकर देखने के लिए। आपकी गाड़ियां चलेगी, आपके ऑटोमोटिव पार्ट्स के दुकान चलेंगे, आपके पान वाले का धंधा होगा, आपके ड्राइवर्स को जॉब मिलेगा, आपके क्लीनर को जॉब मिलेगा, दुनिया भर के लोग टायर पंक्चर करने वाले आकर बैठेंगे रास्ते पर, ऑटो रिक्शा वाले, गाइड, टूरिस्ट गाइड। टूरिस्ट गाइड बताता है, एक बार क्या हुआ, एक टूरिस्ट गाइड बता रहा था, ये जो पत्थर है ये 1000 साल पहले का पत्थर है। तो उनके साथ एक ग्रुप में एक आदमी था, उसने बताया 1003 इयर्स पुराना है। तो वो गाइड जो है गुस्से से उसके पास देखा, बाद में गया, दिखा ये महल है, ये महल 700 साल पुराना है। तो वही आदमी बोला 703। उसके बाद में गया, बताया कि ये जो आप देख रहे हैं ये कच्ची सड़क बनी है मंदिर की तरफ, ये 2000 साल पुराना है। पीछे से बोला 2003। तो ये एकदम इरिटेट होकर उसको पूछता है, ये क्या हर जगह तुम 3-3 ऐड करते हो? साहब 3 साल पहले मैं आया था तब भी आप यही आंकड़े बता रहे थे। तो इसलिए थोड़ा टूरिस्ट गाइड संभाल कर रहे तो सब ठीक है, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। तो आपको मालूम होना चाहिए एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप है, मैडम मैं बराबर बता रहा हूं ना। और वो बात अलग है कि टेक्नोलॉजी अगर इसके साथ जोड़ेंगे, इनोवेशंस इसके साथ जोड़ेंगे, तो फिर आप उसको कितने मल्टीपल टाइम्स आप उसको लेकर जा सकते हैं। ट्रेडिशनल वेज में आपने पानी की बात कही, आप अरुणाचल प्रदेश के पानी की शर्मा जी, और एक शर्मा जी है यहाँ पर, आप यहाँ बता रहे थे अरुणाचल प्रदेश में पानी नहीं मिलता है। आपको मालूम है चेरापूंजी में पानी बेचना पड़ता है, खरीदना पड़ता है, क्योंकि दुनिया का सबसे ज्यादा जहां बरसात होती है वो जगह है, लेकिन पानी को रोकने का कोई तरीका नहीं, पूरा पानी बह जाता है और नीचे बांग्लादेश में बाढ़ आती है, 1000 गांव डूब जाते हैं, वो लोग मर जाते हैं वहां पर। तो हम लोग मजाक में खासी भाषा में बोलते थे स्लाब चेरा या बांग्ला। वो हंस रहा है खासी जो है, उसको भी मालूम नहीं था, मुझे मालूम है। तो स्लाब चेरा मतलब चेरापूंजी में बरसात होती है, बांग्लादेश मर जाता है क्योंकि पानी पूरा बह जाता है। अब उसको रोकने का कुछ तो चेक डैम बनाओ ना। 12 महीने तो मैं 95 में 15 रुपए में 2 टीन भर के पानी खरीदा हूं चेरापूंजी में। लेकिन ये सारा अभी चेंज हो रहा है। मुद्रा लोन गवर्नमेंट ने देना शुरू किया। कैन यू इमेजिन 20 करोड़ लोन्स आर गिवन इन लास्ट 10 ईयर्स। 20 करोड़ लोगों को मुद्रा लोन मिला है, जिसका लिमिट 5 लाख रुपया था, विदाउट कोलैटरल। आपको कोई सिक्योरिटी देनी नहीं है, आपको मुद्रा लोन डिमांड करना है। पहले मैक्सिमम 5 लाख था, अभी 10 लाख किया है। आप बिजनेस चालू करो, छोटा बिजनेस चालू करो। स्टैंड अप इंडिया आपको दिया है। एवरी ट्राइबल पर्सन, एवरी शेड्यूल कास्ट पर्सन एंड 1 विमेन can avail this Stand Up India loan of 1 crore rupees without collateral security with submission of perfect project. आपको कितने सारी चीजें अभी गवर्नमेंट दे रही है। मैडम आपने बताया कि देयर आर यूनिकॉर्न स्टार्टअप्स 109, आज का जो आंकड़ा है 109 यूनिकॉर्न स्टार्टअप्स। ये जो ओला एक स्टार्टअप है, ये ओयो एक स्टार्टअप है, स्विगी एक स्टार्टअप है। ये सब कंसेप्ट है, नया नया कंसेप्ट आया। व्हाट इज स्टार्टअप? स्टार्टअप इज नॉट एन ओल्ड कंसेप्ट यू आर रिपीटिंग। स्टार्टअप इज ए न्यू कंसेप्ट, ए न्यू कंसेप्ट कमिंग फ्रॉम योर इंटेलिजेंसिया, योर थॉट, योर ब्रेन चाइल्ड। एक नया कुछ। ओला पहले था क्या? नहीं था ना। ओला आ गया तो ओला आ गया, फिर उबर भी आ गया और 10 आ गए, लेकिन फिर ओला इज ए स्टार्टअप। उन्होंने स्टार्ट किया उस चीज को। ऐसे स्टार्ट ओयो, होटल बुकिंग सबको चाहिए रहता था, लेकिन आपको एक ऐसा स्टार्टअप मिल गया कि आप कहीं भी जाओ तो आपने अपना होटल उसमें रजिस्टर कर दिया और आप जाकर वहां रहना चालू किए। उसका भी सब तरफ विन विन सिचुएशन, दैट इज स्टार्टअप। और इसके लिए यूनिकॉर्न स्टार्टअप उन्होंने बताया 1 बिलियन। मैं आपको बताता हूं, भारतीय भाषा में जल्दी समझते हैं ये लोग। 8000 करोड़ रुपया जिसका टर्नओवर है, जिस स्टार्टअप का टर्नओवर 8000 करोड़ रुपया है अप्रॉक्सीमेटली, वो यूनिकॉर्न स्टार्टअप है। ऐसे भारत में कितने स्टार्टअप्स है? 109, 109 startups in last 10 years, not 10 even, 8 years. उसे पहले नहीं थे. Before 2014, number of startups in our country was 800, 795 to be precise. And the number of startups, 795, today have crossed the number of 1,20,000. Out of this 1,20,000 startups, 109 startups are, their valuation is 8,000 crore rupees. इसमें कुछ नहीं है तालियां बजाने वाला. अब जो मैं बताऊंगा दो चीजें आपके दिल से तालियां निकलेगी. Out of this 109, 80 startups, the youth, those who started those startups, 80 startups were first generation entrepreneurs. उनकी माँ कोई टीचर है स्कूल में, उनके पिता कहीं जॉब करते हैं, या माँ सब्जी बेचती है, पिता कहीं मजदूरी करते हैं. बेटे ने स्टार्टअप चालू किया और 8,000 करोड़ के स्टार्टअप का मालिक बन गया. माँ बाप को समझ में ही नहीं आ रहा ये क्या हो गया, मेरा बेटा अचानक इतना पैसा कहां से लाने लगा, उसने ऐसा क्या किया. ये भारतीय लोगों की खोपड़ी है ना. और इसमें भी ताली बजाने जैसा नहीं है. अगली बात सुनेंगे तो दिल से तालियां बजेगी. अगर आप दिल से तालियां नहीं बजाएंगे तो फिर हमारे ही संस्कारों में कमी है. इन संस्कारों की बात आपने कही थी. आउट ऑफ दिस 80 entrepreneurs, 80 entrepreneurs who are first generation entrepreneurs, 27 entrepreneurs are women, girls, daughters of this country. 27 लड़कियां हैं. 8,000 करोड़ के मालिक नहीं है, 8,000 करोड़ की मालकिन बन गई है. A proud moment for our country, the country to which we call Bharat Mata, not Pita. It's Bharat Mata, it is motherland. अमेरिका के नसीब में आंटी भी नहीं है, चाइना के नसीब में चाची भी नहीं है, हमारे नसीब में माँ है. So let us come, let us get unite, and let us work hard to make our country a great country, developed country, not developing country. I could have spoken for hours. जब बात नॉर्थ ईस्ट की आती है तब फिर बहुत लंबा चला जाता है. फिर गाना भी आ जाता है. ईमा ईमा कौना कौना कतलू राशि थवाई मंगा हवगल सागल लई बम चाशा इमालय पाकी पुलमदम आई खुन आकनी आई खुन कनगनी इमालय पाकी पुलमदम. कितने लोग मेते ही है, जरा हाथ ऊपर करो. कोई गलती थी मेरे गाने में? नहीं ना? सब लोग गाएंगे एक बार. मैं खत्म कर रहा हूं भाषण और नहीं बढ़ा रहा हूं. गाएंगे सब लोग मेरे पीछे पीछे तालियों के साथ. मणिपुर उसको अपने देश का हिस्सा है, ट्रबल में है, लेकिन वो अकेले मणिपुर का नहीं है. मणिपुर का प्रॉब्लम 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों का प्रॉब्लम है. वी शुड ओन दैट स्टेट एंड वी शुड डू एवरीथिंग टू ब्रिंग पीस इनटू मणिपुर. गाइए. ईमा ईमा कौन कौना. आपने खाना नहीं खिलाया. जोर से गाइए. ईमा ईमा कौन कौना. अरे जरा सुर में और थोड़ा ऊंचा गाओ ना. एक लाइन तो गाओ कम से कम. ईमा ईमा कौन कौना कतलू राशि थवाई मंगा हौगल सागल लई बम चाशा हिमालय पाकी पुलमदम. इसका अर्थ है उठो जागो, देश की सेवा के लिए सिद्ध हो जाओ. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. नमस्कार. भारत माता की, भारत माता की. धन्यवाद.
आपकी गरिमामयी उपस्थिति और ज्ञानवर्धक शब्दों के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत आभार महोदय. कैन वी वंस अगेन हैव अ बिग राउंड ऑफ applause फॉर आवर चीफ गेस्ट श्री सुनील देवधर जी. थैंक यू सो मच सर. वेल नाउ लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन.
मैडम थोड़ा मुझे आप लोग इंस्टा, फेसबुक और ट्विटर पे फॉलो करना. मेरा भी बिजनेस कर लेता हूं थोड़ा.
This is the age
सुनील
of social
देवधर,
media.
SUNILDEODHAR verified handles.
Please take out your phones right now and please follow, sir. All right, so we now proceed for the presentation ceremony, prize distribution for the competitions that were held among the students of the various schools yesterday, that is day one. The first category is for the best entrepreneur, and I would request our chief guest, sir, to kindly do the honors and present the award to us. The best entrepreneur, Wakam Anand Credo. Can we have a big round of applause for the best entrepreneur of the Northeast Startup and Entrepreneur Conclave 2024, Wakam Anand Credo. ये अदरक वाला है.
Many, many congratulations, Wakam Anand from Credo. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next is for the best innovation, and to present the award, or rather the competition to gratify the winner, I would request Dr. Arvind C. Iranade, Director NIF, to please step a little ahead. And the winner. Ladies and gentlemen, with a huge and a big and a thundering round of applause, the best innovation, the winner is Zairand. Congratulations.
We'd also request our dignitaries on the dais to kindly join in as we present the award.
Many, many congratulations to you, Zairand. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, moving on ahead. The next category is for Best Young Innovator, Entrepreneur, and Targeting Students. And to present the competition on this category, may I please request Sir Virendra M. Tiwari, Director NIST, and the winner. Ladies and gentlemen, this once again got to be a little louder in applauses. And the winner is Hills Food. Congratulations, Hills Food. Well, moving on ahead, ladies and gentlemen, the next contest is for Best Expo Stall. And to present this title, I once again request Sir Virendra M. Tiwari to do the honor. And the winner, ladies and gentlemen, is Khajpani. Congratulations, Khajpani. They win the title of being the best expo stall here at the Northeast Startup and Entrepreneurs Conclave 2024.
Do we have the team here, Khajpani?
Can we request somebody to join us and receive the honor on behalf of Khajpani?
We congratulate team Khajpani for displaying the best expo stall. Well, ladies and gentlemen, IHFC is presenting a reward letter for the pitch session which was held yesterday for the best innovation, young innovator, and the best expo stall. So I would request Ms. Kritika from Jet Aerospace to kindly come forward as we present the reward letter to all the winners of the best innovation, best young innovator, and the best expo stall.
Okay, I kindly request all the winners of the titles that we just announced, Wakamanan from Credo, Zeran.
No, we have the best innovation, Zerand, the best young innovator, Hills Food, and best expo stall, Haspani. We have Zerand here, and any representatives for Hills Food and Haspani, we would request you to kindly come forward.
So here we have the representatives of Hills Food and Khashpani receiving the reward letter. Well, thank you and congratulations. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we proceed ahead with the competitions which was held yesterday for debate. And we will now welcome the participating students and we would proceed ahead with the presentation for the debate.
But
and
before that, may we request Ms. Kritika to kindly take her seat on the auditorium as we proceed for the next competition.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, at the third place for the debate competition which was held yesterday at the school that won the third place is Army Public School, and the winner is Sadika Narun. Congratulations, Sadika Narun. She wins the third place in the debate competition which was held yesterday. I kindly request you to join us on stage. Run and join us.
Come running.
We need to see full of energy on stage, as you have been placed third in the debate competition here at the Northeast Startup and Entrepreneurs Conclave 2024. In the second place, ladies and gentlemen, is KV Khanapara, Kendriya Vidyalaya Khanapara. And the winner, give it out loud for Sanjana Singh. Congratulations. And we'll have to admit this, ladies and gentlemen, yesterday when they were here on stage competing on the debate competition, the content, of course, is absolutely beautiful, but what is even more important is the very fact that the kind of body language they had was something which absolutely blew all of our mind. Moving on ahead with the winner, or rather, the one who's been placed in the first position. Well, it is once again Army Public School, Narangi. Ladies and gentlemen, give it out loud for Dikshita Adhikari. Many, many congratulations to you, Dikshita Adhikari. She wins the debate competition which was held yesterday here at the Northeast Startup and Entrepreneurs Conclave 2024. And we would also like to welcome the participating students on stage, and we would want to give away the certificates. May I please request Anandrita Sekhya from KV Khanapara to please join us, Rishabh Bordole from Sudarshan Public School, and Neelam Borman of Sudarshan Public School to please join us on stage if you're here with us. Or if we have any representative to collect the certificates on their behalf, you may please join us on stage. I repeat the names once again. Anandrita Sekhya from KV Khanapara. Okay, we have Sanjana Singh collecting the certificate on a friend's behalf.
Thank you. We now proceed with a quiz competition. I would request our guests to kindly give away the prizes. The third winner for the quiz competition, Arohan Gogoi and Anirudh Prasan from Miles Bronson School. Are you present here? Arohan Gogoi and Anirudh Prasan from Miles Bronson School. Any representatives from the school? Do you have any students present here? All right, we'll move forward. The second position for the quiz competition, Chandranil Pathok and Chanda Mitadas from Sudarshan Public School. Come on, come running up the stage. The second prize winner for the quiz competition, Chandranil Pathak and Chandamita Das, Sudarshan Public School. Chandril Pathak.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you that these young students, the flair minds, are the driving force of tomorrow for the northeastern states. So you've got to be really loud when it comes to them being on stage, because it is only then they will be motivated.
And the first prize for the quiz competition, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Kaushik Kirtania and Rituporna Roy, KV Khanapara.
Many, many congratulations to you. Well, now, ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the next category of competition, which is a drone simulation competition, and now is the presentation. And in the third place, well, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome Preetham Chaudhary in the third place. Congratulations. Many, many congratulations, Preetham. With a big smile on your face, you got to come on stage. In the second place, ladies and gentlemen, for drone simulation competition, and the second, the one who's placed in the second position is Gunjan Das. Congratulations, Gunjan Das. And now comes the winner, ladies and gentlemen, the one who won the drone simulation competition. And the winner is Darsh. Many, many congratulations, Darsh. Oh my goodness, that's a young little one. And KV seems to be all rocking. They have pulled their sleeves up.
Absolutely. It is a day for the KV Khanapara. Can we have a big round of applause for KV Khanapara? They have ruled it.
In all the categories, right from debate to quizzing to drone simulation, they touched upon everything and have probably seemed like they're doing it completely, nailing it. Congratulations, Kendriya Vidyalaya, once again. And now I would want to request all the participators to join us on stage for the consolation prizes. May I please request Sulal Hussain to join us, Irfan Ali, Biki Sharma, Rituparna, Tinku Podal, Sunny Kumar, and Anwar to join us on stage.
These are the consolation prizes for the Drone Simulation Competition Award.
All right, so now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very, very important announcement to make. We had a pitch session yesterday, and we have the shortlisted candidates or the participants, and the team Nectar will contact them. We would like to take the names and make the announcement officially. They have been selected for Project Assessment Committee, PAC reviewed meeting by Nectar, and the individuals or the projects that have been selected so far. And the third position, in the third place, is Anvaya, which is a startup. Congratulations to you. You will be contacted by the Nectar office. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause? Thank you.
And in the second rank, we have the aquarium making and ornamental fish culture. Can we have a big round of applause for them?
And
the first prize winner and the first rank holder are the fungi fusion Ventures enhancing livelihoods through value addition of shiitake mushroom in Nagaland.
Many, many congratulations to you.
Thank you. I'd request our guests to kindly take their seats. And now I would request Dr. Colin J. Rentley, Advisor Technical Nectar, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, my vote of thanks may be a bit boring, especially after hearing that very dynamic speech from Sir Diodhar. It's really amazing that he knows the place, he knows Khasi language, then Manipuri language. That's just a guess I think we are seeing about him. Thank you so much, sir, for attending this valedictory program of this mega event, the conclave. And thank you for coming, sharing your time in spite of your busy schedule. Thank you to you, sir. So, on behalf of the organizing committee and technical partners like NIF, VIBHA, IHFC, INSA, IASST, UBA, Startup India, Invest India and South Asian Bamboo Foundation, I extend our heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you who have graced us with your presence at the Northeast Startup and Entrepreneurs Conclave 2024. Your participation has truly made this even a resounding success. Secondly, we express our deepest appreciation to our esteemed speakers at the inaugural function, like Professor Assis K. Mukherjee, Director, IAST, Dr. Arvind C. Ranade, Director, NIF, then Shri Murthy CMD, NETV, then the guests of honors, especially Professor Ashutosh Sharma, the President of INSA and the former Secretary of the ST, and the Joint Secretary of the National Organizing Secretary, VIBHA, Shri Praveen Ramdas. Big thanks to the moderators and panelists of various sessions during the events, like we just had just now, Dr. Virendra M. Tiwari, Director, NIS, Professor Mahanta, Professor Ram Prakash Sharma, Director, NIT, Arunachal, then and all the participants in the various sessions for sharing their invaluable insights and expertise, enlightening us with innovative ideas and inspiring the entrepreneurial spirit within us. Special thanks to our sponsors and partners like NIF, ESRI, T-Wave, NIS, Jorhat, Garuda, UAV, SIDBI, NETFI, for their unwavering support and contributions, without which this event would not have happened. Your commitment to the fostering of entrepreneurship in the Northeast India is commendable and deeply appreciated. Thanks to organizations like KIIT Bhubaneswar and Amrita Vishwa Vidyapitham for facilitating MOU signing with Nectar. We are also grateful to all the entrepreneurs and the startups who showcase their innovative ventures and solutions, showcasing the immense talent and potential that exists within the region. I could not but give a big thanks to our Director General, Dr. Arun Kumar Sarma, for the initiatives taken by him in organizing this big event. So a big round of applause to our Director General who makes this happen, bringing all the stakeholders in one platform, comprising of academicians from various fields, scientists, entrepreneurs, innovators, business entities, investors, students and visitors. Thank you to you, sir, for giving all your time in making this event happen, sir. Then thank you to all the staff of Nectar who has contributed all their strength and mind and soul during the last 2-3 weeks. And big thanks to the management, even Expression 360 with their dynamic anchors, the Bajoti and Pragya, for their tireless effort in planning and executing this conclave flawlessly. Then as we depart, let us carry forward this enthusiasm and momentum gained from this event and continue to work towards realizing the vision of a vibrant and prosperous startup ecosystem in the Northeast. Thank you once again, and we look forward to seeing you at our future endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request Sir Colin to kindly present a token of appreciation to our anchors, Ms. Pragya Paramita and Mr. Debojyoti Dasgupta.
That was surprising, and indeed we are really thankful. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would now request Dr. Arun Kumar Sharma, Director General Nectar, to please give a small token of love and appreciation to all our distinguished dignitaries present here with us on the stage. I kindly request our ushers to please usher in and help us proceed ahead with the segment. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the Northeast Startup and Entrepreneur Conclave 2024. Once again, we thank each and every one of you for a phenomenal participation and for making this conclave a success. Bahut bahut aabhar. Now, I would request everyone to kindly rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय जय हे
Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again, a big thank you for your active participation since yesterday. With this, we finally conclude the Northeast Startup Entrepreneurs Conclave 2024. Have a wonderful evening ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jai Hum and Jai Hind.